I just spilled tea on my keyboard. Fuck. Fuck. Crisis averted. It was only a small amount of tea. I had to wipe it off. Arius, can you shut up for a sec? Alright, here we go. Hi, everyone. This is a weird game I found. Was this one recommended to me? I think I just saw someone in my server talk about it, and then I looked at it, and I was like, wait a minute, it's Disco Elysium, but Discworld. Why am I so targeted by this game? That's basically what I know about it. Like, I didn't even really look up much promotional material until yesterday when I downloaded the game. And everything I saw was like, oh yeah, it really is just, it's Disco Elysium, basically set in Discworld. That sounds awesome. Why would I not play this? So I'm kind of excited for this. Disco Elysium playthroughs, from what I've seen, are consistently hilarious. Like streamers reacting to it and stuff, trying to prove they're not centrists. It's great. And I've already played Disco Elysium, so I'm never going to do a playthrough of that. So this might be the closest we ever get. I don't know, I hope it's good. I don't know if it's going to be like... It's a bit unfair to like literally hold it up to the standard of Disco Elysium maybe, but I'm hoping for the best. That had really good reviews. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna cross my fingers. Let's boot this sucker up. We got good video progress this week, by the way. I have to address things in order. Yeah, video progress. So there's like, I've edited about half of the conclusion I wrote. There's like a 9-minute conclusion I stuck on, and that's like kind of half edited now, which that is pretty decent progress for for a work week. When it comes to me, it takes fucking forever to do anything. But we're getting there, we're getting there. Okay, let me... There's another thing. Oh yeah, Saturday stream again, because shit keeps happening on Sundays. Family shit keeps happening. That's all. Okay, here's the game. OBS, detect the game, please. Oh, I like that it's waiting for me to interact before it keeps going. That's really helpful for streaming it. Alright, we got visuals. Yeah, look at that. Video, I guess it's nearly finished. There's still probably a couple more weeks in the oven. It's kind of what I expect at this point, is like I get to the point where, ooh, it's nearly finished, and then the last 10% takes several weeks, of course. But this conclusion was like a pretty big chunk that just wasn't even started a couple weeks ago, so I think it's gone relatively fast, all considered. It wasn't as bad as I feared it could have been if I got stuck on the script or something, for example. Yeah, the art in this game looks pretty nice. But again, I haven't seen anything about it. I haven't really looked at it very much. I didn't even watch a trailer. I just browsed some screenshots on Steam to try to make a thumbnail. Which, props to this game for having a good press kit, by the way. It's an underappreciated facet of game promotion is, if you're doing it right, you have a little press kit linked on your website so that dirtbag streamers and stuff like myself can go and just download high-quality assets to use for, like, thumbnails. It's great. Most games, or at least a lot of, like, indie games don't really bother to do that. I remember I went to the fucking In Stars in Time Discord server, and I, like, pinged someone about, like, hey, you guys don't have a press kit, can I get, like, a high-quality version of this asset with no logo? And they didn't respond, so I had to improvise, but I appreciate when there's just, you know, nice thumbnail assets available. Oh yeah, the text is behind the clouds. It is a YouTube thumbnail. Whoa, dude. Alright, what's going on? I'm gonna turn down the volume first because it's loud. This music is chill. It's got the kind of drums where the drummer isn't drumming and is instead just like caressing a snare drum with a wire brush. Love that. Let's just take that down. Oh. I think it's a logarithmic volume slider. Look at that. They really know what they're doing. For those who don't know, I could be wrong about this, but like audio rant for a sec. The way that humans hear volume is not like linear. If a sound is half as loud, you will not hear it as half as loud. Wait, no, that's not correct. No, like, how do I explain this? Okay, so the slider goes from like 0 to 10, right? This is full volume. You would expect this to be half volume. But the thing is, you know what? I give up. I forget how to explain this. The point is, the dialogue slider maps intuitively to the loudness of the sound, whereas like the YouTube one is bad. Like all the volume options are like from here to here, and this is all just like almost full volume. Something decibels. Yeah, exactly. It's been too long since I was in school. I've forgotten how to explain things. Yeah, the decibel scale is logarithmic, so like, every 6 decibels you increase, I think you double the strength of the sound, or something like that? I think that's it. So you start at like 1 unit of loudness, 0 decibels, 6 decibels is 2 levels of loudness, 12 decibels is 4, 18 decibels is 8, 24 decibels is 16, and you just keep doubling it for every 6. Don't ask why it's 6, that's just some bullshit convention. Audio engineering is full of bullshit conventions. I just closed the game for no— fuck me, what am I doing? I need to stop yapping and start looking at the fucking game. I just zoned in on that fucking exit button like a moth to a flame. Why? That's every 10 levels where it doubles? That's why it's decibel? No. You'd think that would be it, but no. There is some part of the equation where you divide by 10, but it's not the doubling factor. I'm pretty sure it's literally 6 for some reason. At least in the context of like sound pressure and stuff. Maybe like, I know there's other logarithmic, like the Richter scale is a logarithmic scale, but it's probably more sensibly arrayed than the decibel system. Okay. I feel like this is a rocky start. Like I don't usually flounder so much when starting a stream. But I am excited to play this. I just want to see what this game is like. I think this could really be up my alley. Or it could fall flat, because I'm a fan of both of its main inspirations, and I could spend the whole time being like, well, that's not as good as Kim Kitsuragi. That's not as good as Samuel Vimes, you know? I think it'll be fun to have both of those dancing in my head, though. Like, you don't usually put, as I just said, Kim Kitsuragi and Sam Vimes in the same room together. That would be funny, though. I hope there's some fan fiction like that. New game. Do, 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 do. Ooh, okay. So they have they've kind of pared back the stat system from Disco Elysium. I think that had like 24 or something. We have 6, but we do have stats. Cool. Strength. Every shepherd knows the song. It bellows up the river. Earth lives in that sliver of land. Torna's lament, folk prayer. Oh, I can just click on him? It's making noise. Saint Sebastian vibes in this guy. I know Saint Sebastian. That was the fucking guy on the wall in the bar in Somnium Files. But he got killed by arrows. That's a sword. Strength measures your natural bodily prowess alongside a testosterone-fueled mindset. As a man, it is only proper for you to hone your figure and its capabilities. But why? Yep, that's Disco Elysium. I'm all for ripping off Disco Elysium. I'm curious how far the game goes with that. The search for meaning is as vital as the struggle toward competency. Luckily, you already know your cause. To protect the innocent, to lead the weak, to sacrifice until nothing but your bones hit the pavement, to literally die. Become a zealot, regain your honor, set out on your divine mission. Okay. I know you play as a cleric in this game. You play as one of like a faceless, armor-wearing Dark Souls NPC. That's your character. And we all know that Discworld has a somewhat adversarial relationship with the clergy in its setting. So I get the feeling that we're basically in the position of being a cop here. It's just like a fantasy version of being a cop. Yeah, it's like all the fucking physique stats rolled together. It's half-light and it's strength and it's constitution. Although constitution's a different one. Okay, dexterity. It is imperative to simply explain to these people they have the right to choose. Belief in oneself is just. Wealth is built from within. Meriadoc Moonwatch sights beyond reeds. Is dexterity libertarian in nature? Is that how it works? That sounding kind of libertarian. Dexterity measures natural reactivity, balance, and poise. The haste with which you express a witty remark or notice a nervous glance, and of course your ability to gracefully avoid the consequences of your actions. It's all about risk and reward. It is that feeling of self-preservation when everything falls apart around you, to grab as much as you can while the grabbing's good. To progress toward a new future full of freedom, so those who look out for themselves can prosper and survive. I promise you no one else will. Okay, it's definitely, these are very politically charged D&D stats. Curious. Freedom! Steal anything. Become rich as a Republican revolutionary? Okay, I don't think Republican means the same thing in this context. Just run away, dummy. Pick locks. Roll initiative. Okay, it is... It really has just grafted on, like, D&D stats to, like, by the way, this determines your political compass. I don't think Disco was as explicit about, like, what stats would lead you to become communist or whatever. It was just, like, your lower intestine starts telling you to hate women randomly, and you're like, what? Okay, I kind of... I think I get it. What's this one do? Always listen to your hungry stomach. The Hedonist's A Blind Manifesto. Constitution measures your natural stamina, both mental and physical. It's how much you can take before going down. The world is harsh and unforgiving. It will beat you to a pulp with words and sticks. So listen to your gut, the instinct that kicks in when you're standing at the pit. It's the voice that speaks nothing but bodily truth. Every choice you make, every emotion you accumulate can be traced back to the lower half of that stomach of yours. Follow it. Retain the mortality of fleshy logic. Simple, easy, truthful. Okay, this one isn't telling me to vote for a political party. I wonder what this leads to. High Constitution keeps forgetting there's an election. Oh, this is when you try to be apolitical and you end up as the world's most laughable centrist. Okay. Is tougher than entropy, focuses on the good things, keeps his neuroticism in check. So this is like some sort of unholy fusion of, like, volition and electrochemistry and half-light to... This one's kind of weird. Talks with the spirits in the walls. Okay, so they got Inland Empire in there too. A High Constitution cleric is already dead. Curious. Wait, did it roll? Oh, I think I have like a starting class. That's why my stats have been set like this. Intelligence, a glorious design. Let those who learn lead through merit of ability and nothing else. Lord Phileas Prax, Autobiography of Prax. Intelligence measures your ability to recall, store, and process information. It is your logical receptacle and calculator. It is only proper for you to hone this pulsing mass within your skull. But why? Simple, pure, unadulterated ego. Knowledge rules the world, so too shall you one day lead the weak. Bring your genius to the masses. If they do not bow, they do not deserve you. They know everything about the past. You do, rather. Therefore, it is only rational they will know everything about the future as well. Enlighten the ignorant masses. Okay, I get this one. We will build a Smartopia. Prepare more spells. Is there combat in this game? I have no idea. Think, plan, and execute an actual plan. Vote for the magocratic return. Vote for yourself. Wait, I can run for president? Town's newest resident? Yeah? Alright. A genius without peers. This sounds kind of hilarious, actually. The fun in this game, I imagine, a lot of it comes down to playing a shambling piece of shit. That's probably funny. Okay, wisdom. We got the idea of evil or something over there. Return with the V it's very good. Is this game voice acted at all? If it's not, then I'm gonna have a fucking workout. Jesus. The large crumble upon their heavy forms, the mystical falter at the crucial point, the small rise to the occasion. Halfweed's poem. Wisdom measures your awareness, intuition, and ability to understand the world around you, to feel it. You may not know why, but meeting the gaze of another grants you an empathic bond with her wants and fears, her dreams and hopes. Sudden gendered pronouns, what does that mean? You can read people, for good or bad, and pick up on details others would pass by. The random insertion of like her specifically makes me think this is going to be like the stealth horny stat or something. I don't even know if the character you play as is male. It might not even be specified. It is your belief in the heart of all folk, to give and share what you have and be completely and utterly selfless. It is the only true road to redemption. Gods only know how hard you try. Alright, so this one is... It's spiritual, empathy, bleeding heart. Extremely male protagonist. Okay. Excellent. I don't think it's surprising that it's relevant. I'm not sure that's super surprising. It makes sense that it's relevant. Punching bag. Okay, I'm gonna look at all the stats before I fuck with that. Okay, and charisma. Those who believe in democracy have a wonderful view of folk, to think them capable of making rational and informed decisions devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct. It is, frankly, inspiring. Charisma measures your eloquence, confidence, and ability to navigate social situations of any kind. In short, it is the force of your unkempt personality, but they don't need to know that. Smooth talk your way into any position of your liking. You can be affiliated with any known faction or thought. Reality is molded around your will. Like a chameleon, become a social operator. Become anything you need to make everyone finally love you. Become an apolitical force of nature. That sounds awesome. Constitution and charisma both keep you apolitical. A high charisma cleric votes for whatever makes him popular, was socialized as a child, knows what to say to win favors, can actually flirt with some baddies, loves to mind control people, sees truth as suggestion, has no soul. I fumble the baddies if it's low, though. The true moralist ethos. Okay, now what are these? My background. Okay, so this is another layer on top of the stats. And I guess I have a certain number of points to put in. How does this work? Oh yeah, okay, these are my skill points, so I allocate as necessary. Are these caps? Why do I have caps? Is that because of my background? Yeah, it is. Okay. The punching bag. A farmer's son who grew up in the city. Of course, you'd be an outcast. It took time, but eventually you figured out how to cope with it. I'm gonna have to decide up front what my character's like here. Didn't think about that. The troll killer. You don't remember it, but you know well how your father died. Sometimes it motivated you, sometimes it felt impossible to live up to. Strength and nothing else. RP as Birdly does sound kind of funny. How do I reconcile Birdly with, like, being a cleric, though? That's interesting. Birdly as a man of faith. What does this mean? What does this mean for the Umris economy? Kiosk kid. Your mom wasn't around a lot, so to keep you out of trouble, she forced you to get a post-school job. You still despise the smell of newspapers. Is that an elf soy-jacking at a mimic chest? Cool. Dexterity and career. Okay, so that's a certified Dickensian urchin with fucking pickpocket hands and strangle arms. Lore enthusiast. Spending time alone in the city, you often ended up at the Darwin Library, the strange history of Jaws' realm with constant companion to you. Intelligence and wisdom. The book nerd. This does seem very Birdly. Hey, Pickles, you've heard good things about this game. I've seen good things about this game, mostly from its Steam page. It looks very up my alley. I'm just curious to see how well it lives up to its inspirations. I'm all for there being games that are just like... Because there's not going to really be a Disco Elysium sequel at this point, right? It's fucked. Like, I know there's 20 Disco Elysium sequels, but there's never going to be a Disco Elysium sequel, even if any of those actually reach publication. So, yeah, this is when the marine ecosystem just starts feasting on the whale fall and making their own versions of it. This is probably the best outcome. The crowd pleaser. Inevitably, you ended up with the wrong crowd. You quickly picked up on the slang and radical terminology, doing anything to get real friends. Charisma and intelligence. Scumbag. The little weirdo.
You were a novelty to them, the boy who would do or say anything for their attention, for their approval. After 2 or so years, you got quite good at it.
Raw charisma. Interesting. There's a lot of these. Asgalist activist? Your friends soon introduced you to the rebellious belly of Norvik. As a teenager, you spent years spreading chaos and worse, dwarf propaganda. Okay, I saw on the Steam page that dwarves are democratic socialists, which I think is like communists if you're not a... I don't know. There's like gradations of communism. It's like power scaling, right? It's like you're communist, but you're not that communist. Like, Maoists will make fun of you. That's my understanding of what democratic socialism is. Demsocs are what the Disco Elysium dock workers... Yeah, they do workers' unions and stuff. But they don't read Marx. They're too busy being in workers' unions to read Marx. That's probably it. What we learned from the hedonists. Can I join the hedonists? That sounds awesome. Who gives a damn what the Maoists think? I don't know, maybe the people who subscribe to Mao Zedong thought. There's a whole ideology named after carrying what Mao Zedong thinks. I don't know what it is, but I know it exists. What an interesting position I find myself in. I'm surrounded by communists at all times, but I don't really know much about communism, all told. The Uthgard... I'm just thinking of the one fucking Skyrim follower, Uthgard the Unbroken, from the Sips playthrough. Uthgard recruit. After your arrest, there wasn't much arguing about it. 3 grueling years in training, drilled on the city code and virtues, but you survived. So this is cop. You can actually be cop. Strength and dex. 1 friend. You really only ever prayed for that one thing during those lonely years, but the gods did not answer, so you learned to manage, as always. How mysterious. That doesn't even tell you what the one thing is. Maybe this is just being a lovelorn romantic. Maybe that's what it's getting at. The hopeless Romeo type. An acolyte. Your knack for scribbling got you promotion to the clerical duties. Picked out of the ranks, you quickly showed deep devotion to your divine city. Oh wait, I didn't really internalize that. So this is just being a full-blooded cleric. Tower Apprentice. Joining the towers is an honor bestowed upon few. It is also a terrible challenge even for you. Who'd have thought lectures were so draining? So this is the Dark Academia. Harry Potter. Okay. They got Greece, though. It's good that they have Greece here. It would suck to live in a world without Greece. Arcane Prodigy. For the very first time in your life. You were a natural. You've always known a few cantrips, but real magic was something else. It was power. Okay, Wizard. The Palace Pawn. A rising talent, you often found yourself in the midst of politicking of superiors. Despite your best efforts, it never ended well for you. There's a lot of backgrounds. The Faithful Harbinger. There's something wrong. Praying to a dead god whose whispers linger in the air, slowly fading. You are isolated amongst your peers. Apocalypse Cop is on the table. That's always fun. Esoteric Expert? Ebspert. You spent most nights seeking esoterical insight. A lonely life. Your findings were unwanted by those in charge, yet you did not stop. Never. Is this like a fantasy stoner? I hope. Wisdom and Constitution. There's so many of these. Revolutionary Scribe. Disillusionment. A city with ideals not upheld. One day you chose a side. The emerging democracy. You wrote day and night for change and glory. A scribe. We got some William the Word shit. I don't know. Abject Apostate. No one likes you. When you were demoted for dereliction, no one spoke up against it. But it's fine. You'll be fine. After all, you're used to it. Damn. We can be Asya. The world is wonderful, and I love everything in it. Constitution Index. The Dead Cleric. Growing up alone, getting into trouble, training with the Earth Guard, devoting your life to becoming a cleric. Was it always supposed to end in the river? Am I actually dead? Am I a zombie? There are zombies in Discworld. They're pretty normal. Okay, we finally wrap back around. What are these, dates, by the way? Is that my birthday? Alright, so which one of these? I mean... I wonder if these have an effect beyond just determining your stat caps, because there's so many of them, I can't imagine they affect a huge amount. Otherwise it would just be impractical to write all the dialogue for it. Okay, the Birdly Run does sound kind of funny. Is it the funniest? The Lore Enthusiast. Yeah, they changed your stat caps to... This one also, like the Tower Apprentice. This is slightly more practical. Huh. Give the lore. What lore? I don't know what these manifest as, is the thing. It's only it's a vague suggestion of what you can do, but I don't even know what the game is about, right? I don't know shit. I don't even really know who I play as. Constitution sounds kind of funny. Intellect sounds like... intellect and charisma sound like you'll be just role-playing as a fucking asshole. I think it's funnier if I'm basically an asshole. I think that's usually funny. Following my gut means going all into Constitution, though. Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. Are all of these canon? Oh. Hang on. I think these... That's interesting. I hope that's not like a spoiler. It's like someone said that these are basically just a linear story of your life if you read them. A farmer's son. Your father was a troll killer. You had to work an after-school job. You spent time at the library. You ended up in the wrong crowd. Oh, it is. Oh, okay, so all of these things are true, but you just have to focus. Like, what's your core memory? That's cool. I did not notice that somehow. So I was like a communist for a while, and then I got arrested and became a cop, and then something about that. Then I got promoted to a cleric. I got stuck in like the battle tower for Dark Academia. Then I learned magic and I was good at it, and then I was like a peon in the royal court. Then I got Cthulhu in my brain and I became a magic stoner. I'm now writing for democratic newspapers, and then I got kicked out and I died. Weird. Huh. I'm sort of confused by reading these. So that's my current stat. It gets +1 from this, but the cap is also raised by it? No, this has... I think this is the cap modifier. Okay. Oh, there's pre-builts. Interesting. Primal Cleric. What is the nature of a man? The Trickster Cleric. Don't keep your fingers to yourself. The Scholar Cleric. A loner, a thinker, a man of ideas. The Beefy Cleric. Yes, more apples, apple boy. The Unstable Cleric. They should bow before your ego. That sounds kind of awesome. High dexterity. Okay, let's just start pumping points into stats. I think using Birdly as our sort of marble bust, our platonic ideal, will be a good guiding light, even if we don't stick to that exactly. So, we definitely want high intellect. Like, probably to the cap. And then charisma, some ego. Oh, you got a proficiency? Oh, I have to choose this first. I'm thinking, do we just go for the lore tome? This gives me wisdom. Do I want any of that? Oh, wait, proficiency. What do proficiencies do? Is that just my 2 best stats? Is that just separate? So I can move those around at will. To democracy? Wait, what? More intellect. Wait a minute, is that's my roll modifier, I bet. Oh, that's what that is. It's a roll modifier. That's what it is. Okay, I get it now. Constitution keeps your neuroticism in check. Listens to his gut and is wrong. I think low constitution sounds really funny. Dexterity is going to increase my, like, libertarianism, which is probably desirable. Let's get a +1 modifier to dexterity. So I'm proficient at intelligence. Do I want a dexterity proficiency or charisma proficiency? This one's gonna make me a fucking libertarian. I don't really want to roleplay as a libertarian. So I kind of just don't. Let's stick it into charisma to become a soulless ghoul. Wisdom. Which one said I'd fumble the baddies? That was okay, I'm not gonna fumble the baddies. Wisdom makes you communist. I probably don't want -2s on all of them, but like... If it is like Disco Elysium, it'll make failing the stat checks basically another valid path through the game. It is your belief in the heart of all folks to be selfless. Oh, no, I really can't justify that. Constitution for neuroticism. This increases testosterone. Let's put a couple into strength. Birdly is a libertarian, though. I mean, in Umris, yeah, and probably in canon, yeah. But I don't want him to be spouting like tech bro buzzwords. I want him to just be like, I'm gonna be the ruler of my own Spartopia. Okay, that's this one. Well, let's think of the character apart from Birdly, though. This is a cleric, like, working for the government, but wants to... This is someone who wants to ladder themselves into a position of power within the government. This is a schmoozer. This is a career politiker who is detached from worldly affairs, who looks down on the common folk. In a kind of detached and ivory tower way. I think we go charisma and intelligence. With a lower enthusiast. This is giving me wisdom, though. The Mage King. I'm one of those, who are the fuckers from Morrowind? The mage isolationists who just live in fucking, towers with no stairs because they can fly. Is it the Telvanni? I do like the lore enthusiast from a roleplay perspective, but I feel like even the Tower Apprentice is maybe a more fitting backstory for like a rabid clout ladderer. I'm getting clout ladder vibes from this. Like, this is the Umris canon Birdly who actually went through school and became an architect and had to learn to schmooze with rich people. Constitution's an interesting one. That'll keep me more grounded. Whereas Arcane Prodigy is like the intoxicating power of being smart. Maybe this is it. Arcane Prodigy for some strength? Let's be prodigious. I'm not going to spend all day here. Let's just go with this. Right? It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. No constitution or wisdom. I've never set foot on a city street. I have never ridden a subway. That's what low constitution and wisdom says to me. I have never looked at a homeless person. Let's go. 5 days until the first ever election. Oh, so they just added democracy. An explosion erupts at the heart of the city. No one wants to deal with it, so they send you. The frailest cleric on record, yet also an esoteric genius, the perfect man for the job. Frailest ever? Complete your quests in any order. Don't be afraid to make interesting choices, and remember to make them all bow down before you. The campaign will take you from level 1 to 6. We'll play for about 5 to 8 sessions. Okay, it's been a journey to put this together. I hope you have a good time, says Chris. Make sure to save often. You literally have no health. Oh, I forgot about that. That's how they get you. Like the first room death from the ceiling fan. Speak with the dead. Is this like a loading screen tip? I think it's a loading screen tip. Hello? Jor.
Truth and nothing else.
A voice declares.
What is your name?
Okay, intelligence. I rolled a successful intelligence. Ragan? Or Ran? Why is it gotta be ambiguous, man? Ron? Ron. It's pronounced like the sun god Ra plus the ing suffix. So just wrong? My name isn't going to be wrong. That's silly. Wrong. That's already a word. I can't just spend the whole time saying I'm wrong. Ragan. I think I'm going to go with Ragan. It sounds the most like a name. Ragan. And in your statement of citizenry, Ragan Hemlin. Dexterity. So all the fucking stats are gonna need voices. What a nightmare. And I'm not even Linval Brown.
I've already sort of gave Charisma the freak voice. So Dexterity has to use something else.
Dexterity, that's a street. What if I made Dexterity like Burger Pants? I don't know. He seems like a dexterous individual who always fumbles the babes. Maybe this'll work, I don't fucking know. I'm gonna need 200 voices by the end of this playthrough. Ragan, is that it? Don't think they called you that very often.
No, you are not.
Ragan? That doesn't sound right. Strength is here.
No one calls you by your name.
Is Batter voice okay for that, or is it should be like...
No one calls you by your name.
Yeah, nobody likes you. Boo-hoo.
Wisdom is here. Okay, we want Batter. I always struggle to maintain that over long term, but my strength stat is so low that I hopefully won't be seeing this guy very much. Same with this one. Wisdom. What if wisdom is Lebkuchen? Actually, your real name is Eric. Is that communist enough? I'm gonna use up all the good voices for my fucking internal monologue, then every character is just gonna be nothing. No, hold on. It is C.L. Eric, or something similar.
No, stop this ridiculous behavior. Your name was asked. It is Dragon.
C.L. Eric, that sounds like cleric. Ah, yes. That was it.
Who?
So my name is...
Yes, speak it.
I can be cleric? Or Ragan Helmlin. Or just Ragan. CL Eric is fucking stupid. That's incredibly stupid. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. No, I'm egotistical. You're gonna use my last name. RP Win. Ragan Helmlin.
Factually correct.
There we go. The only voice that matters is pleased by this.
Your answer. Another question from the darkness. What is your occupation?
What is this, an interrogation?
What is an occupation in this context?
This is for sure about your job. You know, the job.
This guy. Who the fuck are you?
Your class. Just bring back the Enoch. That works. Tell the voice about your class.
Look around. It is more than darkness. It's nothing. All around you. What the fuck? Oh, I clicked the scroll bar by accident. I have a very important job to do.
You do, and it'll be a great payday.
It takes a while before the next question is posed.
Oh, that was my occupation? I just said it was an important job. What is the job? I didn't think that was the answer. Shit.
What is your current goal?
Goal would be nice to get out of this dark pit for one. With your gift, you can easily take control one day.
The Goblin Chieftain, she needs you.
There's a goblin chieftain? Who is that? Is that the one friend? Mysterious backstory? Obviously I want to rule the world.
It is only right.
No reply, no feedback. Then the voice asks, I am reading the narration in the voice. What is your political affiliation?
It's upfront about this? Surely this is supposed to be diagnosed by like a scanner of the game places to my heart and soul in real life. The question strikes your entire consciousness, sending it spinning.
This is a setup. It has to be.
It is the Asgilists. Yes, they are decent. Possibly.
It is the duty of the powerful to lead. That is you, no one else. We've moved beyond the bounds of dictators. We're free to make our own choices, thanks to the revolutionary freestriders.
Elections are exhausting. It hides in the back of your skull a fact that you are bound to be a nationalist.
I should be in charge as God King Wizard Lord. Actually, I'm apolitical. I don't know any of these words. No, I'm gonna be a God King. Let's go.
Once we based our worth on knowledge and ability, it shall come again.
Once we based our worth. Like we as in the world. Return. Return. To something that you made up.
The voice is fading. This is the end. The final question. How did you die?
Now's your chance. Break free. I fell into divinity. She took me whole. I died when he died. Stay silent?
I am not dead.
So I died. What an interesting plot point. Koru reference. Thank you, Christopher Bodegard, for the game. Oh, hey. Published by Raw Fury. I know those guys. We looked at their publishing deals. I think they take 50%. It was a steep one. Anyway. Could be misremembering. Illustrations by Oscar Westberg. This is cool, like a pre-game credits. All these umlauts in the names. Wonder where this team is from. Damn, the music. So that's my watch that was like Cthulhu or something, that represented the dead god whispering to me. He's ebbing? I dare say he's flowing. I wasn't expecting the fucking synth choir. That's awesome. Is that a giant crawfish? It probably was. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Da, 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 da. Okay. I wonder how long this game is. I feel like I'm like stepping off of an oceanic shelf. I have no idea how deep this goes. Nice. Taking a sharp breath upon waking up at the start of a game. Outer Wilds reference. You.
A fresh start. Your body aches. It is stiff as if you've slept for days.
Don't sleep in the armor, dumbass.
Ready for the quest to continue.
I failed the check. What is the quest? A task performed by a heroic individual and or professional adventurer. So you get inherited context, but only if you pass a skill check. Cool. 25 hours for a normal human? Okay, so it's probably going to be like 6 streams. It's going to take a while. Wait, what's this about a quest? No, that's moving on. Look around. A circular stone chamber. A storage for apples and corpses. Why both of those things?
There's piles of apples. Is this Tolstad? Tolstad,
a sprawling island fortress in one of 5 districts in the city. It sits in the middle of River Torna, the home of Jor's Pillar. So I'm guessing that Jor is some sort of deity. The city is... I've seen the name, but I forget. It may, just a sneaking suspicion, be similar in concept to Ankh-Morpork, which was just London. But, so imagine if there was an island in the Thames. A big one. It sits in the middle of River Torna, the home of Jor's Pillar, a sprawling tunnel network and a water lane, the greatest trade hub in Ascani. You are in Tolstad right now. Alright, cool. Sounds hoppin', sounds downtown. Yeah, Jor was the one speaking to me in that cutscene, which I'm guessing was, you know, you don't usually talk to God in like a normal psychological state. What stuff do I have? What stuff? Your hands start around your pouch and uniform.
Panic. Sweat.
There's my lack of constitution. I'm panicking.
No spellbooks, no mace. Face it, you've been robbed.
Your legs shake. Tears begin to form.
Deeper breaths. Your belongings are surely here somewhere. I think wisdom's trying to be like volition. Because constitution is not pulling the weight right now. What's this about a quest? Oh, I got a hit point.
Oh yeah, the quest.
You're on a quest to save the city. Earth be blessed. So we got Earth and Jor. Earth is my god. Jor is someone else. Maybe Jor is like the big creator god, and then like there's sub-gods and you worship one of those, but no one really has to worship Jor because it's like fish worship in water. Maybe it's like one of those. It could be. Like Eru from the Lord of the Rings, although no one in Lord of the Rings ever talks about gods. Or like, what's the Elder Scrolls equivalent of this? Who the fuck was the creator? I don't even remember. It doesn't matter. Do I remember everything? Not sure. Do you have some sort of amnesia?
No. Just remember it. Your thoughts are scattered. But your memory is intact.
Okay, but what's the quest?
You got a job. The tea shop job.
The tea shop job?
Yep, the tea shop that blew up. Like on the Steam page.
Easy job, you'll be done in a day or two. I'm thinking of Lorcan. Lorcan. Wasn't Lorcan the god who created the I forget the terminology. There was one specific god in Elder Scrolls who created like the mortal realm, but that wasn't like an absolute creator god. That was just one of the Aedra or something, right? Or the Daedra. I haven't watched Fudge Muppet in a while. Yeah, Lorcan is the one who like the fucking Pelennor White Strake incarnated as or some shit. And there's the fan theory that every Elder Scrolls protagonist is an incarnation of Lorcan or something, probably, maybe. Okay, just as a job? So I've done this before. Dexterity.
Well, maybe. Not this particular type of job.
Your previous experience lies more in some basic Uthgardian militia service, as well as a few years at the Towers.
The Towers, home base of the Order of Arcane Clerics of Norvik. Oh, Norvik is the city, also known as Elysium.
So the clerics are wizards. They're the same. Oh, is that like ocean?
Elysium. Nobody calls it that. Rogue sorcery was not your main subject, but yes, you've read a lot about these types of fiery events.
So a rogue sorcerer is expected. Is sorcery a specific kind of magic, or is it just interchangeable with like a wizard? They're not the same in Discworld.
They are not too common these days. However, this incident does not appear overly complex.
Sure, said the guy before it turned out to be immensely complex. I'm thinking about the Godhead, the being that is dreaming the Elder Scrolls universe. Right, the fucking meta-narrative developer insert. That whole thing with the Amaranth. Yeah, like no one in the Elder Scrolls setting talks about the Godhead, because it's just fucking everything. They got lower tier deities to be preoccupied with. A quest? I like those.
Good attitude. There's always more around the corner, so look out. You don't want to miss any.
I like this guy. He's just like the...
Okay, give me more content in the game, DM. Well, let me go kill a goblin, DM.
How much time do I have?
Until the election, which is in 5 days.
Time only advances when you make new choices in dialogues. Interesting. So to be clear, I gotta figure out who blew up a random tea shop.
More or less. But you got like 5 days to do it, so no stress.
There was also bullshit politics involved here. You'll love it.
Can I think about this first?
No, let's finish the job. Damn right. You'll do great. Now get going.
Alright, but first, I feel dizzy.
You feel dizzy. The weight of the Earth Guard uniform. A dull pain takes hold. Your body aches. Its contents rotting. You must consume an apple now.
There are many apples here, and corpses.
Corpses? What the hell is this place? You've been waited for far too long. Finish this task with precision and decisiveness, regain your position at the towers, then return to your true task. Seizing true power in this forsaken city.
If your stats are high or low enough, chimes will appear in your mind. They will suggest, inform, and offer unique paths. Trust them at your own risk. Kind of like that one game, Disco... Okay, seizing power, I know about that. I'm so very confused. Nah, that's fine. Rub your temples, that'll help. How do I do that through the helmet? Oh, I can't. As you do, your fingers touch upon cold steel. It is covering your entire head.
Colloquially known as a helmet, as opposed to Hemlet, which is your name.
Can I take it off?
No. No.
I wouldn't do that.
Like ripping off your own face.
Not a good idea.
Not yet. I got experience from that?
I can't wait until you do.
Am I a zombie? And I'm like a skull under there? Alright, thanks. Yep. I can move. Apples and corpses. Engage, behold, trifle. I like that.
Trifle with the corpse. This may be illegal, you know.
Oh, I can just steal shit. Is this allowed? Well, surely for the God Emperor. I wonder how Chunibyo I end up. I'm hiding the expression. Yeah, that feels like basically the equivalent. A cold corpse. You stare at the blue rag draped over the outline of someone.
Male, over 40.
How the fuck can you tell? It must be normal to take naps down here. Sir, you can't sleep down here. Randomly bother a corpse. Just check the rag. Underneath you find the cold corpse of a human.
Human, tall and beautiful like yourself, known as the pest of the coast by those who are less inclined to reproduce like rabbits.
It's reproductive biology lore, that's good. Wait, where's the coast? Looking over him you find, hair. Yellow skin. He's got a beard too. I failed the check.
The coast, also known as Jaws Realm, it is a strip of land divided into 8 bands. The further inland you go, the closer you get to the infinite wastes. It is theorized to be a ring or half-sphere due to the bend of the horizon.
So that's the whole world, I think. I think it's a weird way to talk about the entire known world. Theorized to be a ring or a half-sphere. The infinite wastes. Infinite wastes, staring at approximately 1,000 or so miles, starting approximately 1,000 miles from the coast, depending on various factors. The land is inhospitable, unexplorable, and frankly quite cursed. Each band has its own flavor of this waste. So I'm picturing... The geometry here is a bit puzzling. If that's infinite, it implies that, like, there's a central lake, central body of water, the coast is around that. That's a wheel that's segmented into 8 spokes, and the further out you go from the center, you go into the infinite wastelands. Maybe that's it? It's hard to conceptualize right now. And he was alive once.
Mid-40s, factory worker, Akani blood. Askani.
Askani's a race.
His complexion shows nearly no decay, most likely under the preserving spell.
Yeah, this guy looks fresh. Like he could just sit up and talk with you.
The difficulty class of a dice choice is determined by how challenging that roll will be. If you select dice choice, you then roll a 20-sided die. I mean, it's not Disco Elysium, because that used 2d6. It's different. I guess 2d6 is less random than a d20. Like, the more extreme outcomes are more common for rolling a d20. Yeah, because getting a 12 with 2d6 is a 1 in 36 chance, as opposed to a 20 is a 1 in 20 chance. I'm good with corpses, right?
What do you mean?
Like I've been trained to handle them, right?
You do not have the training to handle them, no.
Oh, right, I mostly did paperwork. A paper worker.
Paper and ink, baby.
Dreadful work.
But it is an intelligence test to examine him, so the paper and ink is going to help in the end. I get a bonus because I've accepted that I don't know what I'm doing. Interesting. It's also just a really easy check. Okay, let's look at the math here. Difficulty 7. I need to roll a 7, basically. I get a +5 from intelligence by default, which is going to make this... I need to roll a 2, basically. Oh, yeah. Big suck. It's negative, but a minus to the difficulty class makes it easier, I'm pretty sure. I think that's how it works. Let me check the viewership, actually. I'm always curious how many people give a shit about games. 113, not bad. Not bad at all.
There's something strange here. This is no regular, gentle repose.
Is there different kinds of death in this game? Level 2 necromancy spell keeps a corpse from decaying. Oh, it's a preservative spell. Look closer.
Signs of being either a hard worker or a careless worker litter his skin.
I have one of those no safety gloves types. One of those bitch mitts types.
Cause of death appears to be not directly visible. No blunt trauma.
5 XP. Considering his age and the shape of his body, this man most likely died of a common disease or internal failure. That's pretty broad and vague.
Unless you're willing to start cutting, that's all you're going to get. Except... what? There's also a marking on the right leg, a circle with a cross inside it.
300 pieces added. What is that? You recall that is the marking of a PR. Potential revivification. Oh, he can be revived.
It seems so. He most likely died during care and was granted immediate gentle repose. However, he clearly did not have an RF, a revive fund, nor did he have family members with enough ready cash.
Awesome! That's cool. Economically granted immortality. Maybe this is their version of medical technology? Like, they still just glue leeches to you and hope that you survive, but if you do die, then they can revive you for an exorbitant sum. It's basically just wraps around to being privatized medicine.
Or perhaps he was just an unlikable fellow. Who knows?
Fair enough. You cover the corpse once more, so I could cast Revivify on this guy.
Potentially, yes. Although the question is more akin to, why should you? A third level spell slot is a valuable resource. Why waste it on some blue-collar corpse?
It's okay to loot him, right?
Yeah, why not?
Not like the guy will complain, but don't go around talking about it too loudly, okay?
Grave robbing is frowned upon by some, even in these enlightened times.
Come on, you gotta loot the corpse. I'm wearing the Dark Souls 2 helmet. Is it the Dark Souls 2 helmet? I forget. It's a Crusade era Great Helm. I don't know if any Dark Souls guy actually had that. No, that's the Solaire helmet, of course. Solaire had that. Why is he here?
This is a morgue, a lich house, clearly.
A lich house is a mortuary, a holding space for dead bodies. During times of undeath, they are known to be heavily guarded. That happens? Times of undeath. Okay.
The apples make it hard to believe, but yeah. Must have been one hell of a deal to put those two together.
They're just renting a space. I'm really fascinated by this corpse. Who was him? Who was this guy?
This is a dead working man, the type that spent his whole life toiling away for nothing.
That's a sad way to view a life of valuable hard work. Honorable hard work, yeah.
I actually managed to roll a successful strength roll. Wild. This is contradicting my ideology. I gotta suppress that. I should stop bothering the corpse. Is it overseen by a lich? I mean, it sounds like it. They got like necromantic spells being cast. Can I talk to the lich? Can I become a lich? Am I a lich? This isn't yours, is it? Behold. It's not mine. A tattered cloak? I get dexterity but lose charisma. I might as well take it. The cloak is sprawled on the iron slab. As you grab it, you immediately feel the dampness spreading into your gloves.
Oh.
Please don't. This thing is disgusting.
Wring out the water. The filthy liquid falls to the floor of the stony chamber. It is still quite wet. Weigh it. It is heavy. Should I wear this?
No.
Of course you should wear it. A hood's the perfect tool for any decent rogue and or ne'er-do-well. So what if it's a little damp? You gotta wear it.
You won't even feel the dampness on your fucking great helm. I'll think about it. I am a rogue. No, I'm not a rogue. I'm refined.
Sorry, the word I am not rogue is not in your vocabulary, actually. Please rephrase.
That's not one word.
So pedantic.
So,
wait.
So unrefined. Shut up.
You reach for your fancy red pouch of holding.
This is really testing the voices.
The cloak slips easily inside, into the extra-dimensional space, with a satisfying slurp.
I really love my pouch of holding.
You really are very lucky. This kind of magic item can go upwards of 10,000 crowns.
crowns, the Norvikian crown, the main coinage in Norvik.
Oh my god, the fucking encyclopedia is opening up. The infinite dialogue wall begins.
A Norvikian crown, the official currency of Norvik, suffered heavy inflation during the years after Earth's passing. A meal is somewhere between 5 to 20 crowns. A cheap month's rent is 100 crowns. A spellbook is 50 crowns. An average salary outside the city is up to 300. Average salary inside the city is up to 500.
Wait, what is the salary? I hope it's not per year, because that's not going to cover 12 months of rent. Unless they have 2 months per year in this setting. Norvik sounds like Koru. I mean, yeah, in the way that Koru names are vaguely Slavic. I wouldn't say it's particularly Finnish. It doesn't have enough, like, spamming of doubled letters to be a Finnish variant, I think. It just seems vaguely Scandinavian, or not even Scandinavian necessarily, almost kind of Russian. Okay, we gotta learn about Earth, though. Earth's passing, the day your god died. Norvik used to celebrate this with fervor when you were little, as many fanatics believed he would return if they hosted a truly legendary feast. Jesus?
It's not yours though, it's the city's. You can't just use it for anything.
Shut up, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Now go put on your cloak, or rob some people, reallocate resources.
Equipping items temporarily alters your ability scores, like Disco Elysium. Apple. Apple. Looks better than the ones in the pile. They're barbaric heathen apples. Our delicious ripe fruit. Jesus will come back if we party hard enough. That sounds awesome. A garden apple. Ooh. An apple grown on Tolstad. The colors ripple across the surface. Consuming it will save your soul. Oh. That's good. Where's my HP? Do I have a health bar? I got feet slots.
Hey, feet!
I got 6 crowns, which is enough to buy like a hot dog, it sounded like. From Cut Me Own Throat Dibbler. HP is the rightmost... Oh, this thing. This tiny little thing? It's really small. Okay, I should eat an apple. To recover the armor dealt damage to me while I slept. I think that was it. It probably would deal damage to you, honestly, if you slept in a fucking 20-pound iron helmet. Oh. Okay, this not yet. I don't want that. Feast on apples. Alright. I'm regaining... I don't have no health. In Disco Elysium, you literally spawn with 1 health if your constitution is low enough. I got 6. A very important piece of paper. A voting card. Minus intelligence? Why? A scuffed voting card made out to Ragan Hemlin. It's from a dwarven office for some reason, and someone has checked in all 5 parties on the list. You need to bring this to a polling place on election day if your voice is to be heard. Do I have to equip it? Or does it just passively decrease my intelligence? They're all crossed off.
You pick up a surprisingly thick piece of paper with a shaking hand.
This card is slightly torn and clearly has been drenched at some point. At the top it says Rostcourt in big bold lettering. Rostcourt.
Rostcourt means voting card in fancy-ass scanny dwarven.
Oh right, the election.
Oh. It was nice not to think about it for one.
You've prepared all your life for this. It's time for change, baby. Useless.
We've never heard of one of those before. Neat. We should just get a God King again. It worked great last time.
Yeah, that'd be for the best. Unfortunately, there's no good candidates available.
Look at the list of parties.
The Nationalists, the Party of Norvik. Inheritors of Earth's Will, a theocratic organization founded to uphold the old ways, headed by magistrates and 20-something noble families.
A magistrate, 5 rulers of the 5 districts. They are the Coin Lord, the Home Lord, the Shield Lord, the Food Lord, and the Law Lord. Each has a unique role in the city's bureaucracy. Sometimes the titles switch between districts, but generally the housing districts hold the Home Lord, and the Palace holds the Law Lord.
How deep do I want to go into this shit? Not right now. I don't want to talk to Joyce Messier yet.
The Revolutionary Party, the Free Striders.
The Workers' Party, the Asgarists.
The Agrarian Rural Party.
I didn't know that was a party.
And the Arcanists, the Party of Magic.
Party of Magic, it sounds like a hoot. And finally, the last box doesn't say anything. This is where you can input whatever you want, or just leave it empty for a null vote.
The box next to each party is filled in with a smudged checkmark, including the last empty one.
Smart move. No one can get mad if you vote for every party.
Are these all the parties?
No. There are but a dozen other large parties in Norvik. The central city of Axani, and the last bastion of humanity. It was founded upon the end of the Reconquest in 468 AE, exactly 70 years ago.
It's the last human bastion. What the fuck happened? The Reconquest?
The Reconquest, a historical event in Norvik. It began with Earth's landing in 466 AE. It is said to have been finished by 468 AE.
So Earth was a guy. Is it like a Talos situation? Like a deified warlord?
When Earth finished eradicating the souls who roamed the ruins of Tolun Cattle.
Eradicated the trolls. Okay. There was a genocide.
It is a point of consternation if it should be called a reconquest or just a conquest, as no human has ever lived in the location before.
Oh, so it was a conquest. Where are the other humans, though?
Trolls, a monster native to Ascan. They exist in broad categories, from small, mostly harmless green trolls to mutated, volatile cursed trolls. They vary in intelligence, strength, and organizational abilities, but they're a core enemy to the Earth folk. It was Earth who destroyed their rising kingdom in the last arcane era.
And the Earth folk being...
The people of Earth, the ancestors of those reconquested the Axani coast. True mythological heroes.
Okay, so this is like a new world that we colonized? So where are the other humans? Is there an old world? It's very Talos, like conquered the snow elves kind of type thing. I think that's what Talos did.
Most have been subsumed over the last few years, such as the Civic League of Progressives, the Torch Union, the Order of the Scales, the Hedonist Party, the various guild parties, and of course the United States Reform Party. The Agrarians and Arcanists are the only ones who have not joined the larger party or fallen aside.
So these are the fringe parties here? No one actually likes them? Agrarians and Arcanists.
An Arcanist, the magicrat who ruled pre-Coast War, human civilizations, and Old Diminor. Also a very minor political party in Norvik.
Okay. So this is the old world. Old Diminor. Pre-Coast War human civilizations. This is the Old Guard. The monarchy. Diminor, the arcane era name for reeds, often referred to as Old Diminor. The name was changed by Free Strider revolutionaries to mark the end of the old magocracies. So I'm getting like French Revolution vibes here. It sounds like Free Striders were like, they did overthrow the monarchists, but they themselves started the laissez-faire industrial revolution kind of vibe. I'm vainly trying to like apply stencils of historical Europe to this. Ysgramord killed the snow elves. Okay, yeah, Ysgramord did that. And Talos was an imperial hero, more or less, right? Or no? Yeah, Talos did make the empire, then Ysgramord was the... Okay, I'm not going to get into it. Too many histories. We got Europe, we got the Elder Scrolls. We should be focusing on whatever the fuck this is. How does it work?
After you pick it up at the district office, you only need to check the box of one of 5 parties. Then you deliver it on election day to a polling place. Although in your case, you'd need to write the name of the party you want in the corner, along with a signature, since you filled out every box like an idiot.
Good to know. The character I play as does know all of this. I don't have amnesia, I just have to like manually interrogate my brain to get it up to speed, I think. Look at apples. I can't take these? Engage them. You stare at the pile of apples.
Walk away, if you know it's good for you.
These apples are not in pristine condition.
Because they're storing them in a fucking morgue, maybe? Because this zombie is fondling them all? Should these be stored alongside corpses?
No, it's a health hazard.
Of course not. It's nasty and freaky.
Whose apples are they?
Not yours.
The only apple farm in Norvik would be the Goblin Garden. These apples are property of the HBWT. The what? The Goblin Garden, a dwarven-built citadel sitting at the southernmost tip of Tolstad. It is now a goblin sanctuary and greenhouse.
HBWT, no context for that. Could I eat the whole pile?
It's not really a question of could, it's a question of do you have time. As well as, will your stomach survive the ordeal?
That sounds like a question of could to me. That sounds like a could question. If you would be prevented by dying, then it's a question of whether you could do it.
No. You're not capable of carrying such a tremendous burden. It would lead to death.
Now, don't waste your time here. At the very least, don't eat the less fresh ones.
Please don't. You're not the apple boy anymore. Who the fuck is the apple boy?
Okay. I can try to eat every apple with my negative constitution. It's only DC 12. I have a 50-50 chance of eating every apple. I'm going to come back to this later, though, once I've maybe leveled up my gut a bit more. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, -2s to the roll, not the DC, so it's more like a 1 in 4. Let's not do that. Spend time removing the bad apples. Da 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 ba 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 ba. That's a lot of apple.
Yes, beware.
Okay, we're gonna ignore the apple thought for the time being. You do so. The central apple pile? Nod to the pile. It has its own sort of magnetism.
A great mountain of apples.
I suppose that's my actual character's voice too. Ooh. Divine scripture where it does not belong. A shield of faith. Is that a spell? Where'd it go? Literature. It didn't actually harm my intelligence. It says it can, though. I'm kind of worried about that. Spellbook. No prepared spells. Wait, no, I do have a spell. One spell. Cure wounds? First level evocation. One bonus action. It's a divine touch spell. A creature you touch regains a number of hit points equal to 1d8 plus your wisdom. That's not great. The spell has no effect on undead or constructs. So I think that's what I picked up, maybe? Wait. Oh, I didn't actually pick it up yet. That's the problem. Now I can look at it. Shield of Faith. A first level abjuration. That's a Homestuck word. Oh, thank you, Aku, for the 1,000 arse bucks. Coming in to say hi. I want to play this game on my own. Good luck and bye. Thank you. I'm gonna need some food soon. I started the stream without eating anything today, so I'm gonna take a break probably pretty quick and make like a... Well, I'll put a pizza in the oven. I got some frozen pizzas for discount. Maybe I'll do that right now, actually, because it'll take time to preheat the oven. I'll just turn the oven on and come back. Okay, the oven is heating. I'm still in the spot. Dude, this game is a fucking novel. There is nothing but dialogue. Pages and pages of dialogue to wade through. And it was like this in Disco Elysium too. This looks like an unassuming room full of apples, but it's really just setting the stage for understanding everything about the world and my character. I've learned about the fucking political parties of the world, and the history of the city, and my god, who is a guy who killed some trolls. The amount of lore density in this apple room is like equivalent to a neutron star. What does this do? A 60 feet shimmering shield that protects from damage. But only by one. Only one hit point loss reduction. I guess that's a lot when I have 6 hit points. Can I cast these like whenever? I wonder how this works. There is a fucking zombie. I'm just kind of ignoring. What is this? Ooh, a good one. Nice. There is a divine shrine covered in apples. Well, relatively few compared to behind the shrine. A shrine of Urth. The runes fill your senses as you approach.
Their colors faded. This monument's hollow, void of all life and divinity. And worse, it's covered in rotten apples.
A sacred shrine left in this state is an insult to Earth and all of his people. These old things are still around, huh? A remnant of blindness and decay. Okay, good. So being intelligent makes you an atheist in this world, as God intended. That's our RP win. Hard to let go of old national pride. But progress will always lead the way. So God is synonymous with nationalism here because we worship the founder of our city. That's interesting. I don't know whether that's more like old school European monarchy or just fucking American. It feels vaguely American somehow. Are these rare? No, you will find shrines like this all over Norvik. This is RP fail, I can't pick that one. Yeah, there is a mountain with the presidents carved into them. That's pretty God King behavior. The shrine towers over you. To cast spells, you must first prepare them at shrines. Prepared spells can be cast when the cleric has a reason to do so, either in or out of dialogues. Each spell expends one spell slot of the corresponding level. Okay, so it's like a prompt system. You reach a situation which requires a certain spell, and you either have it or you don't. What does his music remind me of? That little thing it just did. I don't know what it is. It's distant in my memory. Something old, I think. I can dust the apples off. What other gods are there? Many, but you know few. The Urth, father of Norvik, Elysium the Mender, Tokig the Gambler. Ah, yeah, they got a gambling god. I guess Dionysus was a thing. These aren't actually gods, are they? No, not gods, technically. It's complicated. In short, gods weren't allowed on Jorf's turf, so they sent subsidiaries. Jor. Jor, the name of our realm, also the name of a legendary wizard who created it. He died during the clothing at the end of the Gate era. Okay, that's new. So Jor is the creator god, but it's just a fucking wizard, some guy. So this is crazy lore, actually. Are we a pocket dimension in like the high energy magic research building at the fucking Unseen University right now? A wizard, a book-learned arcane spellcaster, typically plays Jor's strings by memorizing and executing esoteric rituals and chants. Jor's strings. Yes, something like that, yes.
It's like one big game, one big scheme of influence. Absolute genius.
XP from that.
A ruse played by the powers and the beyond. Ridiculous.
So is there a higher tier of reality they just send dudes from to be gods? But they're just dudes, they're just wizards. What the fuck? But they also are implied to have real gods outside? There's like a total fucking stack of realities here. So Earth.
Yeah, you devoted your life to following his footsteps.
Sure I have. Elysium the Mender.
A real lady, this Mender. You've heard the stories. Beautiful, terrifying. All the elf stereotypes rolled into one. They say a look from her could turn a man's heart until his dying breath. Though most men have a story like that, so it's probably more a woman thing than an elf goddess thing.
Hetero Jessica thought form here. She would not respond, even if you had something to tell her.
She's most known around these parts as that crazy witch that broke in and charmed 100 warriors back in the day.
Oh right, not a distant deity, just a person, a strong person. Strong person god, okay. That works. I mean, that's kind of how Disco Elysium worked too, wasn't it? They just deified historical figures.
It's a classic tale, but Earth had a nice chat with her and everything was fine. Earth and Elysium stayed away from each other's business, officially at least.
Hokig.
A trickster, the type of god only famous for his ridiculous ploys.
Trying to talk it, if you for some reason get a response, the only reason why am I not reading this? Trying to talking would, if you for some reason would get a response, only result in the exact opposite of whatever you wanted. Useful.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
That's the one they pray to on Wall Street bets. Trickster gods are good. Odin is a good trickster god, but I don't know if this is that kind of trickster god. I remember, I don't know too much about the Norse gods. I just read the Norse mythology thing by Neil Gaiman. I think it was an audiobook for some reason. But he had some hype moments in Aura. I liked Odin because he came off as kind of fucked in the head. Like just a chaotic and vindictive bastard. Where he would... What the fuck? He came across these like giants or something who were... They had a rock that he wanted... Or something? No, he had the... What's the fuck is this myth? There was a bunch of dudes with scythes, yeah, and they were like plowing a field. And I forget why he did it. They pissed him off, or like he wanted them out of the way or something, or they challenged him. He threw his like shiny thing in the air, and they all grabbed it, or they all jumped for it and cut each other to pieces with their scythes. And he's just like, ha, got him. For some reason that sticks in my mind as like the quintessential Odinism. It's just like killing people in humorous ways because they annoyed him. If you fuck with Odin, then get away with it. He doesn't smite you because he respects the hustle. Awesome god, actually. Because those Norse gods were always trying to pull fucking scams on everyone. Like, they wouldn't pay for labor. They were like the whole plot of the Ring of the Nibelungen, that was all just because Odin tried to scam some guys who built his castle. Like, he was just kind of a petty dick. Alright, we're done. So you are. I can prep some spells. How does this work? The DC is 8 plus your wisdom or intelligence, whatever is highest, plus your proficiency bonus. This is the DC a target has to achieve when rolling a save against your spells. Oh, okay, so I want this to be high. You can prepare them by visiting a shrine. Oh, there's a huge wall of text explaining how this works. To the right, you may view a list of all your available spells. In order to cast the spell, you gotta first prepare them by approaching the shrines, which are scattered. For each spell you wish to prepare, fill in its empty slot to the right. You may only prepare a spell if you have a spell slot of the corresponding level available. And the empty slots are where? To the bottom left, you may view your current spell slot. Oh, this thing. It's empty. So I can... Oh, no, you just do that. So I just equip both of them, because there's nothing else I can do. You may only cast spells when there is a use for them. When a spell is castable during a specific situation and dialogue, the spell tile of that particular spell will light up. Spell tile buttons can be found next to your spell slots. There's a lot of buttons. I'll figure it out. Done. A short rest. Spend an hour to rest. Oh, here's the spells. I got a heal and I got a force field. No effect on undead. But I think this one uses my wisdom. That's unfortunate. I can steal from the urns. Always gotta. A vase of leaves that smells lovely. I can just take the incense out. Sure. Why do I want this? Incense. Easily burned spices and herbs can be used to recover first level spell slots. Oh, okay. Smoke the herb to get your smell slots. Ha, spell slots. More like smell slots. I'm doing the Jamrock shuffle here. I keep thinking the indicator of my movement is like a coin. I'm like, fuck, gotta pick up the coin. Okay, let's talk to the zombie. What is that? A guy. He looks indecisive. Yeah, this is me browsing the bulk liquor dispensary at the Dutch licorice store. Not liquor, licorice. I'm there for an hour. Okay, it is a zombie. You approach the shambling man by the apple pile.
Greetings, citizen.
Glancing under his hood, you catch a blank expression spread on his dried face.
What is your name, sir?
He does not even turn to look at you.
Are you trying something here, smartass?
No, this is the jarhead response.
Why is this man not listening to me? This is a reanimated corpse. Probably a work zombie, although it has been illegal to employ undead since the Bone Purge of 11.
The Bone Purge. This is when Versus Battles had to eradicate all of the AU Sanses to keep the power scaling intact.
The Bone Purge, yes. A citywide effort in 11 PE to stop necromancers from outcompeting Mortal Staff's factory.
Awesome. Okay, that's funny. That's good. The zombies were a thing in Discworld, but they weren't like thralls. They were just kind of dudes who smelled bad. It was weird. They were never focused on that much. It was implied that they just occasionally happened, mostly by accident, and they had to kind of form a social rights group to to integrate themselves into society. I don't think there was ever a zombie plot line so much. Instead of AI taking your job, it's your dead grandma. So this is illegal, you know. Should I defeat this zombie?
Yes, it is only just. Undead are not allowed to be in Norvik.
You should probably speak with the owner first.
There's not harming anyone. Honestly, he's probably a lot more productive member of society than you are. No offense.
Hey, is this voting card yours? The zombie does not even grunt in your direction. He just keeps working slowly.
You grip the voting card firmly in your gloved hand. It is indeed yours. Keep it safe.
What the fuck? Massive. You're very rude. Did you know that? I'm thinking of voting for the Nationalists. They've got a good plan for the future. Not even Disco Elysium was just immediate, hitting you with like the fucking political shitpost compass. It hit you with like your Kappa type immediately, I think, but not the political compass. I mean, that sounds socially productive, purging the necromancers for stealing labor via automation. But I don't know, maybe it's a more complex issue. We need to establish an Azaghalist government. It is the only way for us average peasants to not fall back into the oppression of feudalism or worse, magocracy. Just kidding. We're gonna go back to magocracy and I'm gonna be the mag.
Everything surrounding the so-called democratic process is madness. Everyone should just vote for me to be their god-withered king. That way I can solve all their problems through magical dictatorship.
So funnily enough, in Discworld, analyzing the actual politics of Discworld is a bit complex. Because, like, one, I read it when I was a kid and I wasn't thinking that hard about it. Two, it is a fairly political series. It often is satirical. It points its guns at, you know, various institutions. But in terms of its actual politics, I never really thought about it that hard. And like the city in Discworld, Ankh-Morpork, it is effectively a totalitarian dictatorship, but also like a free market clusterfuck. It's like, and that's vaguely suggested to be a good thing, but in a way that I don't think is meant to advocate libertarianism. It's just something else. I don't know. It's a bit confusing. But yeah, there literally is like a dictator in Ankh-Morpork who runs the city very efficiently, mostly by non-interference with the free market. So it's vaguely libertarian. But yeah, I should just be Lord Vetinari. That'll work.
It is a naive thought, but in all honesty, there is no other good way forward.
Like, you want to have an all-powerful dictator, but just a good one, who's good at his job. Your genius will enlighten the masses. It simply must. You have become an arcanist. Okay, it took this long for me to choose a political association. I gained 10 experience for choosing this political stance twice. Ooh, goody, I can level up by doubling down on my ideology. I feel like Discworld was always focused on social issues. It never really made a stance on like economic politics. I don't think it ever really did that very much, aside from maybe implicitly. I'm curious. I have to go back and like reread the whole fucking series with like a modern lens to dissect what it was getting at. But I feel like it was mostly from the 90s, right? So I think it was kind of like the main issues it was thinking about in terms of like the ills with the world that are available to satirize, or like misogyny, racism, and like isolationist kind of fascistic anti-immigration. That's what I mostly remember from Discworld, is like it's pro-multiculturalism and pro-immigration and very feminist, but didn't really poke into a lot of like the you know, capitalist kind of economic politics. It didn't really touch that stuff. The exact opposite of Disco Elysium. I'm just kind of rambling about Discworld, sorry. Am I boring you? The zombie carefully places another apple at the top of the pile. This is what they had to do before Twitter, okay? You just had to go and find a zombie and talk to him in the basement. The Discworld rant was diegetic? Yeah, I like that implication. I'm trying to... What thought am I trying to articulate? Like, I'm thinking now the relative levels of, like, leftism in the media, like, leftism power scaling. Because I think Discworld, it scales fairly low in terms of, like, in wokeness, right? It is woke, but it's, like, 90s woke. And then Disco Elysium, considerably more woke. You now have, like, the rabid, misanthropic, churning, vitriolic communism in there, made by like depressed Estonians. That's always a good start. And so you firmly targeted the rabid communism kind of angle, but it's still missing a lot of like the really intense like queer politics, like the median user of my Discord server. So like there's room for woker yet. The true evolution of Disco Elysium is just like a bisexual, transgender, polyamorous, communist protagonist who is also somehow a police officer. Someone needs to make that. As long as they're a cop, it's still Disco Elysium. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Discworld definitely didn't really touch queer politics ever. Like, barely. Okay, there was like maybe one character who was like a trans man a little bit in one of the books, but it mostly didn't really fuck with that. Let's just leave. Are you a member of the undead? He does not respond. Not even the groan. That's the wrong voice.
Not even a groan. How disappointing.
Hey, what's he doing? He seems to be fussing over the apples or something. Whatever. I'm basically a cop in this game. The question is, can I be gay in this game? We'll see. I seem to be very hetero, based on the vibes. This guy is in the way. Okay, I cannot access the back of the room, including this very tantalizing box full of good things for me to eat and have. Ooh, I leveled up. Oh, I'm really hungry. No, that was a loading screen tip. I didn't level up. Okay, let me see if I'm gonna put the pizza in the oven now. It's maybe preheated enough. Okay, I'm gonna set the pizza timer. Maybe I should put that on my phone so it doesn't come over the stream audio. That would be a good idea. I think there's a timer on the phone. Yeah, there it is. Let's go 11.5 minutes to be safe. I think last time my oven overcooked the pizza slightly. Alright, pizza timer is going. Ah, good morning, cleric. This is Lord Veterinary. This is what he looks like. Probably. Viskin, local mortician. Why is it written in Futhark runes? Oh, it's because I don't know. I don't know these things. Intelligence, behold. What does that mean? Huge roll. I behold it at him. Oh shit, I filled in all of it with my huge brain. I just saw into the ether. Human reads folk. Level 17 entrepreneur. You can see his level. That's awesome. Neutral evil and his fucking alignment. Why not? Just bring that in from D&D. Imagine a setting where a D&D alignment chart exists in conjunction with a political compass. This is a nightmare universe. A pale man handles corpses in a basement. A typical self-employed city contractor. You remember hearing about this man. He used to be a dentist and a surgeon. His study into the magical realm is immense, far beyond your capabilities. Some of these texts he surrounds himself with would suggest that he can cast 5th or even 6th level spells. Couldn't be higher, could it? This is an ancient man, one forgotten, misplaced in time. You may learn much from him if you stay in his good graces. He doesn't look that old. This music is vaguely... I want to say Hyperlight Drifter? It's surprising. It's nice. Oh, he's got a little kobold up there. He does have the Dracula flow cut. Alright, yeah, I have to do it. I have to do it. Look at this gamer neck fucker, though. Does not look like Dracula. I mean, the haircut does look like Dracula. Shit ain't nothing to me, man. Got 50 corpses on my necrotic Zaza performing labor. The pale man sits hunched over a stack of forms, busy at work, his pencil slowly filling out line after line. On the top paper, you see an icon of Serpentine Drake. A Serpentine Drake. A great perch. These are official documents of the city.
The Great Perch, the drake-like sea creature, is found along the River Torna. Earth was known to tame these creatures, and eventually the Great Perch became the symbol of its great city.
So it's a dragon that is the city's mascot.
That is the Great Perch of Norvik.
Up and about, are we? Wonderful. I am Viskin, local entrepreneur and proprietor of this lich house. It appears you don't really belong here. But if there's anything I can do, cleric, just let me know. He smiles at you.
You can trust this man. I failed. I mean, that tells me all I need to know, doesn't it?
His smile causes you to stir a deep feeling of unease. It is almost as if it is almost there, but just not quite.
Did you save my life? He puts his pen down.
Your life is your own. You owe me nothing. However, I'm afraid to say you've been through quite the turmoil, cleric.
Tell me everything. I died, didn't I?
Those fishermen who brought you here certainly thought so. Not that I blame them. You weren't exactly in prime condition.
I'm getting all this weird shit.
They'd caught you in their net, believe it or not. Such a strange tale.
They're not dead, just a bit wet.
Wait, how did he end up in the river? How did they end up in a river?
Not a river, the river.
I'm afraid I don't have much to tell. Perhaps you fell off of one of the bridges to Tolstad.
There are 7 bridges over the River Tona, connecting Tolstad to the rest of the city. It sounds like the start of a great drinking story, the I woke up in a lich house tale. You don't have a lot of those, so that's good.
I would never fall. It must have been an assassination. I must have slipped. Happens all the time. Perhaps there is an esoteric explanation to all of this. No, I was assassinated for sure.
How awful.
So who are those fishermen?
River Guilders, I believe. They did not look like poachers, so my guess would be that.
They have guilds, Discworld reference. Where can I find them? He ponders your question.
I did not ask for names, sorry to say. But perhaps Water Lane? That's just a guess.
It sounds like water people would live in Water Lane.
The Water Lane, the largest trade port of Norvik, located in a massive tunnel piercing the center of Tolstad. It is a so-called marvel of dwarven engineering, and it is the reason so many people commute to Tolstad over the many bridges, considered as one of the great crafted wonders of the world.
Oh, sounds pretty good. A massive tunnel. So it's an island in a river with another river carved through the island.
Good guess. Lots of boaters hang out there.
Either that or the local tavern. I hope you find him.
So I am alive. The pale man stops for a moment. He looks you up and down.
Yes, I believe you are.
I have other questions.
Do you now?
There's a zombie in your basement.
Oh, how quaint.
No, an undead abomination right below. That is not an appropriate response.
Apologies, cleric. We're closely connected to the city below. The undead seemingly wander as they please.
There's a city below. Of course there is.
The city below, short for the city below the city, a phrase used to describe the incredible amount of tunnels and ruins below Norvik. Lots of monsters and stuff down there. Also riches if you delve deep enough.
Oh good, they got the dungeons. A monster, short for monstrosity. I don't think it is. I think you just made that up. That's long for monster. Defined as a non-sentient creature born out of a magical means, often by combining various natural beasts, or from curses or esoteric events. Esoteric is another magic system I don't even understand. Non-sentient and born from magical means, so we're allowed to kill them. It's okay to kill them. Excellent.
However, I will have to take this up with Lady Sageleaf. I pay good crowns for HWBT protection.
I finally get to know what this is. Halfway Bridge Tribe. Commonly called the Halfways, one of the 3 goblin tribes in Norvik and arguably the most influential, despite their small size, led by Lady Miska Sageleaf with their headquarters in the Goblin Garden on Tolstad. So that's a kobold, though. That's not a goblin. It's different. Oh, so it's a misunderstanding then. Oh, good. Sure it is. Well, I failed the check, so it would be RP fail to say I don't believe you. Why is this underlined? It kept moving apples.
Oh, the apples. Yeah, fascinating behavior, that.
You don't seem very alarmed.
A stray undead creature will cause no trouble here.
He gives you a rare smile and turns to the kobold by the stairs.
Isn't that right, Ust?
Yes, master.
Then Mike probably completely removed that. I hope I don't have to talk as any more of these fuckers. Oh, that means it's a risky choice that could be committal. I see. Great to have that cleared up.
Yeah, shoot.
Figure out what's weird about this guy. That's a wisdom check, DC 31. I have no chance. It's literally impossible, right? And maybe it gives you a... If you roll a natural 20, maybe it automatically passes the check, but that's not going to work. I require assistance.
Of course, cleric. Anything for the city.
You called me cleric.
Yeah, I did.
Because you are a cleric, don't make an ass of yourself.
It's too late for that.
Double down. I am the cleric. Pizza timer. BRB. Alright, it's pizza time. What, shark or orca? Orca easy. Orcas are crazy. They're like the SWAT team of the animal kingdom. Over-engineered engines of death. They're really cool. Okay. I gotta spend a while eating this pizza. Has the stream text even been that long so far? I feel like I've just been reading. Like, even if I'm not yapping, this game just has a shit ton of words. There's no getting around it. What toppings? It's a super default one. Just a margarita, you know, white cheese, tomato. Frozen pizzas are fucked up because they're either overpriced or weirdly cheap once they go on sale. They go on sale for like 60% off. Nothing else in the grocery store does. And whenever that happens, I just grab 3 at random. I'm going in for another piece. Yo, one more. I'm gonna get half this pizza down before I continue. Okay. I got some blood sugar now. There's still more pizza, and I do want to eat that before it gets cold. But I can intersperse a little bit of dialogue. No, I am the cleric. Good for you. An example of that sarcasm thing. It's the wrong voice again.
An example of that sarcasm thing mentioned before.
Though I'd love to ask, what type of cleric are you? Type? Yes, if you're a clergyman, you might run a congregation for a local religion or deity. Then there are clerics of the bureaucratic variety, city officials speaking for the religious state.
Rules are meant to be broken. You're not some stiff councilman.
You, however, must be an arcane cleric. I am the chosen one. No, I am the arcane cleric. I figured as much when I saw your spell book. Or do you call it a prayer book? Either way, you clearly played your strings as much as you channel this divinity. Your strings is magic. Ley lines of esoteric power that hold the realm together. Okay.
The pale man sure knows a lot of your training. Interesting.
What do you know about spellcasting? Quite a bit.
If he knows more than you, then he could be useful to listen to.
Can you teach me? A slight smirk creeps onto his face. Sadly, I don't have time for a proper lecture at the moment. After the election, I can make time, if you're interested. I'm pretty sure that's when this narrative universe ends.
Great knowledge awaits.
Until then, you're free to browse my collection, he says, glancing at the many books along the eastern wall. And of course, here. I got a nasty little spell. Charm Person.
Charm Person, a first level enchantment spell. If the target fails a wisdom check, you'll be their favorite person. Old milk voice, very bad for a little while. Of course, after that they will surely hate you, but who cares about that?
A copy of Charm Person. It'll surely be useful to you.
A truly diabolical spell. The tower teaches only the higher tier spellcasters usually, despite its first level.
That's a great shortcut to charming people, but you got to be careful with the fallout. If you cared about such things.
Awesome. I can be a manipulative fucker. Alright, that's good. Very well. If you want to practice, feel free to cast anything non-lethal on my servant, Ust.
Yeah, treating a servant like that's despicable.
It sounds like good practice, though.
Maybe I will. He nods. This fucker's on payroll. Alright, thank you, Pale Man. Before you go, make sure to collect all your belongings. He gives you a quick inspection with his dead eyes. Too quick, like he's trying not to show his interest. Weird.
At least he's not hitting on you. Or would that be an improvement?
Where's my dialogue choice to select whether I'm gay? It's not offered. Did I have any weapons? None, I'm afraid. They must be at the bottom of the River Torna. It's okay. Everard Clare is helping me find my gun. What belongings, then? Quite a lot. Your uniform, your cloak, also a voting card. A peculiar voting card. Every party had been marked on it. I'm assuming it's yours. I'm not sure if it's mine. Maybe, possibly. The Pale Man ignores your comment. I asked Us to lay the surviving pages of your spellbook to dry. Over there, he says, and points across the chamber. He then looks at the pocket watch on his desk. That's an esoteric pocket watch. You may have it, cleric. It'll surely prove useful to you. Beyond that, you should be good. Got it. The pale man turns his face toward you and smiles. If only every government employee were as devoted as you, cleric. He gives you a stern expression. Good luck on your quest. Leave, now. When exploring the city, you may move faster by running. Double-click or hold shift.
Okay.
Wasn't that my watch in the first place? Yours? Yeah. +1 intelligence. Advantage in esoteric events. Alright, I gotta equip that. That's just a stat bonus. Here? Yeah. So I can attach this to dampen my intelligence. If I just need to be dumber, I can just carry that. Cool. That's not even a hood. It just makes me look gross. Does this appear on me? Deep storage? What the fuck? Okay, another piece of pizza. I earned it. You're gonna have to wait. Ah. You can just do that. What's in this pot? Ah, it's empty. The shrooms? Probably edible. Always a bet that I'm willing to take. Swamp extract.
Can I eat your funny mushroom, sir?
So I can cast shit on you. Ust, Chief of Security. I don't know if this is the correct pronunciation of the funny O. That's what I'm going with. I need dexterity to behold this guy. I just run my hand along his scales and absorb his knowledge. Good roll. Needed the 20 for that one. So they have classes diegetically. That guy was an entrepreneur class. Level 9 rogue. This one is quite hostile. Stay on your feet. Aren't I level 1? Like, doesn't the game go from levels 1 to 6? This guy's level 9. This guy's like a cosmic being compared to anything I am or ever will be. I guess they don't want you robbing this place. His expressionless eyes seem to keep watch at all times. He's obviously determining where to strike for you to die as quickly as possible. How humane. Usually kobolds are only dangerous in large numbers. This one appears extremely deadly on his own. Beware. Oh, John Necromancer was level 70? Fuck. Am I really level 1? Can I check that? By, like, poking myself? Quest journal spellbook. That's not it. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I still don't want that screen. Oh, we got we got a map. A very incomplete map. Oh, level 1. I am literally level 1. How useless. More pizza. And I know, okay, I'm just gonna bite the bullet and finish this pizza because I'm gonna regret it later if I'm streaming like 3 hours from now and I didn't finish the pizza and now it's cold and I'm hungry again. Everyone's gonna regret that. I'm just gonna put on music. Pizza time is over. Shaggy to Gak. Get the fuck out. Bits and Bytes. Leave. Wonder Card. Go away. Walter White. Be gone. Anyone else? I see you, Tenna. You're not on the team. These guys are really kind of covering the UI, aren't they? It is kind of annoying. Maybe I can move them to the top for this stream? Because we're in widescreen. What if I just duplicate my entire Gaster hotbar? And I got a second one? I did not get a second one. How does this work? Am I duplicating them inside the folder? No. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna hide the original one and duplicate the second one to the top of the screen. That'll work. Yeah, there we go. Maybe a little bit like that. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Oh, Akazet's still here. Why isn't Akazet part of the Gasters? Is she covering anything? She's not. She can stay there. She's not covering anything. Okay. We continue. There is a spell tome. An open manual for esoteric geometry. You know this already. Oh. That looks like the available backstory tome. Wait, is that? Backstory tome? A ruined prayer book. -3 intelligence. Commentary. Owned. Take that, Catholicism. Take that, the Pope. You're stupid! The book is ruined. Most of the pages, while dry now, have been completely drenched. In salt water, it's absolutely and completely ruined. Only a few pages of the soggy, brackenish papyrus pages are readable. They appear to contain some type of undecipherable symbols. Afghani writing, of the most basic kind. Wait, oh no. Someone has attempted to devise this to the best of their ability. No, no, no! My Earth. This is your prayer book. So many hours wasted. You would have to rebind the whole thing. It is ruined. That'd be expensive. Let's get your hands on a new one instead. So I didn't, like, write it myself? Oh, it's not a spell book, it's a prayer book. It's different. -3 intelligence. An instrument of the state used to handle rogue spellcasters. The cover indicates it is a spell book with hymns dedicated to the river, Torna, Earth's passing, and the Reconquest. This one is yours. You spent years perfecting it. Oops. I got a weird mushroom. Ooh, 3 HP mushroom. A small fungal spore ball. These can be farmed along the undercoast. They do wonders for your gut. They are not mind-altering, probably. Oh. What's the floor doing here? Jor left his mark across the bands. Today it is a universal sign of magic. The Red Eye of Earth. Is that a world map? Like the radial wheel and spoke formation? It kind of looks like that. Am I winning? I'm in the second room of the game. Ooh, steal it. An unlocked chest full of strange rocks. This guy's gonna shoot me in the face if I take that. Like, instantly. Hi, Amara. There's a cool skull. I can't do anything to it. Oh, the dating screen is still here. Oops. Wait, I can zoom in? I was trying to scroll my OBS. What a weird... Oh, it just shows you interactable items. That's actually quite useful. So like this book too, for example. But I still do need to turn off the dating HUD. An ancient tome. You flip it open. There are fine and handwritten letters scattered across the pages. You can read these symbols, but they are an old draconic Dimenorian. The common language of man spread across the coast during the Arcane Era to become the lingua dominus in trade and politics. There's no France, so it can't be the lingua franca. Lingua dominans. Arcane Era, 511 years of rapid magical and technological growth, as well as the birth and death of the great human magocracies in Dimenor, now Reeds, ended 27 years ago. Reeds is one of the 8 bands along the coast. It is a temperate land of lowland and many lakes, commonly seen as the homeland of humans. Large portions are still cursed, holding entire undead cities. Oh. Eternally burning valleys and floating mountains. Oh, what happened? De verbis draconum ars occulta. Oh, it's just Latin. The word should translate into something akin to occult dragon speech. Are there dragons? Those were never mentioned. The author's name appears to be Calum Dimenori. Dimenori, one of the most powerful magocratic families in Old Dimenor, known for the reality-warping artifacts and enchantments, spawned from Drakeslayer King Doug Dulin Dim. Doug Dimmadome? Cool. Can I translate it? Am I not schooled in the ancient languages? No. Not without many weeks of study. You were not trained in Draconic at the towers.
You skipped those classes. Why learn languages when you can just use magic?
True. Is there magic that lets me learn languages? There's real-world languages in this game, and is that conceit or deep lore? It's a fair question. I mean, in The Witcher, I'm pretty sure the deep lore of that setting is that it literally came from Earth. Like, medieval Earth just diverged into a parallel world at some point. Concerning. I need to... Oh yeah, there is a spell just to let me read it. I need to get my hands on comprehend language.
You do. It's highly annoying that you seem to have lost your memorization. Find a spell scroll. Maybe you could buy it somewhere. It's fairly common.
I need to find a Google Translate on a scroll. What about Draconic? The tongue of the Dragon Masters of Old Dimenor. No, it's looping now. Wait, every time it comes up has a different fucking lore blurb? Are you kidding?
Old Dimenor, a term for Dimenor.
Okay.
Often used to refer to the band before it was renamed Reeds during the end of the Coast War capitulation agreements. Some say it with sarcasm, some say it with pride, some say with fear.
Okay, the Coast War was like the French Revolution?
A great war, a conflict between the Arcanists of Reeds as well as every other nation connected with them across the coast. A horrible waste of human lives, which claimed millions of lives. There was no honor in this fighting, that you know.
The Arcanists... It sounds like more of a World War situation. But it's a world war that ended in the fall of a monarchy? I'm pretty sure that happened to at least one European state. I don't know history that well. It sounds like that would happen, right? A lot of shit changed after the World War I.
Humans served them faithfully for centuries before the Arcanists rose up against them.
Wait, where's the start of this? Dragon. Oh, they literally were dragons. I thought they just had dragons. No, they are dragons who are masters. Then the Arcanists beat the dragons. That's Gwyn fought the ancient dragons, and then the Dark Age of Man was the French Revolution, who are libertarians. Okay. Germany, kind of. Yeah, let's go with that. There's another dead guy. Your fate one day. Jesus. I can still loot the body, though. I don't think the kobold can see me from over here.
Mine now.
Do not consume these sludgy liquids. There's always a god king killing the dragons. There's always a Lord Godfrey fighting Placidus Axe. Okay, I think we've looted this humble abode to the best of our ability. Let's literally leave the second room of the game. Voices upstairs and the smell of salt. Is it a saltwater river? Did those exist? I don't think they exist. Maybe it's like an estuary? Oh, 4 monarchies died in World War I. Austria, Hungary, Russia, the Ottomans, and Germany. Damn. Yeah, this guy's crazy looking. We are on a big tower. Are these dwarves? Hard to tell how tall they are from this angle. Oh yeah, that's a dwarf. Dwarf. What was the giant bird? There was a giant bird. Hang on. It's like a bylaw that you have to read all the dwarfs as like, this is Scottish man who doesn't really exist. There's no Scottish human who speaks like this. That's how you gotta read them. Wait, I can't even talk to that one. You, Urist, what's up? Azolf B.E. Alright, behold him up. With Constitution? That's not gonna go well. A dwarf in exile, a level 3 foreman. He stands by his ideals with gut and little else. A push will earn his respect. That is his way. So I just push him over. Around the amphitheater scene, you see a number of dwarves hard at work. They're constructing a banner of some kind, carrying a bright green flag.
The banner of Asgal, the fool.
I just realized in Disco Elysium, rhetoric, one of the intelligence stats, was the one who made you communist. But in this world, the Smartopia is anti-communist. One of the dwarves stands to face you with a furrowed brow. Oi, Mr. Cityman, he calls out as you approach. We've made it clear already. We're not moving, not one bit. He shoots you a shit-eating grin. That's no way to greet the cleric of Korvik. I'm just passing through, dwarf. It's no way to greet the cleric.
Oh, is that so? Guessing I'm supposed to grovel?
That would be nice. Leaned further into being the cleric. Gained 10 XP for choosing the class 2 times. Awesome.
I...
The dwarf glares at you. What's a dwarf? Please explain. I'm unfamiliar with the concept.
He is a dwarf and he's digging a hole. Diggy diggy hole. Dwarf. Short, stout, hairy, loves to dig and build. You know the drill. Drill. They built most of Norvik and have a long history with the Earth folk.
No, I don't see why I would.
You hear the other dwarves laughing behind him.
Nothing illegal going on. Nothing at all.
Nothing illegal, huh?
We have the papers. Nothing illegal at all.
This might be one of those kind of illegal but also not sort of situations. Simi and the Boys. Now that's a good Finnish adjacent name. Simi. One of the older dwarves spits on the ground next to him.
You even know who you're talking to, child?
they all talk like this.
Can I do an old version? You even know who you're talking to, child? This here be an Alphos of the Ban Embers, a foreman in the Asgalist movement in Norvik.
Damn, that's a lot of good.
You're a celebrity.
Semi-exaggerates,
He gives the older dwarf a stink eye.
but I'm not in any way proud of my heritage. Nobility is just a poisonous hierarchy.
Typical talking points.
He grins.
Just want to make that clear.
Don't mention the whole noble thing, it'll just piss him off. Unless you want that.
Let's pick a fight with the first citizen of this world possible. The first person. I need more tea. This actually is hurting my throat to do the voice. This guy's level 3, he could kick the shit out of me. I don't know how steep level scaling is in D&D. It might be linear as opposed to exponential, so like, that doesn't mean that a level 9 is going to be a omniversal deity, it'll just mean that he can kick my ass, probably. So I can talk to the dwarves about communism for a long time. Or I could... Okay, I'll come back later. My voice is gonna die if I keep reading all of your dialogue. Something inside this vase. All the herbs in the world. The orc observes you with great interest. You're an orc. Agent Vera. Strength behold. That's a shitty roll. I don't even get her level. A traveler. She is not settled here. Wait, is she immensely tall? I think she maybe is.
On the edge of the ruinous amphitheater, you see an orc sitting on one of the many loosened stone blocks. Looks like she's waiting for something. Or someone.
Agent Vera. I mean... I don't know. We feeling a Susie? We feeling a Susie voice? Exuding an air of authority around her, the large woman gives you a wry smile. Her tusks are gleaming.
Not just physically imposing, this orc knows how to exert power in other ways as well.
Orc. Big brutes of devilish origin. There's a devil? There's a devil? They're rare in Norvik. Most of them can be found in Fell Tire. Fell Tire, one of the 8 bands along the coast. A land half-ruined for millennia of warfare. Its red lowlands account for a quarter of all food production on the coast, all flowing from the trade depots at the trade port in the Blood City Bay. The name Fell Tire either originates in Orcish as High Place, or Bad Fort in Infernal, or Hill Land in Goblin. It is hotly debated.
What's this? Not often we get Uthgard around here.
You sure walk around like a damn advertisement in this drab uniform. She presents her palms to you.
Vera's my name. I'm second in command at the guild. Agent of Tolstad. No, I'm second in command guild agent of Tolstad. Nice to meet you.
Hey, be nice to her. She's a free strider. I know about those.
Yeah, make sure she knows you're a cleric, though.
The sewing of the palm is a casual cultural greeting and reads. I know about that. Don't click on it. Don't resist.
Do not grab her hand. That is not what that is.
Grab her hand. I have to pass, like, the I'm from this universe check to not shake her hand. The checks are personified because this is Disco Elysium, broadly speaking. I'm Ragan, I'm Helm. I'm the cleric. Okay, I know I said in the very start that I would be using first name and last name, but I'm getting XP points for saying I'm the cleric over and over again. I'm the cleric, actually.
Apologies, not Uthgard. Cleric. I assume the term was interchangeable.
The path of being a cleric is becoming even more familiar. Gained 15 XP for choosing the class 3 times.
But I suppose you're not all...
Wait, what are the other classes, I wonder? Am I losing out on something?
But I suppose you're not all...
She says, waving toward your outfit.
Esoterically attuned.
Not all Uthgardians are spellcasters. Or just Earthguard. It's not Uthgard, it's Earthguard. Not all Earthguard are spellcasters. Those are just comps. Not all clerics are Earthguard, but clerics are spellcasters. Okay. Okay. She shoots you another smile, waiting patiently for you to say anything. What's the deal with the dwarves? Nah, start with important business. I gotta be ostentatious.
Business, you say?
She leans in and squints at you.
Fascinating. Perhaps I can be of service, cleric. For your business.
Where's the goblin chieftain? Am I looking for a goblin chieftain? Forgot about that. What do you know about an exploding tea shop? That's why I'm here.
The tea shop that blew up,
He says dramatically.
Sounds like a magazine tale.
What is a magazine?
A magazine is a periodical publication generally containing short stories, adverts, investigative journalism, and/or erotica.
Thanks.
I heard it was an accident. The Post mentioned it in passing. Minor mishap. I believe was the official quote. Although, from what people tell me, it was quite the explosion.
Quite, so you weren't in the area. Oh, she does have nail polish.
No, I was on the North Wall. Company business.
The North Wall being...
The North Wall, one of 5 districts in Norvik, known as the Industrial District for its many factories built along the river. This is where you live. Anyone who calls it the North Wall is probably not a local. Everyone who is cool calls it North Wall, or just North Wall.
Northwall. Norwal. The locals call it Narwhal. That is what it would be called. Like, if this was England, after 700 years of that, it would just be called the narwhal, and no one would question it. So I'm from the city. Okay. That wasn't even clear before. Narwhal. 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 That's fucked up. The sign of an outsider. He calls it the North Wall. Wait a minute, it's duplicated. These are two separate checks. But what stat was this? Relax, she'll learn in time. You say like her, don't you? What's not the like? I think dexterity is into libertarians more so than large women. She looks inland. Inland is a term for travel toward the endless waste, away from the coast. I did see the smoke. It was a clear day. What do you think was the cause, cleric?
Don't give away too much. She's prying.
Maybe it was the tea leaves. If the magistrate says it was an accident, I believe it was an accident. Was that too bootlicking for my character? I'm still trying to figure out the RP. A good soldier, he says, and gives you a fist salute. Hold on, are you here to investigate the tea shop?
Don't answer that. She has no control over you.
She might be a free strider, but your business is your own. Get away from the conversation. Wasn't I just asking her questions about the tea shop like I was a cop investigating the tea shop? Why would I hide the fact that I'm investigating the tea shop? What's the point of that? She's an agent for some other guild, maybe that's why?
Stand against her. She's got no right.
All of my skills say don't. Don't do it. Okay, fine. But actually, she says, holding out her hands.
Be aware, this woman knows how to manipulate people.
She's gonna give me money, though. My high dexterity stat is telling me yes. Maybe. Is that a maybe yes? Nice weather we're having. Uh-huh. Are you here for the tea shop? You look lovely today. What is this interaction? Thanks. Are you here to investigate the tea shop? I'm here to do business. With the tea shop, the one that blew up.
Running would be silly, but at this point...
Sneak away. Yes, I am here to investigate the tea shop. Or difficulty class 20 sneak check. I only get a +1 bonus. I need to roll a 19. Do it. Dude! Quick, sneak away before she can do anything about it. You glance to your back, carefully preparing to take your first step away from the conversation. Cleric, a voice says, startling you. No, don't stop. Come back. Please answer my question before you leave. Damn it, her voice of reason is too strong. I lost HP from that? Half of my health? What, from losing a social interaction? I lost HP? That's crazy. Being a loser kills you. Another little death to haunt me. The orc gives you the kind of look you would give a child after they start eating gravel. The kind of child who's going for the ascension in the void baths. Let me ask again, she says, her tone now slightly more tense. Are you investigating the tea shop? Yes, damn it. Interesting. I'll be honest, I assumed the city would just ignore it. But they sent you.
It's fine. She would find out eventually anyway.
Why was I trying to hide it? This must be like a rival organization.
It's sort of a giveaway. Clearly someone thinks this is an esoteric mess if they sent a cleric to look into it.
Why would the city avoid sending a representative?
Because of the election, of course. Look, Tolstad is a highly volatile district with lots of extremist ties. I believe this tea shop acted as a sort of lightning rod. When a place like that blows up, why would any faction spend resources investigating it? Especially when those resources could be spent on trying to win the terribly important election.
So it was like an Intelligent Asia coffee house type of tea house? Or was it just likely to be targeted by extremists, and so is unworthy of investigation?
A sound reasoning.
While some might see it as corruption, I'd classify it more as simple, boring, but ultimately harmless bureaucracy.
Spoken like a true freestrider. What exactly have you heard?
It blew up. Fireplace incident. Bullshit, of course. Most likely a rogue spellcaster.
Do I ask her what esoteric means and look like an idiot? No. I won't look like more of an idiot. I've already eaten gravel. Well, I'm here now.
Yeah, you sure are. Good luck, cleric. If there's anything else the Ascani Reeds Trading Company can do to help you out, let me know.
Trading company. So she is just like an independent agent of a guild.
You can usually find me in our HQ down on Water Lane.
She smiles in a way that completely breaks down your defenses.
I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
This woman knows how to manipulate weaker men. I like her already.
Freak voice for charisma was the right move. What about this goblin chieftain? Chieftain? I don't know. I don't know who that is. I'm not going to ask who that is unless I know who that is.
Want to move on to more casual topics then? Politics, maybe?
Oh my god, these people. Everyone in this game, even the fucking god, is just like, talk about politics, talk about politics. I'll come back. I'll come back. What a strange place. There's like a poster here. I can't click it. The Drunk Sphinx. Seems like a tavern. Dare I investigate? Opens at 1800 hours. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait a while. It's a nighttime only tavern. Lots of dwarves that I can't talk to. Oh, I can rummage through the trash. Yeah, yeah! A trash receptacle, mostly stacked with old zines. As befitting the future god king of this land, rifle through the trash can for a cardamom treat? Not cardamom, cardamom. You reach into the bin and pull out a somewhat intact cardamom treat.
Please.
You did not just... Let me get this clear. You find yourself on Pillow Road, you see a cardamom treat in the bin. It's been there for God knows how long, and you think to yourself, what the hells, I'll just eat some trash.
Calm down, it's not trash. I must rationalize it.
It was in the trash.
It was above the rim. The balls didn't touch.
Oh yeah, you sure about that, sport?
Of course, I promise.
And it wasn't just you diving with your entire arm into a trash bin.
It was hovering like an angel. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't.
Avoiding the question, eh? Probably smart.
Will I ever recover from this? Yes. You can rationalize anything with the power of high intelligence and low moral character.
Sorry to say, but you officially crossed the line dividing man from bum. You are now a bum.
Whatever. Royalty or bums anyway. Go and enjoy your tasty cardamom treat. Who threw that out? That looks really good. I do need it though, like I died of cringe. I'm dying. 5 HP, that's massive. Traditional Norvican baked bread. It is famous around the coast, or if it's not, it should be. Pound it back before they see you eating out of the trash. Consume. Oh, I can't use it unless I'm missing enough. Wait a minute. No, I'm full. Is that this bar? Do I have a separate food bar? Can I eat the apple? Oh, no, okay, I literally just cannot waste slots on this. That's a weird risk-reward system. I have to wait till I'm on the edge of death to be hungry enough to eat bread. Peculiar. Humans, maybe. They look like dirty hippies to me. Best not talk to them. Where's my Kim Kitsuragi in this game? There's no Kim. How does this work? The Great Perch of Norvik. The other half of it. Old symbol of an old regime. Darrow House, Tolstad Center, Pillar Road, Tolstad Field, Water Lane View, Goblin Garden. Fucking everywhere. A street sign. You can look at it. The wooden boards have faintly glowing lettering on them. Floating just an inch off the surface, the names of several locations are spelled out. A common type of magical ink creates a permanent method on any surface, until dispelled, of course. Witch Hat Atelier reference. This appears to be the more advanced kind, with a magic mouse-like ability. It can react to your commands and reshape temporarily. The 6th message is only painted onto the plank. Oh my god. Darrow House. Okay. This is too much. Ancestral home of the Darrows, one of the most influential noble families in Norvik. An overwhelming amount of lore. Darrow, one of the original Earthfolk houses to found Norvik with Earth. Their bloodline can be found in high positions all around the city. I do like the art style of this game, yeah. That's a good sign. Good sign. Pat it on the head. The art, it's like, what do you call it? Like low contrast, kind of pastel, minimal line work. Reminds me of something. It's like it would be cell shaded if it was 3D. Reminds me a bit of Chance of Sonar. A little bit of Sable, maybe. It's pleasant for a less, like, neon-colored fantasy setting. Oh, maybe it is 3D, but I don't think I can rotate the camera, can I? Can I? Yeah, I'd assume this is all just 2D art, because there's no obvious way to rotate the camera. Oh, I can read WASDA. And I can shift to run. All right, I can play one-handed now. Awesome. Some sort of shirtless scallywag. Is that an oil spill? What is that? Satchel. It looks greasy. Ah, arson. Oily instructions. A page of hard-to-read text titled A Gnome's Starter Guide to Esoteric Memorization. What the fuck? You hold up the paper, finding it to be actually a torn-out page of a book. The name in the margin suggests the book is called A Gnome's Starter Guide to Esoteric Memorization. Read it. The first step to understanding esoteric memorization is understanding the underlying powers at play. Jor's strings stretch across his coast, invisible to the eye, yet connected to all things living and dead. A spell simply of set rules you must follow in order to manipulate those strings into an esoteric effect. Or a spell is a set of rules you must follow. Yet those rules are themselves esoteric in nature. As such, most wizards will find it impossible to remember more than a handful of spells at a time. Okay. This is the big divide between cantrips and actual spells, as cantrips are both easy to remember and will not consume a spell slot. I don't got any of those. Spell slots are common representation of how many spells of each spell level a caster is able to perform without rest. As a gnome, you are naturally gifted in the art of illusion magic. Other schools will be more difficult to memorize. A suggested harmless spell to use in training in the first levels is the first level spell Grease. To increase your chances at memorization, attempt to cast it at least 2 times per day. Why would you want a spell that just makes things greasy? I can do that by spilling olive oil. In the margins, there's a handwritten hard-to-read note. It says, evening and every lunch break at work. Remember, you can do it. You deduced that this did not pan out well for the author. Oh, magnificent deduction. You're truly a genius. Yes, true. An esoteric mishap. Magic is the blade without a handle, and so on. Indeed, grease is a dangerous spell. Intensely dangerous.
A greasy ending. Went out like he went in.
Did he turn to grease? Like some Junji Ito shit? I memorized it. Why do I want that spell? What does it do? Components VSM. What? Components V and S. What are those? A bit of pork rind or butter. Duration, situational up to a minute. Slick grease covers the ground in a 10-foot square centered on a point within range, and turns it into a low-friction, difficult terrain. 10-foot square of grease. I guess he fell off the edge. Verbal somatic material. Wait, is that from D&D? Why does everyone know that? Oh. It's the big bird. A glorious seagull. Is it just really high up? Or is it a gigantic? No, it's gigantic. You see a bird sitting on the halfway bridge ruin. It's large. It is large, its beady eyes staring out into nothing. Greetings, servant of the river. The bird does not appear to react to you. The giant seagull, you have a number of traumatic run-ins with them during our youth. Yeah, no shit, they're scary enough when they're not giant. Pet birdie. A native Askani bird. They are opportunistic feeders upon the coast, hunting the various large and monstrous fish and crustaceans, as well as scraps left by folk. They are seldom aggressive, despite their size. A seagull that big would be an apex predator. Terrifying. Also a really good roast. Pet the birdie. Do it. As you reach forth, the gull doesn't seem to react until it snaps at your fingers. Oh my god. Okay, I can eat my treat now. This was all calculated. I want to keep petting the bird. I'm going to die. You take a step back, and the bird observes your movement. It does not want to pet, so yes, stop. I've absorbed the power of the seagull. I can now eat the trash bagel. Fucking magnificent. I need to give it a giant fish, yeah. Oh, it just said that I could use Wazda. I see. Oh, this guy just watched me. I didn't know he was here. Look, this was the crop I was working with. I was like, ah, look, an isolated trash can. No one will see me eating from it. Meanwhile, cut me own throat dibbler. Arn the kiosk kid. That was me. My backstory. That'll do. Level 1 child worker. Kid's working his ass off, getting that bread. He must be doing that optional weekend school. He'll go far in life with that attitude, but the fire under his ass must have been lit by something fierce. He's a jumpy fellow, a survivor. Type of kid that's used to making it on his own. Excuse me, do your zines contain erotica? Is this like stealing his shit?
Huh?
Hello there, sir.
The kid behind the counter taps a pile of newspapers.
Are you a postie?
What the fuck did you just call me? That's a bit too jarhead. No, I read magazines.
Posty, a reader of the Norvican Post.
A newspaper. I imagine. I read magazines.
Oh, great, we got a bunch. You like fiction? Tales of Terrible Tombs? Or maybe Weekly Homestead if you're looking for a new place.
Fiction is a waste of time. I technically live with my mom. I didn't know that.
Fiction is a waste of time.
He laughs.
Yeah, you sound like my dad.
The kid looks distraught.
Never mind. Welcome to the Pillar Kiosk. How can I help you today, sir?
He looks around. You want to buy something? Yes, I want to buy something, and I also have questions. I only want to buy things. I am not here to ask questions. No, I have questions for you. +5 XP for upsetting the child. Awesome.
Questions? About what?
Mostly about the tea shop.
Okay.
He looks down the road.
Not too much traffic lately, so sure. If my boss shows up, you gotta buy something, though.
Whoa. I'm too broke to buy anything. What do you know about the tea shop? Actually, yeah, just tell me the news. The boy stares at you.
Okay, so the thing is, we sell newspapers here, and if I just tell you the news, then we won't get any money.
We? Are you a partial owner of this business?
No. But he's clearly a hard worker. Fucking over the business would fuck him over as well.
But you're an employee, which gives you stake in this business surviving. I mean, dexterity's telling me so.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do you know about the tea shop?
Except that it exploded?
That part's pretty obvious. No, stare at the boy. Stare. Exert dominance.
I was here, you know. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Look over your shoulder, toward the tea shop across the street.
I heard it too. I definitely heard it.
Walk me through it.
Okay, yeah, I set up the kiosk at dawn. By noon, the morning rush had calmed down. I remember the bike rack was full.
They got bikes?
Water lane workers mostly commute on the new bridge and flotilla. Flotilla, I guess. But Halfway Bridge does see its fair share of bikers every day and night. But by noon it was pretty dead, which is great. That's less work for me.
Also no dead in the streets.
Yeah, that too, sure. I hid in the back, though it was you know, attack. I thought it was an attack.
Did you see anyone suspicious?
Not really. Just the normal types. A goblin was arguing with a human by the temple, just some mild shouting about some business.
Goblin.
A goblin, short and green, got claws and fangs, little monsters. They've got 3 tribes in Norvik and are considered somewhat civilized.
Otherwise pretty dead around noon here, usually.
Anything else you've noticed?
Yeah, sure, I did see Mr. Drummer. He's the owner of the tea shop, the former tea shop. Usually the tea shop opens in the afternoon on work days, so it's not weird to see him walking about all day. Chatty fellow, buys a lot of newspapers.
Where was he going?
I don't know, saw him leaving the tea shop right before noon.
Before noon?
Yeah.
Right before the massive explosion. The kid clicks his tongue.
When you put it like that. Look, I don't know where Mr. Drummer is or where he went. I just saw him rushing down the stairs. I guess he headed for Water Lane, like everyone does.
That's a lead. Mr. Drummer. I'm surprised that's something they didn't bring up in Discworld, honestly. That's kind of half the spectacle of that series as you get later into the books, is like bringing in more and more modern technology diegetically to the setting. Because like the actual timeline advances from book to book. I think by the end you have like steam trains and shit. And like semaphore telegraph towers. How loud? Really loud. And shaky too, I almost fell over. What about the fire? Mostly I felt the heat even from all the way over here. It was like the kid gestures a large sphere for you. Really weird fire. And then he mutters, shrinking the size of his imagined sphere.
Weird.
Gone in an instant. Weird fire. Yeah, it was like, it's gonna sound really weird. Lean in and just say,
I like weird.
it was blue. Blue fire indicate extreme temperatures. Only for a split second. When I looked again, the whole building was on fire, but it was normal looking fire. So I might have imagined it? It's with a nuclear bomb. Interesting. Yes, you're imagining it. Go around and neuralize the citizens. I don't know what I'm supposed to be accomplishing here. Am I supposed to suppress the fact that this was a magical explosion? I was trying to hide that from the orc lady, but I don't know if that's even the prerogative. I mean, not the prerogative, the agenda. I always use the word prerogative wrong. Anyone else have words that, like, you always just have a meaning in your mind, but it's not the right meaning? I always use prerogative to mean, like, MO or agenda. I think dissemble as well. I think I always use dissemble to mean the opposite, because dissemble means either to deceive or to reveal a deception, and I cannot remember which it is. Admonish means to warn someone? I didn't even know that. I think prerogative means, like, something within your authority, like your sphere of influence. I think that's what it means. I could be wrong. I just think of the royal prerogative. Did the fire speak to you? He stares at you. Like a conversation? Yes, like right now. No, like a divine message. This could be relevant. I don't know. I don't know what that would be like. Did anyone else enter or leave the tea shop? No, just Mr. Drummer, he says, confidence in his voice. It was a boring day, so pretty much just watched people all morning. Mr. Drummer was the only one I saw leave the tea shop all day. Well, until the explosion. What about entering the tea shop? And no one else entered all morning? Not a soul. Usually not too many people are there in the morning. Or forenoon, really. Forenoon is the opposite of afternoon? Weird. Useful word, I guess, but... Huh. Oh no, he invented it. That's a good word. Wait, I wasn't reading that. I was just talking out of character about this, but the game dialogue is saying the same shit. People should say that more often. Feel very Norvican. Yeah? I saw it in that Asgal newspaper once. They like using dwarfish words like that. Then my brother doesn't want me reading those. Copper papers. Meaning... Copper papers, a newspaper printed on magical copper sheets. The quality of the final newspaper suffers when using this method of production, but its popularity has skyrocketed with indie papers around the coast still using it. Still pretty expensive to use, but nowhere near as costly as using proper arcane-era pressing machines. Oh my god. The newspaper industry is a central plot point in Discworld, to the extent that it is an entire one of the novels is centered around Ankh-Morpork's first newspaper. That's the fun thing about Discworld. You'll get a book about the start of the newspaper industry, and then every book after that will just have random cameos from characters in that book doing newspaper things. It accumulates casts of characters. In Discworld, the printing press came from the dwarves, but in this case, it sounds like the dwarves merely have a cheaper version of it. Keep reading Asgal content, kid. Don't listen to your brother. He's probably a fascist. They have a word for that? Have they even invented a fascist government yet? They still have a word for it. Don't read that slop. City-approved articles only. None of these are RP friendly. I see. Anyway, about the tea shop's owner. Yeah. Did you see him enter? He stops and thinks. Actually, no. I never saw him enter that morning. So I guess he must have been, like, sleeping there, or he entered before dawn. Did Drummer act strange? Just in a hurry, maybe? I saw him shuffle toward the stairs to Circle Square, probably heading down a water lane. Circle Square water lane. Why water lane? It's the only place to go. Either that or the Goblin Garden, or the city below. I don't think Mr. Drummer is a city below type of bird. And you're sure you saw him? Absolutely, no doubt. He trails off, muttering to himself. He went downstairs to Pillar Crossing, that's all I saw. I've been going over it in my head. Pretty, shocking stuff. What can you tell me about Mr. Drummer? Mr. Drummer's a customer. He seems nice enough for bird folk. They got bird folk? Oh, he meant bird as in bird, not as in bird. He's a bird. I wonder if you can give me tips on petting that giant seagull. I've heard he hangs out at the Sphinx a lot, and he's got connections with all sorts of folk. All sorts of folk. Politically. Asgal used the tea shop a lot. I've seen some buddies involved in that scene. Or I've got some buddies. So it's like an intelligent Asia communist coffee shop. Okay. That's all about the tea shop. Alright. $9 crowns if I haggle. Wait, I only have 8 crowns. I'd look like an idiot. I'd haggle it down to 9, and then I'd still not have enough to buy it. Citizen. What about the owner of the kiosk? Who's your boss? Oh, my boss, the Lassos. He's a pretty nice merman. What do you want to know? Merman. A male merfolk, not to be confused with mermaid. How does that work logistically? Merman, half fistfolk, not always female, but still called mermaids by humans to the chagrin of their men. Damn, misgendering the mermaids. Your boss is a merman. What does he pay you? What? I'm just randomly asking citizens about their economic situation. What does he do around here? He stocks the stall, usually in the early morning. Okay, so we can walk clearly. Unless he just gets rolled around in a giant fish tank, like, or has like a Sandy Cheeks diving suit. Beyond that, I think he just does other stuff. He owns a bunch of properties around the city, so he's usually pretty busy. A merman. Yeah. He's in the river a lot. He likes fishing. Can I speak with him? I guess. I mean, he's not very talkative, but he usually fishes behind the kiosk in the afternoons. That's his only break from work, I think. He galumphs. I hope he's just a giant elephant seal. Don't tell him I told you. What does he pay you, boy? I get about 5 crowns an hour. That's a really good salary for someone my age. Decent salary, good work, kid. It's an awful pay. You're being exploited. You should be paid better for your service here. What's the most God King option? I'm trying to channel God King. Because I grew up and I had his job. Make him more upset. This one is communist, though. I'm not communist. Yeah, that's a decent, good work. Yeah, whatever, kid. Good job. Thanks, my brother taught me to negotiate. the definitely not a fascist brother. Your brother is wise. Trust him. You're talking to Dirk Strider here. Or, I mean, Dave Strider. Your brother is wise. Trust him. Sure. He's confused. I've got some other things I want to ask. Right. No, I don't. Hold on. Can I ask you a favor? Anything, young man. You are the future of the city. How much are you paying? He squints. 3 crowns? Although you're... Wait, if I get 3 crowns, I can buy the newspaper back from him. I have exactly enough for a newspaper. He quickly grabs 3 coins from under the counter and tosses them to you. Taking bribes from kids. Cool. Get them hooked young. Everyone should pay for your services. In fact, they should worship you. I heard there's trouble down in the water lane tonight. Please go and make sure that nothing happens. Young and dumb added. Okay. Pay a man enough and he'll walk barefoot into hell. Why do you care if there's trouble on Tolstan? He looks down. Please, just do it. Give him a quick nod. He's got buddies down there, mixed up in bad situations. By the way, can I buy a newspaper?
Huh?
That's you again.
He's happy to see you. Okay, first we take a bribe to get enough to buy it full price, and then we haggle with him to buy it for less than full price to keep 2 of the 3 coins he gave me as the bribe. This is how we win. Wait, what is the normal? Oh wait, Norvican Post. There's 2 different newspapers? Or maybe the default price is 9. But I can haggle it 1 in 5 times. Let's see. Oh yeah, we haggled off a crown. News in Norvik coming up. Looks like there's some juicy gossip on this one. So my net profit was what? Probably still negative. Newspaper. I get charisma from equipping this literature. Awesome. The city's second most read newspaper, known for its controversial and gossip-like brand of journalism. Ah, shit, I got the fucking Sun. Recently, every issue focuses on Asgul student riots. Fuck, I brought the... Actually, maybe this is the one I should be reading. If I'm like the cop, I have to learn about the sordid gossip. I can't actually, like, read it, though. I just equip it and become charismatic. Okay. Oh, I can loot the docks. Okay, note to self, don't examine the crates, just loot. Shard of Jor. What is that? If they're good, I might try stealing it from that necromancer, I mean mortician. A bright rock. It fits into your hand nicely. These can be found all over Norvik, and some speculate they are shards of Jor's pillar. To untrained hands, they have no inherent value, but you might use these to alter fate itself. Spend in dialogues to unlock dice checks. Huh? Some esoteric currency. Weird. That's a good one. 12 crowns? That's like my whole fucking budget. I just doubled my net worth. My health is full because I ate the trash bagel. Future God King, by the way. Wait, oh, I can loot that too. Ooh, a not even trash bagel. I'm gonna be rich. This is like when Griffith saw the road to the castle. It was paved with looted coins and bagels. I will amass my fortune by robbing random containers. Seagull, bagel. So there's supposed to be a merman behind the kiosk? I live this awkward poop run. Oh. Yeah, there's a merman behind the kiosk. So he simply has webbed feet. Disappointing. Thalassos, the oppressive landlord. Looks more like a sea lord to me. Ooh, sorry, that was a microaggression. Behold. This guy's a level 3 entrepreneur. Wait a minute. The mortician was a level 17 entrepreneur, and this guy owns property in the city? Who the fuck was that guy in the mortician's, like... What? Level 17 is like a nobility, probably. Oppressive? He is a good landlord. He takes care of his tenants. He makes sure there is a decent amount of service being done, maintenance, safety checkups. He is nowhere near the worst landlord in Tolstad alone. Okay, so he's like a decent landlord. Not oppressive, just a landlord. But why does his name say oppressive landlord then? If he's not oppressive. A large merman sits by the sea.
Cleric? Cleric? Andre, maybe? He seems like an Andre. Cleric?
He says, without acknowledging you further. Greetings, citizen. I am indeed the cleric. You feel a growing pull toward being a cleric. He does not take his eyes off of the city horizon. I don't know what else I could be. Are the options just between first name, last name, and the cleric? Is that it? Because, like, there's no other classes. He looks like The Rock. Does he? I think he looks like a muscular merman. Oh, it's the eyebrow. I see. Without the beard? Oh, maybe. Rocky Maivia, the landlord. He does not take his dark blue eyes off the city horizon.
Why are you disturbing me?
Is that a fish scale on his skin? Is he real? Is he real? Wisdom does not know about the fishmen. Poke him. I just thought you looked interesting. Damn. No, I talked to your urchin. You employ an urchin? He told me to talk to you. I mean, he told me where you were, at least. I'm the one asking the questions.
I don't believe you are.
He can't tell you off like that.
He just did.
You think you're some kind of big shot? The merman looks at you with a pair of deep eyes.
The last house is my call. You stand in my garden.
Ow, I didn't realize his voice hurt so much. This is public property, no?
Nope. I don't appreciate the city visiting my property without a heads up.
It really seems like a public walkway to me, though. It's an easement, bro. It's an easement. This is the type of guy. I've had a conversation like this, multiple. When I worked as a landscaper on private property, this is like a conversation. Are cleric options anti-God King? I don't fucking know. I'm not really sure what the best path to becoming a God King in this scenario is. Landscaper, gardener maybe is a better way to put it. There was little landscaping involved. It does seem like a public walkway to me.
It's not. But while you're just standing there, keep an eye on that second pole.
Want me to fish?
Yep, be useful.
It says, come on, cleric. Maybe. What?
Oh yeah, he thinks this could be worth it. Hustling's all about networking, right?
Sit down. He nods to the second pole. You keep your eyes peeled on the tip.
They come in waves. When it happens, it's quick.
Pull the pole a little.
No. Let it be. It's set up as it should.
Try to pull it anyway.
Hey,
He slaps your hand. Ow!
stop that. Fishing is about patience, cleric. And you need to breathe. And,
He takes a real long breath. Stare at him, slightly shaking.
and watch.
Professional, eh? You work for the River Guilders? He raises a thick eyebrow in your direction.
No.
So what do you do then?
I operate facilities, apartment complexes mostly.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, this guy's actually rich. You're a merman who's a landlord. Or a constitution check not to say it. Okay, this is the most Disco Elysium possible situation. Pass a skill check to not make a microaggression. You need to pass the skill check, or you call Kim Kitsuragi a slur. My constitution is really low. I think I have a 1 in 10 chance. Nope.
Your belly beckons. The comment, it will slip out no matter what you do. Unless
Bite your tongue? My health is gonna get pretty low. A merman who's a landlord. He takes a deep and heavy breath. A merman landlord.
You are not the first to comment on it. Have a laugh.
Oh, that's the same joke that I already made. It's not even like a... It's just a pun. It's a fish pun. Jesus. I know, I'm very witty. It's pretty funny. The merman clenches his jaw, his facial muscles twitching. He grumbles through his teeth. Very funny. He reaches forward and grabs the second pole, grabbing it from you while continuing to fish on his own. With a stern nod, he sends you on your way. So who are you voting for? Oh yeah, the tea shop. It burned up. Yeah, I know that bit. The merman stays silent for a while, and then mutters to you. You need to find out what happened, if it's an esoteric error with the fireplace. If it happens to be more units in the area, I could be affected. I will personally hold Magistrate Darrow responsible if it does. I'm sure Darrow cares a lot about your units. You can't talk like that about a city official. I don't think it was just an esoteric error. Yes, I'm sure Darrow cares a lot about your unit. He's better. Oh no, he better. Do your job. I've spoken with Miska on the topic. We both agree. You must figure out what happened, cleric. Make sure it does not happen again. You don't order me around. I just did. Fair. I need higher stats to bully people. That's all for now. Ooh. I can recuperate from my broken wrist. Can I arrest him for assaulting an officer? Am I an officer? Okay, the morning is progressing slowly. I hope that wasn't your money. Unfortunately, every voice I've chosen hurts my throat to do. It's not great. What's down here? That's the Halfway Bridge tribe? Goblin wall art. A green face is splattered across the facade, staring wildly toward a flaming sky and the dragon spread across it. Or something like that.
Can you call this art?
What does this tell me about the state of Norvik? Nothing really.
That goblins are artists.
What does it mean? The coins stand in for all the fat loot the dragons brought to her people. You could get behind that. The dragon. Her people, the chieftain.
Melting rocks.
You take a step forward. The painted stone surface is smooth. This is no cheap dwarven rock. This is Gate-era architecture, disguised among the rest. Gate-era. What do you mean cheap dwarven rock, by the way? Gate-era, a period lasting approximately 3,000 years. The first era, named after the many gates opened by Jor to connect his realm with all the others, ended around 2,000 years ago, if you trust modern scholars. Really fucking old. Bible old. You feel an esoteric urge to communicate with this object. Oh, this is what that line in the character creator meant about Constitution having an affinity for walls. I'm not gonna pass this. My pocket watch tingles, though. I think advantage is 2 different rolls. They both failed. Great. Your focus falters. There's nothing to answer you. But something is there, beyond the silent hard stone. Try again tomorrow, perhaps. Leave the art alone. Is that Satan? Devil from the Bible? Cat? The devil? What the fuck are you? Braxo Pencilwing. Ooh, good roll. A devil. It's the devil. Okay. Level 2 scribe, absolute shit heel, I could take him. Surprisingly content, hard worker. Has a nested interest in the current regime. Devils used to be allowed into the city only on work visas, so he could have served for several decades. Somehow you just know that this devil would gladly organize a mass genocide against non-humans in the city. Oh. But non-humans who aren't devils? How does that work? Like, a hard worker enjoys the regime, genocidal. I'm glad I got this one unlocked. That's kind of a key insight. You raise your head toward the sky. Above you sits a tiny red creature. His wings flutter faintly in the wind. The fiend throws a quick glance your way. He's annoyed. Do you have pants? Guess not. Staring at a piece of paper, he does not acknowledge your presence. What you reading? The devil? What you reading? Hey, little guy, why aren't you on my shoulder? What is that? He's not that little. He looks like a sort of a 8-year-old child. That would be heavy. What you reading? A sigh escapes the fiend's maw. He slowly puts down the paper. He appears to be reading an article on the latest debate. How the fuck does this thing talk? So many fucking... I'm gonna have to reuse voices. I don't see any way around it. Mouse voice. I like the funny pictures. How about that? Yeah. Yeah, that's the best part.
I believe the fiend is being sarcastic.
I don't read much unless it's political. I like the articles more.
You can read. Congratulations. Horrifically snide remark. I like this devil already.
Wait, he says, leaning in to get a good look at you.
An Earthguard? A cleric? How's you doing here?
You can go wherever you want. Fuck off.
None of your business. Divine mission, the usual.
Very well. I won't get in your way. I, for one, am very happy for your presence. This place has gone downhill since the city let the goblins and the freestriders run amok.
Right.
Or no, the devil is a kiss-ass.
The devil. The devil. Lawful evil fiend. You're... Wait, the morality alignment comes baked into their fucking class? Their species. How does that work? They are lawyers, soul traders, and either the most efficient type of leaders or the worst type of middle managers. Their numbers are dwindling as of late, but in Blood City Bay they still rule supreme. The devil from the Bible is racist. Crazy. The devil. Ah, my throat. I still have tea. Yeah, the voice is Monokuma or something. I think it ended up essentially just being the voice I do for Flowey. Blood City Bay, that sounds fun.
Blood City Bay, the most populated city around the coast, built upon the corpses of Gorgorian, the Great and Terrible.
Wait, the corpse of Gorgorian... Hang on.
The Great and Terrible, a sprawling mess of wooden walkways and buildings carved out of calcified remains, once famous for its fleet of airships deployed during the Coast War, known as the origin of the Industrial Revolution, and the New Thazan has overtaken it. And while New Thazan has overtaken it as the leader in manufacturing, it still stands as one of the most industrious city-states. Gorgorian, a devil second in line to rule the deepest lair of hell. Legends say he was presented with a deal: conquer one measly pocket dimension, and in exchange he would be granted the throne. A millennia fighting orcs, elves, several walking gods. Later, and his corpse is now used as the foundation of Blood City Bay.
So these guys get pretty big, I guess?
We need some damn order in this place. So if you need any legal advice, just let me know.
He gives you a tiny, sharp smirk.
Be careful. Devilish advice can bite you real quick. Don't take advice from a parasite.
You can hear out any advice, just don't listen to it blindly.
Do you have free advice?
Oh yeah, I'll gladly assist a member of the Earth Guard any day. Just ask.
Should I invest in stocks?
Oh. I do not give nor have ever given investment advice. But
He looks you up and down.
I should ask, have you ever bought shares before, cleric?
I don't share with anyone, little red man. the number 3 options are all like overtly hostile. I love that I don't share with anyone though.
Okay, some basics then. Popularized by late Divine Era human adventurer companies, a share is essentially a percentage of ownership of a certain venture.
Great. I think I learned this. This was summarized in a Folding Ideas video. By the way, new Folding Ideas video yesterday. Very funny. He, through an inexplicable quirk of fate, was invited on a studio tour to the Mr. Beast production company, and Doug Walker was there. He was in the back of like a Jeep touring the Mr. Beast compound, sitting next to the Nostalgia Critic. It was fucking weird. That's by far the most I've ever learned about Mr. Beast, though. I've never seen a Mr. Beast video, so now I kind of know who he is at least. That helps. That's about what I expect to happen in our current timeline. It is very current timeline. Yeah, I don't really know how to describe it beyond that. You think he buried the lead with the deep in Mr. Beast's metrics? I don't think the lead was that Mr. Beast's channel was dying. I think it's just the kind of usual Dan Olsen talking about why a subset of our society is profoundly and irreparably rotten to the core. That's mostly what Dan Olsen talks about. There's more of a punchline. Okay, certain ventures. Wait, what's the Divine Era, though? I gotta know.
Divine Era, a period lasting 379 years, named for the birth of many walking gods around the coast.
Ended 538 years ago. Okay. There's like a succession of these. Why was Doug Walker there? Also invited independently. The question of who they invited is as mysterious as the stars. Or why they invited who they did, rather. Like, they didn't know who else was coming before they showed up, so I have to imagine Dan Olsen like, getting out of a car and just seeing the nostalgia critic there like an apparition and thinking that he had actually been killed during the car ride and sent to some sort of purgatory. Okay, gotta go back up though.
Could be a guild, could be a company, or a specific adventure. Something that is supposed to grow over time, so you can increase the value of your securities in that venture. It's a risky way to increase your capital without actually doing any real work.
Gods, this devil is good. Learn from him.
Why is it risky? It sounds like free money.
Good question. Imagine you invest in an adventuring party.
They head into the Verdun Hills to dive into some gator tomb or an esoteric area filled with talking cats. Something weird and dangerous, but with potential for a lot of cool treasure to be found and brought back. There's a major chance that those adventurers die out on their journey. If they do, you lose all the money you invested. They could make it back, in which case you'd get a percentage of the treasure based on your share, but how often do adventurers come back with a bunch of treasures these days?
Making venture capitalism into adventure capitalists is extraordinarily Discworld. I have to call that out. Although I believe there is another game on Steam that's literally called Adventure Capitalists. I think that exists. So I should buy them. Have you ever bought stocks?
Sure, I spend 40% of my income in risky ventures. Sometimes even get paid in securities, which is nice since I won't have to pay any middlemen.
Could people buy stocks in me? The little red devil stares at you.
If you were to set yourself up as a venture, then maybe. I mean, if you could convince someone to invest in you, without breaking any laws regarding investment advice, I'd be impressed, so why not?
I should do that. If I'm going to be the god king of this world, then the stocks in me are actually set to go to the moon. So I should buy them.
Look, there are rules in place. Norvik has laws governing what one can and cannot suggest when it comes to financial agency. Your guard made those laws to protect people of lower than average intelligence from being tricked by those with ill intent.
Norvik, my god made those laws. Right. The god of financial advice. It's from the devil. It's a device from the devil. Okay, you know what? That's fine.
I hope you learned something, cleric.
What about resurrections?
That's one hell of a question.
He smirks for a while. The imp's enjoying his pun before moving on. What a sociopath.
Higher tier resurrections aren't illegal, they're just not available anymore.
Meaning, resurrection, the act of returning a dead person back to life. There are many spells that do this, from a weak Revivify to the legendary True Resurrection. Wait, Revivify isn't... What does it do? 3rd level Necromancy. If used within 60 seconds of death and the body isn't too ruined, the target is brought back to life. Is there no caveats? What's the difference between that and True Resurrection? True Resurrection, a 9th level legendary spell capable of bringing anyone dead back to life if you believe the legends. There are many different tales with different takes on the restrictions, but generally you cannot use it on creatures that has been dead for over 200 years. That's pretty good. Since the death of Urth, there have been no documented instances of a successful resurrection above the 3rd level. Not available.
Figured a cleric would know better than me, but
He says and shrugs.
Sass.
spells over the 4th and 5th are rarely seen these days. If you want to know why, go and pray.
After Earth died, it's been a bit hard for even top-ranking clerics to manage higher-tier magic. At least, if you believe the rumors of the tower, which you should.
So God died and nerfed magic just everywhere globally. Surely I can do it, though. So this guy is just a fucking encyclopedia of, like, legal advice. Like actually, literally. Does death absolve crimes?
Now you're asking the real questions. But no, it does not. There's been actual laws signed in old kingdoms over this shit.
He leans in, looking excited. You got the devil going. Is that a good thing?
Or he's dancing for you. Keep it up and he'll love you to death.
So, a classic story, alright? A real bad guy is caught murdering his neighbor. Real sick shit. And he's executed after a quick trial. Justice wins again. Everyone's happy. But surprise! Some holy man raises him up a couple months later.
Holy man.
Holy man or foul necromancer?
Two sides of the same coin.
In this situation, the bad guy did technically pay for his crimes. His life was taken by the state. Just because somebody gave it back to him doesn't change that fact, right? Well, people weren't too happy with that, as you can imagine. Thus, the common legal term these days for capital punishment is DIP.
Death in perpetuity.
Stands for death in perpetuity. Kind of funny when you think about it.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
It does. The city of Norvik might be a bit of a bureaucratic mess at times, but I believe me, the lockkeepers know their shit. So to keep criminals DIP'd, most states tend to hide, lock up, or simply burn corpses, and spread the ashes using non-resurrectable methods.
Okay, so you can spread out the ashes enough that they don't come back. That's good. Okay, that's all okay, this is too much right now. Why is the devil just sitting on a rock over here giving legal advice? I gotta go out to the legal advice field to get legal advice. BRB. Kitty. A black cat. Engage. On the ledge overlooking the garden, you spot La Chat Noir. Calm as it can be, it doesn't even care when you stomp next to it, or stomp up next to it. Behold the cat, legendary trickster in Norvik. I wonder if this is a talking cat. Those are scary. Hello, I am from the local government. Greetings, who might you be? The cat lifts up its head. Its dark eyes squint at you for a second, it sniffs the air, and then ignores you once again. It knows more than it lets on.
This cat does not care for you in the slightest. Pet it or something? I don't know.
If you wish to hold a proper conversation with this magnificent creature, you need to find the first level spell, Speak with Animals. I can probably guess what that does. Who are you voting for? The cat stares at some seagulls flying high above.
Cutthroat, sharp eyes on the prize. A free strider, no doubt. The new way, blah, blah, blah. I get it.
Yeah, noble creature protecting its home. He's a true nationalist.
A bestial force, but to spread alcoholism, of course. Pet the cat. You reach toward the cat's head. It meets your palm and nuzzles up against it.
Such independence and arrogance. You should get the cat.
Not doing anything, yet getting so much love. Learn from this beast.
His grace is unmatched. If you were a cat, you'd never have trouble again.
Tell that to Maurice with the educated rodents. It appears to have enjoyed the pet. Enjoy your day, citizen. Rough letters spell out Our Lady's Apartments.
Whose ladies?
Some crowns. I have to figure out how to talk to the cat. This appears to be some sort of goblin. I can't talk to her. Actually readable posters. They're still kind of old. Old faded posters. They're not readable. Oh, okay. I'd like to read the readable posters. Your eyes land upon a series of papers nailed into the wooden facade. Fucking facade. Facade.
Getting out information to people. How do you do it? One possible way. Papers nailed on random walls. You'd be surprised how effective it can be.
Some of them are torn or unintelligible. A few catch your attention.
This seems illegal. Advertisements require strict approval from the government. Tear them down. Rip them up.
Look at the flyer with the owl. There's a owl. S. Yelan and Sons, binders and lithographers, everything from designing to engraving, account books, manufacturing, Waterlane, View, 6th.
This place would fix your ribbon spellbook.
Grand opening. You can barely read the faded lettering on this ink-printed flyer.
Fly, a third-level transmutation spell. Causes the target to move themselves freely in all directions, ignoring any gravitational laws. The speeds one can reach with the spell are quite intense, and have killed many a wizard over the years.
Grand opening of the Stubborn Sphinx, brewery and commercial tavern. Served without riddles, drunk with all charm. Pillar crossing. There's already a drunken sphinx. There's another one? By the look of it, this tavern has opened at least a year ago, maybe 2. Faded green hammer. This sounds communist. A sun-faded symbol covers most of this large poster. It's a hammer printed with green ink.
Gather ye workers. Asgal said no gods above, no king below, only folk.
Ow. I really can't do that voice any longer. God, that hurts. Asgalist rally on the 22nd of March. TS Circle Swear up.
Useless sentimental garbage.
You can't just gather people like that. The city is surely against that type of erroneous collectivistic behavior.
Destroy them. I think I'm too libertarian to destroy the poster. Ooh. The bike rack. That's fucking weird. They look like modern bikes. They have like the splash guards. Bikes are cool. You should ride your bike more. You'd love to ride your bicycle. You'd love to ride your bike. Ah. Zerba B.E. Behold with your tummy. Dog shit roll. Dwarf Exile. A girl born from Asgalist Wave. From an Asgalist Wave in an Asgal household, come from a fallen Asgal state. She is an Asgalist. Where is she? The dwarven girl gazes around the halfway bridge before her eyes land on you. She says nothing for a while, just staring at you, no real reaction on her face. I am the cleric. She looks around, clearly nervous. I'm definitely a cleric. I'm gonna level up just by saying I'm the cleric. You're worrying her. You're worrying her. By your presence alone.
Potentially by something else as well.
I'm waiting for a friend, but she hasn't shown up yet. I'm getting worried.
I can help with that.
Oh, okay.
She fidgets with her hands and clears her throat.
This girl is neurotic, introverted, and I'm speaking with the wrong voice right now.
She has glasses and she wears a green coat. She's a human, not much taller than me. We were supposed to meet here, but she hasn't shown up yet.
I will look for the friend with glasses. Short.
Thanks. I don't spend much time on Tostad alone, so I'm a bit lost. So, thanks.
Good day, Asgalist scum. Halfway Bridge. It connects with the palace and the rest of southern Norvik. I cannot cross it. I think I'm stuck here. I got a mental map of this place. Loot it. My stocks are on the rise. Sleeping. For Serba's comeback after midnight. What the fuck kind of place opens after midnight? Poop merchant. Oh, this is the tea shop that I'm supposed to be investigating. Aha, I kind of slipped my notice. Midst scorch marks and cracked masonry, you approach a doorway. There are several planks blocking the passage, the tea shop.
A powerful force left these marks.
Fastened with several nails, you also see a paper. At the top it says, with bold lettering,
City notice! No trespassing!
Coin Lord's Meat updated. That's like the god of banking. I guess I should rip these planks off. No, it does not include me.
Before you do, try just touching them.
As you do, subtle ripples of blue energy appear around your gloved hands.
It is sealed.
As you move away your hand, the faint aura shimmers in the dark translucent blue and then fades away.
And this feels like trouble.
Tea shop entrance. Just standing near the door makes it clear that there is a locking spell cast on it.
Standard procedure for crime scenes.
Rude to lock people out. Crime scenes should be public viewing.
Remember that you are here on behalf of the goblins. You still have not spoken with their chieftain. I completely forgot about that. To complete this quest, you should probably do that first. What do the goblins have to do with this? I literally don't remember. I missed it. Tea time. Oh, it was a goblin-owned tea house? A joint task force. Wait a minute, that sounds like Kim Kitsuragi. What kind of magic is this? It's an arcane lock. Casting it on a bunch of planks is unorthodox, but obviously they got it working. Abjuration, it locks things. Okay. I need a passphrase to unseal it. What if I guess the passphrase? Guess? Guess? Without knowing who placed the seal personally and their preferences, even assuming the person who placed it is an idiot who would use something of their own preference, there are millions of sentences. There's no chance in hell you can simply guess. Now go figure something else out. I bet you $1,000 it's 1 in 20. As long as this blue asshole's in the way, no, you'll need another way in. I can't even roll for it. Can I bypass it with magic? Of course, knock would do the trick. Unlocks things. The definition of locked has been stretched over centuries. The spell magic could also work. However, you do not remember it being quite difficult. You do remember it being quite difficult to get hold of, even within the tower. Not expect to find it here. That's a 1 in 20 to break it down. Examine the scorches. It's everywhere. The fire was intense. Arguably, these marks could possibly have been caused by a regular fire of a wooden house. The stone masonry does not have enough fuel to keep it set aflame, unless the building was stacked to the brim with tinder. Well, we know from the urchin that it was like some sort of nuclear bomb. So that does not sound normal. I watched an Alexander the OK video the other day about it was about a few things, but it contained the mechanics of nuclear bombs, which are fun. Those are always fun, right? And apparently there's the signature of a nuclear blast is a double flash, which you can kind of see on some really big ones. And how does it work again? It's like the first thing you see is the radiative pulse. But all of the... How does it work again? Am I going to be able to explain this? It's like energy trying to escape the center of the blast. Because, like, it starts off, the instant it explodes, you have, like, this ridiculously high temperature area in the size of, like, a grapefruit. But it's opaque. Like, the energy is so high that it forms an opaque plasma. Light cannot propagate out of it. And so it keeps refracting back on itself until the light is low enough frequency to escape, I think. So it makes like an infrared pulse. But then that expands over time. And I'm not going to be able to explain it. I don't know why I went on this tangent. I speak now on matters I only barely understand. But basically, you have to wait for the kinetic shockwave to catch up to the radiative plasma fireball and become bigger than it, and then it can be bright again by compressing the air around it. But there's this period where, like, the shockwave hasn't even moved. It's just raw light is blasting out and microwaving a sphere into plasma around the center of the explosion. Examine the trespassing notice. It then continues into finer writing. By order of Coin Lord Darrow, the following premises are under city seizure under suspicion of criminal offense. Unlawful trespassing will be liable under 13 holster contempt. Meaning,
13 Holster, a collection of laws surrounding the lawful arrest of citizens. You'll get into trouble if you went to the tea shop without talking to the coin lord first. Coin lord, the magistrate handling minting, trade, financing of public works, and tithe. Currently held by Nicholas Darrow in the Tostad district. What do you mean tithes? Is that just what they have instead of taxes? The government was founded by God, so I guess that's what they call taxes. You need the magistrate's password. Okay, I gotta find that goblin. Why the fuck is a big rock here? An almost intact and endlessly rising pillar. The centerpiece of Norvik. Endlessly rising pillar. Why is it doing that? Can Endurance tell me about why the pillar's doing that? It knows about these things. The Pillar of Jor. You look up at the pillar. Esoteric Ebb. Roll credits. The relic rises upward, endlessly upward. Right, this thing. The central landmark of Norvik, the symbol of Earth's conquest. To think such an esoteric object would just sit here at the center of the city. Huh. Not much they can really do with it. It's just a highly magical rock, left over from a time before time. Remain there until the end. It looks a bit broken. Yes. While the pillar is indestructible, it was once under heavy siege during the most intense moments of the Gate War. Gate War. That's the... No, that's the Coast War. What the fuck is the Gate War? Legendary conflict between the beasts of Jor, the original gods, and the many others who tried to take over Jor. The original gods. Toward the end of the Gate era. We have little information about this conflict, but it is known to have led to the closing of the gates and began the Fade era. This is some, like, Zeus and the Titans shit. The Fade era, lasting approximately 1,110 years, if you trust modern scholars. The Second era, also known as the Fall era, named after the slow decline following Jor shutting his gates, ended 1,000 years ago. Several pieces of the pillar float around in the air, especially as it reaches upward into the clouds above the city. What kind of power would be capable of damaging this? The most powerful of Arcanists. The powerful kind. Be wary of such. Such a powerful kind. Be wary of it. Thanks, Wisdom. Be quiet, you impotent cuck. Jesus. Impotent cuck. I don't know if that was warranted intelligence. Wisdom cuck. How many exist? 8. Technically 4, depending on which scholar you ask. There are debates as to whether there are 8 pillars, one in each band, or simply 4 pillars that pierce the circular coast and stick out on either side. Wait, stick out on either side. Hang on. That must mean... So the world... Okay, I'm picturing a bowl. The only way I can imagine that working is if the world is a cylinder. But there's also curvature. So, like, picture a bowl. In the bowl is water. That's the body of water that the coast surrounds. And going through the top of the bowl are 4 toothpicks. And they skewer one end of the rim and come out the other end of the rim. And so we're looking at one half of a toothpick coming out of our side.
But then that implies the water is on a 90-degree angle to our current gravity. How does that work? Huh. Well, that's a good tourist attraction anyway. But ours is the best one, right? They're all equally useless.
It's a sign of Earth's power, so yeah, this is the best one.
They are seen as a status symbol by many, like a legitimization thing.
But the fact is, no one has managed to make use of them in any way despite their esoteric nature. So the Pillars of Joe are relegated to being visual landmarks, seen from across the coast through clouds and mist for miles.
It's not like supporting the ground or something? I thought maybe they'd like built something on top of it. That seems useful. Big indestructible pillar. Can I make money from it? Ah, no way. They don't even take admission to see it, since it's a trivial sight. It's a bit of a tourist destination, supposedly, but people who travel to the coast have seen one before. Or most people who travel the coast have seen one already, so it's not that interesting. What do I do with it? Nothing. It's just a rock to you, a tingly esoteric rock. Get closer. As you do, you feel the air itself tingle.
Power.
It whispers to you, unintelligibly. Touch it. You place a hand on the surface. A slight tingle spreads across your palm.
There is a powerful esoteric force hidden within the structure, of course, as many scholars have uncovered before you.
Have a feeling that you can meditate here. It will take some time, but it could prove invaluable. Meditate. It's an easy check. I'm curious about the cool rock. Meditate. We need to kill as much time as possible for contacting the goblins. That'll do. You close your eyes. And it almost feels like you've been here before. You shape your mind into an arrow, shooting it outward toward the esoteric force. Find the rhythm to Jor's realm. Hear his voice. Sneeze loudly. Fuck. The cold rock of the pillar turns warm in your palm. You have marked it with your spirit.
Marked it? What?
You're unsure. But you feel there are more spots you need to investigate. Feel. Warm. And deep. It goes deep down and far up. You lift your hand from the surface, and you are able to see normally once again. But you feel like you've learned something. You must keep looking. Soon the pillar's secrets will be revealed.
You understand plainly, there is more to this pillar you need to investigate. In time, and further below.
Oh, this is going to go down into the underhalls or some shit. I got it. You didn't know I knew Bastille songs? I think we learned that in my high school men's choir. That's the only explanation as to why I know the lyrics. I don't know Bastille songs, by the way. I know that one song. Oh, I see. The pillar's just kind of... It doesn't need the connection, it's just fixed in space like a Gary's Mod prop. Can I talk to this cat? Broken statue of a cat. Cute. Yeah, I heard if you put a coin in a slot, you can get Jinn to come out of these. It's connected by a dull bone paradigm. Come on. There we go. A corner of Norvik. Still standing in the gate area. From the gate era, maybe? I think I misread that. Chance of sonar vibes. Windmill occludes the screen. What is that? Is that a cat? What? Something is stuck in one of the roller mill blades. Wait, where? Oh, that. Looking out over the ledge, toward the roller mill's blades, you see them spinning as per usual. Except in one of them, there was something stuck. You see a rod. Interesting. It appears you've spotted something interesting. That design is quite easy to spot amongst the mass-produced arcane or magic items. It's an immovable rod. Immovable? Yes. Are they rare? No, uncommon. Though they can be quite useful, as long as the esoteric forces upon them have not waned. What is that correction? It's like, it's a different Hearthstone rarity. It's actually uncommon, not rare. Excuse me. However, what is lodged inside of a roller mill blade? That is more of a fascinating inquiry. I got a chance. Wouldn't it be dangerous to try to grab it? Yeah, you could die, yeah. But it might be worth it. Maybe. It said to save. You can save in this game, right? How do I save? How do I do that? I have not saved even a single time. Okay, I should look at these quests. I've been accumulating these. Class conflict. You declared yourself the Cleric of Norvik 5 times. I have said one single time that I'm a wizard, which you are. Despite the getup, your true talent lies within the arcane, obviously. Wait a minute, I'm supposed to be saying I'm a wizard? But there's no options to do that. I don't want to be a cleric. I want to be the God King, the Mage, the Telvanni. I've been fucking it up. I didn't realize. I need to correct course now. Do some like image reformation. Esoteric Ebb, the name of the game. There's a rhythm to Jor's realm, and you've heard his voice. Find it at his closest pillar. It reaches deep. Investigate it on every level. You've meditated with the Pillar of Jor on Pillar Street. Okay, so just poke the pillar enough and I win. 300 pieces. You've encountered a corpse in the Lich House. It seems fresh and ready for revivify, though it would cost a bit of money to bring it back, almost a month's rent. Didn't it only work on corpses that have been dead for 60 seconds or less? Democratization. Choosing a fucking political faction. Oh yeah, my stats here. I gotta be more wizard. I'm not getting enough dialogue options to be a wizard, though. That's the problem. Phoenix Folio. Can I go in? Ah. Giant lobster. What the fuck? It's gone. A bunch of site safety rules. Then it says, if broken, contact your local union representative. Can I stick my hand in there? Is that safe? To the roof. I don't think the goblins are going to be up here somehow. You glance at the ladder. It's one hell of a climb.
What kind of man? No, what kind of human can't climb down a simple ladder for 20 short feet? It would be embarrassing for anyone, of any age, to fail at this.
I have less than a 75% chance to do it. Less than 75%. With advantage, though. Wait, disadvantage? Wait, what? Why did it take the lower roll? I didn't know I was rolling with disadvantage. That was actually bad odds. I won anyway. You close your eyes, and as you do so, it almost seems like, in order to fully immerse yourself in the experience of changing your elevation. This is just a Disco Elysium gag.
Scary. But within a moment, you are at the bottom of the ladder.
Alright, what do I get? Can I loot them? The roller mill workers kept more than ledgers in the archive. Take their weed. Take their bagels. The door is barred. Ah, the big crab. Hi there. Can I pet you? A regular, non-giant crab. I don't know, it's pretty fucking big. How big are the giant ones? You spot a crab on the rock. Official name, Tyranian crabber. It does a little shimmy. You pet the crab. This one's gonna kill me. You see those claws? My arm's coming off if I pet this thing. You make your choice and keep your fingers to yourself. And also keep your fingers, period. Are you allowed to loiter here? What do you know about the tea shop? That's not very helpful. I'm getting experience for this. I'm gonna level up from talking to a crab. Who are you voting for? I really want to talk to the crab. Conquest by river, by land, by heart. Viking ass boat. New music. I think I've entered a new area. A statue of Earth. Who left this here? Interact with it. You approach the shrine. Oh, it's a shrine.
And yes, this little figurine does still count as a shrine.
Wait. Can't I heal through divine assurance? Yes. Possibly. The gods are kind to you. Do you think they care? If you want healing, you have to do it yourself. The gods aren't going to help you, son. They don't care about what you've done. I don't need healing. Then later, perhaps. Yeah, gotta find the speak to animal spell. I think I want to prioritize the crab. Everyone knows talking cats, but like talking crab, that's cool. Money! Something like that. To divine assurance. Oh yeah, I can re-equip spells. I can just have all of them, right? All of my first level spells. I can summon Grease, Force Fields, and Charm. Who do I want to charm? I don't really have anyone yet. The Never Sleeping Docks of Water Lane right below here. So I'm still not in Water Lane. That is below ground. What does the grease spell do? Can I just like shit oil in response to negative social stimulus? Like get caught in a lie, flood the 10-foot area in oil? That would be inconvenient.
When in doubt, grease it out.
Uh-huh. Grease lightning. I can't enter these domiciles. They are barred to me. I can't talk to these green people. What the fuck was that? There was a gnome. You saw them, right? What the fuck are those? What the fuck? I can't tell what they are. This bin's making a sound. Trash bin. So the trash inside this bin speaks to you.
Don't fall for it. There is some type of scam here, surely, getting you to root around in the trash.
Open it. As you lift it aside, you immediately see something moving in the pile of shredded documents and old scraps of food. A pair of legs. Come forth! Ah, it's a gnome. Suddenly jumping out of the pile, with a poof of moldy dust, is a pine cone. A pine cone with limbs. Our Munhern! It hands you some leaves while doing a strange, seemingly improvisational dance upon the trash. Did I just meet a gnome in the trash who hooked me up with weed? Is this my plug now? I can't believe there really were gnomes. I just saw like a vague suggestion of a shape. Wait, are you one of those? Before being able to do anything about it, the little creature poofs away. Disgusting little creature. As it fades, you see only trash. Interesting. It gave me weed, though. Hello, youth. Ah, they don't want to talk to me. A street sign. Upper West View, lower... No, upper... I don't fucking know. Some kind of places and names. Some coins. Wishes never granted. Can I just take those? This is the true meaning of the free market. Oh wait, there's a fucking griffin here. I didn't notice. I thought that was like a rock. I mean, I don't mean a rock. I mean, they both have flying, but not that kind of rock. God damn it. Beware those fangs, and the rest too. A griffin. You approach a ball of feathers and wings and really, really sharp claws.
Too bad he's clearly overfed.
The griffin, it is a somewhat intelligent magical beast. You will require to speak with animals to communicate properly, of course. You can see a pool of drool forming between the underneath the open beak of the beast. It is asleep. Wait, look behind it. There's an entrance to the warehouse on the other roof. If you want to get inside, you're gonna have to get past this bad boy. The mythical beast snores gently before you. Wisdom check. Gently wake the animal through understanding and empathy. What are those words? I should not engage the beast right now. It is a beast. Very big. Free trade. Oh yeah. It is closed. It's noon, isn't it? When does it open? Why is it so dark here? I guess we're in the shadow of something? Excluding the anti-magic messaging, Freestriderism comes with great branding. No one can dismiss the dwarves' architectural genius. They do that funny little curly pattern from the Greek vases. Nailed it. Deep groaning, the bell of Waterlane. How do you ring it? When is the next Esoteric Ebb stream? Generally on Sundays. Not next like this Sunday, I mean like in a week from now. Office of Snurre Appelpen. Snurre... No, Appeldent. It's so quick. Appeldent PN. Snurre Appeldent. Can I go in? Oh, I can. Who the fuck are you? Hello neighbor looking ass. Snurre. Intelligence. Finally, some good fucking food. A Ford folk halfling, a level 4 scholar. A scholar of the Fordnip Commonwealth, a man working out of a hole in the wall. The type of man who knows exactly where he's going and is simply going there very slowly and deliberately. He knows his expertise. His moves are calculated, his journey long. Longer than James Cameron. The esoteric is closely tied with scholarly arts. In the old days, no distinction between the two is made, but today, in this modern world, his side is all but winning. Children's drawings. A magical quill and paper. Something's at the bottom. Coins? Is he asleep? Can I rob him? I don't know if I want to just rob him immediately. A scholarly recommendation of the Fordnip Commonwealth. What's your deal? Take a step into the cramped office, standing in front of the sleeping halfling. Is this a scholar? Curse the gods. Go investigate his book collection before waking the lazy halfling. We hate scholars, I guess. Kick the chair. Peruse the collection first. Okay. You see a collection of books from the philosophy canon, none of which are reliable, you're really able to understand. Next to them, a line of famous political books. Asgalist history, or theory, Hedonists, the Dark Book of Shadow, Lexandro, many more. No Freestrider work. Disappointing. I can read the literature. Dark Book of Shadows by the Shadow Lord. Yeah, that. None of this political shit. Shadow Lord. What if the Shadow Lord was a Marxist, though? You pick up the black-covered tome. A faint tingle goes through your gloved hand. Thicken graphene. This is how they create the darkness on the cover. Memory lingers in this tome. They have a spell to thicken graphene? Why would they want that?
If you open it, you shall recall.
Open it despite evil nature. Do it. Become evil. The text is not dangerous. The pages show but holy scriptures of the Shadow Lord's lost religion, one of eternal servitude and the search for life and death.
However, you remember it well. This was the first book you were ordered to study as punishment for your idiotic behavior at the towers. You remember the first journey toward the Esoteric.
Recall it. Sure. A god king needs some dark magic, surely. Oh my god, I got bailed out. I don't even know if it was possible to fail that without like a 1.
How liberating it was. To know beyond any doubt how much greatness hid within your mind. Blurred faces and hushed whispers. A crowd of thoughtful peers, each snickering about your hand. A raised hand among a crowd of sheep.
Now this is the Birdly I'm looking for. Yeah, more of this. What was wrong with my hand? Patriarch, it's not just a religious text.
They stare at you.
It's a spell book.
Those were the words. Oh, how they laughed. He asked you to prove yourself, so you did.
I went up to the Patriarch. I took the Book of Shadow.
Yes?
Then I...
Yes?
memorized Detect Alignment. You memorized it on the spot. Then you cast that ancient spell, once used by the Death Knights of the Shadow Lord to subjugate and control the minds of his people. A spell that is, despite its first level, not learned by most clerics until they grasp the intricacies of higher tier casting. Everyone was left stunned by your excellence. To not only master such a spell, but to do it in seconds instead of days, that moment it was yours. From that moment, you marked your place at the towers as the greatest spellcaster and the greatest talent among them all. However, as always, the weak fear the strong. That moment also began your ostracization. You would never be among them, never have peers, none would see you in any way as a brother or a comrade.
I would be their leader. You are. And you shall continue to be.
Gasp for air. Do I level up? 15? I'm almost there. Your vision is blurry. It is filled by the pages of that book.
It is a good one, despite its religious purple burglar alarm fervor. As many say, the Shadow Lord was as much an early arcanist as he was the greatest of the walking gods.
So arcanism post-dates the gods? So many schools of magic. Almost dead, but not yet. Something stuck between these pages. You keeping bagels in his pages? What the fuck? My bagels, that's disgusting. What is that, a dream patch? What is that thing? Small amounts of pixie essence incorporated into the sticky patch can be used to recover 3rd level spell slots. Are all the spell restorative just gonna be like different weird drug? Like I get weed and this is some acid? How juvenile. Tiny Dictator. Advantage against bureaucrats. I can defeat bureaucrats with this? Oh, I just stole his note-taking app. What the fuck? He's gonna notice, dude. Whatever. Can I use it against him in combat? If I wake him up and he tries to argue with me that I stole it, I can use it to defeat him in a rhetorical battle and prove that I didn't. Okay, I'm just gonna steal all the stuff at this point, I guess. Whatever. I'm already in too deep.
You take a step into the cramped office, standing in front of a sleeping halfling.
Is this a scholar?
Kick the... I think that mages hate scholars in this case. Kick the chair.
What is that voice? No, I can't do this again.
The big mustache makes me think, and the nuts, maybe?
Gah!
He exclaims and throws open his bushy eyes. His confused gaze focuses on you.
Life is pain.
What? Kick the chair again.
Gah! Stop. Are you a madman?
I gotta stop saying I'm the cleric. I want to be a wizard. Wake up.
I'm doing it.
He shouts, then groans.
Terrible, terrible pain. Oh.
He mutters and rubs his face. He is pretty old and tired. Wisdom is spouting nothing but falsehood.
Are you...
He looks at you with a weary expression, then rubs his nose and sniffs twice.
Are you here for the invoice?
Is he coked out? Do they have fantasy coke? Wisdom is like that because it is chronically underleveled. I don't have it. That's the issue.
His words come out in a typical Fortnite accent, which sounds kind of like not having an accent, because I don't know what the fuck that is.
You could do Samwise Gamgee, Mr. Frodo. Or you hear about the invoice. I don't really think that suits him. Just keep kicking the chair. He grips the armrests of the chair.
Stop this kicking!
Aldan smiled despite the fact that no one can see it.
I'm not dead yet, damn you. Hold on. Already paid that invoice. You're here for something different.
I'm exploring random buildings and yours was unlocked. Honestly, yeah.
So you're a trespasser of the benevolent. You are a trespasser of benevolent intent. Curiosity is absolutely vital for keeping the old brain in motion, so I commend you, cleric.
You like this guy. He's like a rabid dog without the bite so far.
This halfling is wild, in a fun way.
This guy's a weirdo. I don't get him.
I am Snurr Appledent,
He says, and bows his head in the chair.
scholar of Fortnip University, in dedicated service to the progress of AIS.
Which is...
AIS, short for Alignment Intent Studies. It's a very specialized field of study that focuses on the esoteric effect of alignment, its practical uses, and the various ways to interact with it.
Alignment being...
Alignment, an esoteric effect which brands each creature on the coast with one of its 9 labels on the 2-axis lawful to chaotic and good to evil.
Yeah, that.
It is debated exactly who or what determines the parameters within this effect. Spells like Detect Alignment are capable of passing this effect.
That's cool. So they just took like the jankiest piece of D&D contrived world building and make it diegetic, make it weird, put a microscope on it, don't ignore it. That's kind of fun. I wonder what they'll do with that. What exactly do you do?
Many things. Primarily, my expertise stands in the topic of alignment, and its many historical and contemporary applications. Some bullshit, I will tell you. These days, I mostly deal with other forms of study. Specifically, I run the office here on the experimental technique of psychoanalysis.
A Freudian.
Yes, wrong voice. Yes, he's a scholar of civics. Modern psychoanalysis is an offshoot of psychoanalysis is an offshoot of his methods.
The Cividex method.
You read, a wonder of the clerical trade. It is a form of mind healing, as they call it, or be one to call it support instead. It is essentially the idea that the mental present is shaped by the mental past, and that through dialogue, our unreleased unconsciousness, our unreleased unconscious ghosts can be vanquished.
So it's talking about feelings. Can't you just cast a healing spell?
If only. The mind is sadly a bit more complicated than that, to the point where even the great arcanists could not make a proper mind healing spell, so this technique may make up for it.
This dude kinda woke. He's woken on the coke. Like all the good pioneers of scientific fields. I assume. I wouldn't know. Myers-Briggs versus D&D alignment. Now that's awesome. If you can make a spell to detect someone's Myers-Briggs type. I guess the spell is called posting a link to 16 personalities in a public Discord server most of the time.
A Reedsian friend of mine once told me this joke, and I apologize if it is too vulgar for your taste, but
he sputters out the words through little chortles. I mean chortles? No, chortles. It was decided that it was chortles. Listen to the vulgar joke.
Right. A cleric, an arcanist, and a rogue delve into the lair of a succubus. The fiend defeats all three men, throwing them in her dungeon. But she grows to fancy them, so she offers them a choice. For each man who can successfully satisfy her, she will let that man go. Otherwise,
he speaks with little fits of laughter in between.
She ends them, so to say.
You actually haven't heard this one.
This guy's a freak.
A succubus, so the fiend would never offer such terms to mortal men.
Yes, let me tell the joke. So the three adventurers debate in which order to go. Eventually the rogue and arcanist decide the cleric should go first, as he is a virgin and will be the least likely to increase her standards. The cleric, being divine and so on, prays to his god and goes to the fiend's bedchambers. He comes out 10 minutes later, completely unharmed, and gives a thumbs up to his two friends, who of course both feel a great sense of relief. The arcanist goes in next, confident and arrogant. If the cleric could do it, the fiend must be easy. Within minutes his bones roll out the bedchamber entrance, the man having been incinerated by hellish flame. The rogue is horrified, but realizes, obviously, the arcanist overestimated his abilities, so he carefully enters the bedchamber, ready to put every ounce of effort into it. Less than a minute later, screams erupt from the bedchamber, and the rogue's lifeless corpse falls out the entrance. The cleric prays for the souls of his comrades, and gathers the remains for burial. The succubus steps out, smoking a cigarette. She tells the cleric, "My, your friends were truly terrible. They were just fumbling around down there. At least you managed to touch it a little."
To which the cleric responds. No, wait, that's still him talking.
To which the cleric responds, "You are truly an awful creature, and I will pray for your presence to be exercised on this plane of existence every day until the day I die." Then, before he walks away, the cleric also adds, "Oh, but I did heal that horrible wound you had between your legs. Hopefully that makes you less evil in the future."
Nice one. Nice one. Good. That's great. As we all know, the quality of any joke is proportional to its length. As long as you ramble on for 10 minutes before the punchline, it's always funny. Not funny. Dude didn't laugh.
I don't get it.
Oh. My kind of humor, you might say. In short, we can view the succubus as an evil in the world which with religious fervor would pray to repair. However, such preparation could often lead to a not-so-optimal path.
He keeps laughing.
Or more simply, you could say it's a basic allegory for alignment itself. The cleric meant well for all intents, but his actions cost the life of both his comrades. Is that evil, or is it good? And so on.
He's really analyzing it.
Either way, psychoanalysis. Yes, that's what we were talking about.
Is this what his therapy sessions are like?
It's about feelings, thoughts, memories, choices you've made, things that have happened to you. They can bog you down, so to say, and the goal in my clinical practice is to root that out in my patients' minds and help make them aware of repressed negative baggage, if you will.
Yeah, from the makers of Explain the Joke, we bring you Analyze the Joke. That's deep.
So one can move forward more speedily.
I don't have any repressed feelings.
A bold claim! But it's not the only thing I work on here. I am currently exploring the dream of anima animus.
That's something to do with masculinity and femininity, based on Cividix's ideas.
You explore men and women.
Poor phrasing, but yes. Beyond that, I also focus a lot on my own unverified theories.
He slaps his knee and grins.
The folk spirit, have you heard of it?
It's something he made up. Doesn't mean it's not correct, though.
The folk spirit. Yes, of course I've heard of it. I lie.
Oh, tell me then, what is it?
Figure it out. I can do it. Yeah, that's a passing roll.
Just look at this halfling. He's clearly walking in the footsteps of the study of unconscious mind melding. Your best guess, then, would be... The folk spirit, is that based on the idea of the universal folk myth?
Wait, is this Jungian? Is this guy every fucking, like, 20th century psychological scholar rolled into one guy? This sounds very 20th century psychologist. Just kick the chair again. His bushy eyebrows reach for the ceiling.
Why yes, very good guess, cleric. The folk spirit is the working title for my new thesis. Most of it is, if you excuse my anuran, of fucking bullshit.
Anura. Nomadic amphibian people, one of the oldest folk types on the coast, sometimes referred to as the last beasts of Jor. What the fuck is that?
A beast of Jor, a term for the sentient folk who aligned with Jor during the Gate era, also known as anti-Sapalian folk. Most are gone today.
Alright.
Also, they are French.
But in short, it's about how each folk share a number of core communal archetypes, or myths. I've travelled around the coast to collect as many tales, writing down thousands of stories previously only passed down orally.
This guy's doing good shit. I like this guy, actually. That's some, what was the guy's name? Something Granger? The guy who went around Australia and collected folk songs on wax cylinders. This guy's way more productive than the clerics. What did you say was bullshit, by the way? Oh, he's calling his own thesis bullshit. Haha, very scholarly of you.
All to see how well my theory holds up in the minds of so many folk.
He clears his throat and leans back into his chair.
Apologies, I am ranting here. Let us put a stop to it. What do you want, cleric?
Oh my god.
This guy's the main character. I should just let him be the protagonist. What is love? First question.
Love?
He lets out a frustrated groan.
Pure calamity. Deadly and destructive, its nature is just perverted and foul. Because it is a complete surrender, without idealization. To love is to accept, without proof or demand or conditions, this complete surrender to another. Ridiculously risky.
This guy's more fucked up than you are.
What do you know about love?
Sure I do. My wife would certainly attest to it, despite my horrid nature. And my familiar love is close to my heart as well. My two boys are my most prized works.
He fucks? You fucks?
Yes, but nothing we need talk about. Private life is private and so on.
He says with a laugh. Not and nuts. Damn.
This Scholar's got one hell of a messed up family then. Don't push it. He won't talk, nor is it interesting.
So I shouldn't love. He shrugs.
If you can, yes, of course you should not take such a risky bet.
Then he takes a deep breath.
Love is a completely unpredictable and dangerous encounter, and I have yet to meet a sentient folk which is not afflicted by it. And interestingly, though, I see no difference. It is universal. Elf love, halfling love, devil love. True love is always irrational. It is finding the perfect inside of the imperfect, and falling entirely into it, swallowed by it.
Whoa, dude. A font of endless wisdom. This is what talking to any old person is like. Sometimes. Actually, no, it's not. This is kind of the best case scenario of what talking to an old person is like. Like, there's like 1 in 200 guys in the McDonald's drive-thru you have this conversation with while they order a cheeseburger. What level was this guy again? What's an elf, by the way?
Elf, scary primal overlords of the forest. Rare in Norvik, but they've got their hidden roots all over Asken.
Some folks might act it out in different ways depending on their communal nature or biological urges. But if you're one of the few who do not need it, good, be happy. If you are not, then good luck, and may the gods bless your soul.
Whoa. Alright. Oh yeah, there was a tea shop. It would be really funny to come in here, rob this guy's house, kick his chair 3 times, ask about his thesis, ask what is love, and then leave without asking about the fucking investigation at all. He does say Ace is based. In fact, he says Ace is blessed. He says, you lucky bastard. Huh. You're a halfling, right? Give me your thoughts on the Clanland ordeal. What the fuck is the Clanland ordeal? I don't want to touch that. What the fuck? That's probably like a genocide. What do you know about the tea shop? Who are you voting for? Why don't you use magic in your mind healing? I think, will it let me be a wizard if I just keep asking about magic? I feel like to be a wizard in this world, you have to be like the tech bro who's like,
Why not just chat GPT it, bro? Chat GPT knows.
It does not work. Not the greatest arcanist could invent a spell capable of fixing mental unwellness. If you happen to find a cure mind spell, you would make a fucking fortune casting it on rich people around the coast. Although just the thought of such magic gives me a sort of ontological nightmare. What does it mean to have a cured mind? Did Jor or some outside god at some point decide what constitutes a wound of the mind?
in the same way suffering is used to heal wounds of the physical.
Oh, it's the succubus joke again. It's about the succubus. Oh, I get it. It was all a metaphor.
Pain equals negativity. That is universal.
The universal indicator of the negative.
Yes, when you heal a person, magic itself targets the source of pain, a sort of bullseye for reverting any harm, no matter the source or specific biology of the person.
Oh, this is actually how healing magic works. Okay, okay, makes sense. Nice. Does that imply that you can't heal things that don't cause pain, though? Like a brain tumor. You don't have, like, sensory neurons in your brain. I wonder if that's the case. The metaphor? I think it was something like, I mean, if you phrase it bluntly, I'm just gonna let that, I'm just gonna leave it implicit.
But what if one suffers from night terrors caused by some horrors of the past? Should a heal mind spell remove your ability to have night terrors, or should it remove the traumatic source from your memory, or simply lessen your mental ability for neuroticism?
It should increase my stomach stat, so I'm not scared.
Could the latter lead to a society without neurotic people? Would that also dampen other fears? What would Joel consider to be a good level of negative thoughts? It sends my mind spinning!
No negativity should be allowed. Everyone should just be happy. As the God King, this will be my policy. I need to be a just ruler. Everyone needs to be happy.
I know of arcanists who have expressed similar sentiments.
Of course, I am just like them, a genius before my time. I could say then I retract my statement. The halfling leans back in his chair. There we go, I'm leveling up wizard. You became even more of an arcanist, gained 15 XP for choosing this political stance 3 times.
No, the mind requires another method. One I and many others are attempting to untangle. We will see if any of us are even remotely successful in this brain bullshit.
Okay, this guy's way cooler than I thought. Even if he's Freudian. I mean, it's okay to be Freudian as long as you're not... As long as Freud doesn't already exist, then you're like progressing the field by being Freudian. But after Freud, you're then regressing the field by still being Freudian. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I don't really know even. You're an expert in alignments, though. Sitting in a dark room saying wizard shit over and over to grind levels. I believe that's called affirmations. What about Jungian? I think he's that too. That may be what this fucking folk spirit shit is. Didn't Jung have the collective unconsciousness, which was attempting to explain like commonalities between different human cultures or some shit? I don't know. I never looked at this. I think I've said before that like Jungian collective unconscious shit just like irrationally pisses me off. It just irritates me for some reason. I hate learning about it. It all sounds stupid. But fine, what is the folk spirit? Imagine if you
will, the origin of our stories.
All stories.
Yes, all of them. As sentient folk, we clearly have the base ability to come up with random ideas and turn them into emotionally resonant tales.
Like Toby Fox.
Tales that explore the condition of life itself and make us feel many things. But an interesting thing happens if one were to study the core parts of these stories. That even if we look at stories crafted in entirely different bands, separate, isolated tribes, or even worlds outside of Jor itself, There is an overlap.
Wait, is this Young, or is this the hero with 1,000 faces shit? That, like, annoying people get really way too invested in as, like, a theory of everything in the world of literature. Which apparently was presented as an anthropological work, but was really not grounded in anthropology of any kind, so it gets misinterpreted a lot. Collective unconsciousness is less stupid when there's magic and a god. False. You don't get it. I'm saying that it's the only, like, sort of pseudo-scientific / mythological / whatever you want to call it idea that I hate no matter what context it's put in. No matter how fantastical the setting, it always pisses me off somehow. It's like a constant. It's an eigenpoint. It's always quackery, even in a world with wizards. My white whale. I should let him speak.
You just repeat the last thing he said. That'll make you sound smart.
The overlap.
Indeed. Humans who live in the remote mountains of have the same repeated tropes in their foundational myths as humans and reeds.
Tell me about
one of the 8 bands along the coast, great homeland of the elusive and isolationist High Elves. This is the wrong faith again. A land of artificial forests, crags covered in eternal darkness, and roots burrowing into the very coast itself. The have fought the losing battle against devils and celestials for millennia, but their authoritarian society still lives within those great walls.
Crazy, okay. I wasn't finished reading.
Same for halflings. The Stormbloods of Kargamesh have the same variations as my people in Fornip, despite being separated in esoteric evolution by at least 10 millennia.
Damn, this world has a 10 millennia history. Quick shout out to timescales and fantasy settings. It's like human history in the real world. It feels like immensely long. But like it goes back maybe like what, 5,000 years before people start not knowing shit about anything anymore? Like you get some Mesopotamian clay tablets, and before it was like written down, there's like, you know, the scantest of information basically. So then you get settings like the, didn't Elder Scrolls do that? Where they go back like tens of thousands of years, and it's like, damn, that's a lot of fucking time, dude. You've been writing shit down all that time? What even fills that space? It's crazy how many things have to happen to fill like 30,000 years. Okay, what was he going on about?
It's as if every folk is haunted by a spirit, like an unconscious collective dream of concepts and ideas that follow us. Even when those separate folk originate from entirely different worlds, could you imagine? Two folk arrive through 2 separate gates of jaw.
So this isn't the hero with 1,000 faces. I'm pretty sure this is actually Young. Where yeah.
2 folk arrive through 2 separate gates of jaw. They are alien to one another, culturally, spiritually, biologically. Yet they share those core myths. That is what I am studying.
Little does he know, there's a little tiny Tolkien ticking away at the heart of the world, infusing all the tropes outward.
Don't let him rant anymore, please.
That's stupid. Very interesting. You nod along to seem like you're smart.
Isn't it? Most importantly, it's provable.
It's the type of collective and it's like a type of collective unconscious spread across each folk type.
Provable how? Is there one that's better? How's it provable?
Reproducibility, analysis. Cultures and folk who had no contact with one another, even originating from different worlds, both have the same core myths. Narrative traits, archetypes, repeated tropes. It's the same method used when uncovering ancient dead languages, using common denominators to narrow down similarities and differences.
He adjusts his mustache.
Now, there hasn't been that much reproducibility yet from my peers. I'm still working on getting other scholars on this topic.
I think the more interesting question in a world like this, when you have like multiple sapient species, is like, they all basically act like humans do. And of course they do because it was written by a human. But like in universe, you'd think they'd be studying that. It's like, what are the common, like all these fucking weirdo fantasy races, like the green men and the little devil guys, like they all basically work the same. They all have the same kind of like, along the broadest terms, they form like societies and shit. Is that an inevitable attracting point of intelligence in any living creature? And if this is the case, then who is to say that the fact of forming society itself is not the common collective unconsciousness between all these creatures? Like, if they're behaving the same way to begin with, enough to coexist, then why shouldn't they be having the same tropes appear in their folk tales? The question of the similarity goes much deeper than this, but whatever. He's acclimatized to the idea, he's normalized to it. Is he Joseph Campbell or is he Carl Jung? Maybe he's both. Maybe he's Joseph Youngbull. The fuck was his name again? Snorri? Wasn't Snorri like an Icelandic poet? What am I thinking of? I swear that was a guy. Or no, maybe a character in an Icelandic poem from a video essay on Zero Ranger or something. I gotta look this up. Snorri. Icelandic poet. I knew that for some reason. Round of applause for me. I don't know why I knew that. Okay, no, I do. It was some video essay about an unrelated topic that mentioned Icelandic poetry. Okay. So it's like a collective unconscious.
A very fancy way to phrase it. I would say if all sentient folk shared those same core traits, it would be exactly that. I do look for that. The possibility of distilling not the core myths of each folk, but of all sentience. It would not surprise me if there was another layer to this puzzle.
Is this whole world diegetically written by J.R.R. Tolkien? I don't know. This place is weird. It was made. It's a crafted reality. It was made. Is that a meta-narrative? Is that the Deltarune brain rot? I don't know. I'm always looking for that meta-narrative. Unless it's in Zato, in which case I'm steadfastly ignoring the meta-narrative. What happens when two merge?
Ah, yes.
He lifts a finger.
No clue. It is even harder to pinpoint due to the nature of merging cultures. In cases like humans and dwarves here in Norvik, there is more data, but not enough to say anything of note.
But it seems... excuse me.
But it seems to me like the folk spirit remains pure in a sense, in one direction or the other. For example, humans can obviously reproduce with dwarves.
They can?
But the offspring is always aesthetically and biologically speaking very human, which does not make sense biologically.
The design is very human.
We are, scientifically speaking, different species. Dogs do not breed with cats, do they?
Wouldn't that technically make us the same species? Like, isn't that just how they're defined? Like, if we're genetically similar enough to breed, then we'd be subspecies, right? Or maybe I'm not enough of a botanist to know this, or a taxonomist, or whatever the fuck. Fertile offspring. You didn't say they were infertile, though.
The same effect can be seen in most functional folk mix breeding. Logically, it should not be. Evolutionary adaptation dictates the creation of a mixture, not a one-sided creature. So it is theorized to be some powerful type of esoteric effect that allows this reproduction to take place. In the scholarly community, we call it the OSO effect, the one-sided offspring.
Okay, this seems like it goes deep. This is gonna, if I follow the thread, I'm gonna start learning about the fucking pale.
OSO effect, short for one-sided offspring.
He just said that. This is going deep. One side is always dominant.
Not biologically speaking, but esoterically, yes, objectively so. There is a list of this hierarchy in some textbooks. It's a pretty taboo topic, as you might imagine.
Yeah, you'd get eugenicsy or something about it, probably. You get all sorts of fascists about that. Interesting, though. So there's an esoteric sense to which mythologies subsume each other in a predefined order. That's interesting, if that's, like, objectively measurable. But was he implying that, like, if human and dwarves hybridize, the offspring is a human? Basically? But it's not a biological effect, it's an esoteric effect, unless I'm misinterpreting what he's saying completely. But doesn't that mean that dwarves would eventually stop existing in Norvik and just become human?
That is a good question. If two people live alongside one another for a long enough time, and they reproduce with one another equally, but the offspring are all aesthetically human, then yes. Eventually, there would only be one people, and it would be a people who look human. However, there is a big factor in charge here, and that is the elusive and enticing topic of mating preference. There is not much proven data I can point to, but if you allow me to speculate, then I would say only a minority of the population of any tribe will ever have a strict preference for mating outside of that tribe.
Okay. I'm really straining my brain here. This is talking about, like, the long-term propagation of fantasy races.
Without a basic assumption like that, I do not believe the tribe itself would remain intact enough for civilization to emerge.
I don't know what he's talking about anymore.
So in the cases of dwarves and Norvik, I do not believe the two tribes can ever truly merge. Cooperate? Yes. Cohabitate? Of course. Even mingle and date and crossbreed? Absolutely, why not? But merge? No, impossible. Of course, this assumption ignores the OSO effect, so it feels a bit crackpotty. Take it as you wish.
So he's even if you can hybridize, but they won't stop being dwarves? This is going way out over my head here. Or is it just saying it's, like, demonstrably the case that dwarves and humans don't interbreed enough for the dwarves to have been subsumed? Otherwise it would have already happened? Is it as simple as that? It seems like the dwarves could just go extinct if they kept, you know, having interspecies marriage with humans enough. But they just don't. Okay. But they could. They just don't. I guess that's... I suppose that's true. And you think the folk spirit follows the one-sided offspring. There's something in Elder Scrolls like this, isn't there? Is it the Khajiit? How does it work? Like, or is it like matrilineally derived offspring? How does it work again? No, not the Khajiit. I know they're fucked up, but like, what about with like elves and men? Is it like the mother depends? The mother determines what species the offspring is? And that's how they got around the whole, like, why wouldn't the races hybridize question? Which, by the way, isn't a question that I've ever really thought about before. In the context of fantasy. I guess it's a question worth asking if you're going to say they can interbreed, but...
Maybe. I've not done enough work to say anything for sure. Nor have I even been peer-reviewed. Nor am I a very sane or stable individual.
He grins. I leveled up, by the way. I think I understand now. The halfling scholar leans back in his armchair. You're crazy. Your rant about breeding was very conspiratorial. What the fuck does that even mean? Do I poke that? Do I want to touch whatever the fuck that is? I don't know where that leads. Do it. He almost jumps out of his chair.
A conspiracy? Yes, I do suppose I go out on a limb with very little proof. But isn't that fun? To yell about something only to be proved wrong, to take that humiliation and learn from it. That is what makes the intellect great. A wonderful, wonderful failure.
He sniffs.
Thank you for listening to my rant, cleric.
Can you give me a quest to get you more cocaine? I could probably figure that out. Okay, I'm legitimately curious. Who are you voting for?
I'm a filthy Asgalist.
Okay, I kind of get it. And a fucking irony poison, self-deprecating communist. Yeah, there's no helping this man. Just end the conversation here. It's kind of like how capitalism subsumes all critique. This type of guy also subsumes all critique, because it's, yeah. It's like a black hole. Terrible choice.
Yes, I feel the same. The Green Banner has flown in a strange context here in the Republican wet dream of ours. Asgalism is supposed to be about abolishing the entire structure of hierarchy. That history is driven by economic struggles, especially the clash between classes. The clash between classes, rather. Asgard's end goal is a classless, stateless society where everyone is equal. But looking at the Norvican Asgalists, it's clear to me that they long ago let this goal slip past.
Yep, leftist infighting. I've seen this conversation every fucking day of my life on a Discord server. Oh yeah. It's like I'm home. Is Disco Elysium like this? I think this game is more overtly political than Disco Elysium was. It feels almost like self-aware of its intent to be aggressively political. I might be misremembering it though. When Disco Elysium gets political, it's like a spectacularly so, but I feel like it does so less, at more widely spaced intervals. And then suddenly it's just like, you should become a communist and kill every human on Earth. And then Harry's like, yeah, I should do that.
It's clear to me they long ago let this goal slip past. Look at them. They are shaking hands with the establishment, trying to find a peaceful solution, they say.
Kill all humans, why not? This is a kill all humans type of guy. You want violence. We need a violent revolution, but for me, so that I can be the ruler. Is this gonna pigeonhole me as a communist? It's not gonna get my subtle RP, I bet. It's gonna think I'm communist for this. I'm never. I invest on my own stocks. Yeah, Disco Elysium doesn't have the conversation about the fucking, like, interracial breeding mechanics. That was kind of crazy. But it does have the most racist human ever, Measurehead, who's kind of impressive. Maybe if you talk to Measurehead long enough, he starts talking about that. I've never really done so. You want violence. He frowns. Look, the hairy halfling mutters. Genuine change, true change, needs a truly revolutionary break with existing order. There's no doubt about that. I read that in a Delusian manuscript. Incremental reform, small changes, within the capitalist system. They know what capitalism is? Dude, you've been not a monarchy for like 20 years. You shouldn't know that word yet. Maybe this guy invented that word. No one else knows what he's talking about. Will always fail to address its fundamental contradictions and injustices. My time in Reeds has made that clear to me. But always be wary of simplistic utopian visions. It is a path covered in corpses that leads to such blind idealism. So I will vote for this social democratic compromise, this handshake with capital. Then I'll go home and piss myself and die, dreaming the next generation will have answers I do not. This is every 20th century intellectual. I won't even say psychologist, every intellectual. Every description of a philosopher I've ever heard is this guy. Addicted to cocaine, divorced from his wife and kids, deeply depressed, and dies of alcoholism at the age of 49. Like, is pretty much the guy. I, on the other hand, am not an Asgolith. Lucky bastard. With a deep groan, he starts rubbing his hairy face. Workers unite, and unionization and guild power is all well and good until it gets too loud. Make a bit too much noise, and the true powers quickly and efficiently drop the illusory mask, the facade, the esoteric spell that tricks us into thinking they care, or that they are in any way Vocarian. What? So what about you, cleric? Who are you voting for? My good gnome, I am entirely apolitical. I'm voting for the new God King Wizard Emperor of Norvik. Oh, who is that? I didn't see that dude on the card. Me? He nods. What are your qualifications? Come on, sell it to me. Why should you be king? David, show him your intellect. I am... He sniffs. Now for something else before I start ranting about the suffragette movement. No, please, I really want you to know what you think about the suffragettes. What a little... A gold mine? It's a mine. I'm not sure what kind of precious metal is coming from it. Maybe uranium. It's definitely a mine of some sort you found here. What are the suffragettes? This is the first election. Who isn't allowed to vote? Is it even women? The halfling waves a finger at you. You're a brave man, cleric. Wink at him.
Stop doing that. He can't even see it.
When the first talks of an election began, it was a late Arcane era, about 30 years ago. In those early days, the suffragettes were mostly dwarven women,
They had the backing of a few hardcore universal Asgalist sects that remained since the Great Project concluded.
The fucking Great Project? Excuse me? With Mao Zedong thought?
The Great Project, a period of 12 years where a mass of dwarves immigrated to the newly reconquered and founded Norvik to be employed in the construction of the city.
Right, so they rebuilt the city after taking it from trolls?
But when Earth died and talks of an election grew loud, the dwarven women had a hard time getting through, both because of the less progressive Asgalists and of course the traditional cultural practices of the Earth folk. So the movement didn't kick into gear properly until, of course, human women decided to join.
Oh boy, those are scary.
Tell me about it. Mind you, this was after almost 2 decades of dwarven women pushing for universal suffrage.
It is women. Okay, so it's literally just women's suffrage. That is it. There's no twist. It's not like metaphorical fantasy women. It's women.
Within just a few years, with the voice of angry witch-human women yelling and writing and protesting, the Palace Patriarchy gave in.
The Palace, unofficial nickname for the current rulers of Norvik, named after the Palace district in which most central authorities reside. Okay.
That's the history lesson, but here's the part I'm fucking furious over.
What?
Those rich human women, do you know what happened to them?
He waves his hand.
I'll tell you, many of them today are fascists. Can you imagine?
Fascists? What is that?
A fascist, an emotional and illogical nationalist extremist, basically a cultist of some sort.
Okay.
They run an incredible campaign in order to get the right to vote, to break their chains of oppression, piss off the tyrannical men, smash the patriarchy and so on, or to throw their lot in with some of the very same traditionalist ideology. An ideology that clearly wants to, well, of course, also just not have any voting going on at all, but specifically not allow women to vote.
Shrug. I don't understand, woman. They realize the error of their ways. How hard do I commit to being that? I'm supposed to be a fascist, kind of. That's ridiculous. Maybe they realize the error of their ways.
What, the error of wanting to have a voice in society? A part of me thinks it has to do with some type of opportunism. These are women whose time in the spotlight ended once they won the right to vote. Suddenly their entire platform of activism disappeared overnight. But even still, why nationalists? Perhaps there is some, if you don't mind me speculating wildly, some type of perverse psychosexual thing at play here.
Yeah, make it weird. Yeah, Freud's in chat. Bring Freud back.
Or is it simply a question of class? It probably is, yes, probably. They're mostly a group of rich people, and that would logically supersede their identity as women.
Okay, that's a good line. I feel like this is like a 19th century intellectual, a 20th century intellectual who's been poisoned by like access to Twitter or something. This is some like brain rot statement. That's awesome. This is like James Somerton's identity as gay superseding his identity as a misogynist. That's awesome.
If the rich human population position in society is threatened, they have much more to lose as rich than as women. It's a complex topic, and I don't have fucking time to think about it, even though I want desperately to figure it out. But that is just something I'm fascinated by, you know?
Wow, we sure heard his opinion on the suffragette movement. The halfling rants about things he is trying...
No. The halfling rants about the things he is trying to understand. He is able to capture an audience that way, clearly.
His points are somewhere close to coherent.
Anyway, can you give me mind healing? This is a fucking coked out hurricane of intellectual thought, pointing all directions. He is intellectually neutral. You know, like in terms of alignment. Excellent. I think it's time to go now. I can't handle anymore. You're gonna be a fucking resource node I'm gonna be mining for the rest of the game. Can I look at these with you in the room? Oh yeah, he doesn't give a fuck.
Alexandro.
Alexandro, a gnomish author of The Folk, a collection of essays on the topic of populism, famously suggested the new era to be named the Era of Crowds, attempted to modernize the Reedsian theocracies.
Wait, I can do more context in the context? What the fuck?
Yeah, someone your patriarch quotes a lot. His ideas modernize theocracies in the Reeds, reviving them toward the end of the Arcane Era.
Modernized theocracy.
This was the first book placed in your hands as an Earthian recruit, as an Earth folk. Open it.
Look inside. Did they ever ask for the tea house? Fuck no. I don't think this guy knows what a tea house is. He never leaves. He doesn't own a bed. It's an old, worn-out copy of the same text. Musings about the divine era of great walking gods and their theocratic states. A history lesson morphing into a series of guidelines. How modern leaders, as a response to the drawn-out coast war, should return to the old.
The proven, the organized, the divine.
Although written from the perspective of not faith nor service to the holy, but rather that of service to the state. Modern theocratic vision, the nation as an entity not bound by the protection and lifetime of its god. If I'd studied poli-sci, I could deliver all sorts of really witty and scathing commentary here. Trust me. Trust me, just picture if I'd studied poli-sci. Instead, the nation-state will survive on unifying cultural traits passed down from that god to his people. This, Alexandro writes, will fasten them into the earth, creating firm groundings for the states to exist beyond any others. I'm already bored of this. I don't care about this.
Whatever your thoughts are, this book is used to reshape the city. You live in fear of where its path will tread.
Just remember, it is written by a gnome.
What the fuck does that mean?
What?
Alexandra was a gnome. He tried using the so-called Fatty, the condottier, what the fuck, the great mercenary warlords of Old Dominor, to bring order to the neglected part of the band. He was, however, ultimately destroyed by the same warlords he created when his followers failed their coup of the Savani. This, I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. Ironically, the responsible squad reportedly did not realize who they had killed at first. They had simply been hunting down any non-humans in the city.
This was not openly spoken about during your training. But yeah, it's true. Something to ponder.
His followers misunderstood his message. Very ironic. Fuck this, I don't care. I don't want to read your fucking library of abridged 20th century nationalist philosophy, okay? I want to talk to, like, dwarves and gnomes. Level advancement. Yeah, proper noun in the game. I think this is worse than Koru. I think Koru, I talk about Koru as like a spectacle of fucking verisimilitude and storytelling and just throwing endless information at you and you figure out the context later. But this isn't that, though. It's giving you the context. You can click on the word to know the context, which somehow makes it worse in a way. I talked to some weird guy in a fucking shed so long that I leveled up my brain. I feel like this really is way beyond what Disco Elysium was, and I'm pretty sure this is like beyond Disco Elysium is like a reskinned library of fucking like political philosophy books, like just kind of Sparks notes of them that have been like reskinned as like gnomes and stuff. That really is what it feels like sometimes. Well, that guy specifically. It is like probably a communist's devious ploy to trick gamers into reading about political science. That's college. It's not reskinned. College doesn't reskin them. This makes them into gnomes. You don't get it. Ability score +1. Hit points +5. Oh, 5 hit points. That's a lot. Hit dice, spell slots, and second level spell slots. What is ability score? My stats didn't go up. Wait, did my strength go up? Oh, I get 1 point. Exactly 1 point. Really? Just 1 point? What do I want better of? I kind of wish Wisdom wasn't as lobotomized as it currently is, but... that's kind of the sacrifice I have to make. Talk to the halfling about alignment. Okay, maybe sometime this century, but like, I'd like to do something else before the stream ends. Maybe find a goblin. Goblin these nuts. Goblin these philosophies. What do I want more of? We never hear from Constitution. I don't really like Strength. I feel like Strength is always RP fail. It's telling me to like become nationalist or something. That's not what I'm about. I have no gods or kings, no loyalties to anybody. How much time did I burn talking to that fucking guy? I don't even want to know. I don't think I need any more intelligent. Like, I've got plenty of that shit. Would this increase my roll? Wait, I get... That does give me a +2. This doesn't change my modifier, either of these. Okay, let's put one in dexterity then, because I get the modifier. This will help me get the thing off the windmill too. Yeah? It's interesting this condenses the skills so much, because Disco Elysium had 1,000,000 skills, like over 20 of them, but it was kind of arbitrary sometimes which one would chime in. Like your motoric skill would randomly pipe up, because like what the fuck else is that going to do? So this is probably fine adaptation. It is just past noon. So I guess I am under... I must be underground here. I must be. Because it's dark. The docks. Where's that bookbinder place? I need to get to that to fix my spells. Oh wait, I can't go down here? Do I have to... Hello? I'm not allowed. Time only passes when you do things. It's like dialogue progresses it or something. There's a door. A damp door in a cramped corner house. Right, okay, just... I need to find a goblin. Let me check that signpost. I can't keep getting distracted by, like, wild packs of roving intellectuals. I'll be back for you, large crab. But wait a minute, I have to do another skill check? It worked. Okay, maybe I've just permanently unlocked the ladder now. Once I've done it, I've like acquired a talent for climbing ladders forever. What's up here? Wait, I said I would go find the goblin. Why am I on the roof of a building? The fuck is that? Persistence note. Strength at the cost of wisdom. I don't have any wisdom to lose. A piece of paper stuck in between the roof tiles. A handwritten note entitled Important Notice. To Resistance members of Tolstad.
That sounds like a good organization.
What are they resisting?
Tonight's ting is cancelled. Meet up tonight on Water Lane instead. It's time to stop the chant. Signed R. The Chant. A locally produced newspaper by Asgard Ossers. The Resisting Communism? Huh? How does that work? When is the meeting? This evening, it seems. My ting! What is a ting? Between 1900 hours and midnight, or something. Okay, thanks, Charisma. Water Lane. You know what the Water Lane is. Don't be stupid. It's right down below. You know the underground port, the largest port in the city? Closest path is probably through the pillar crossing.
Yeah, a bit scary too. Young people should not be running around. They could hurt themselves.
Oh, I thought you were, like, up here with me. No, you're, like, on the ground. Are you just really big? How fucking big are you? I'm not crazy, right? She's enormous. How do I leave? Dun, 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 dun. Ability. Okay, I really had time to internalize that. I haven't seen loading screen tips that are like a full page of a rules manual that you have to just read in 10 seconds or less. 5 seconds or less, rather. I guess the game is orthographic, so like she wouldn't get smaller from being in the distance, but still she just looks very large. The name of the tea shop is Illegible. Illegible sounds like a pretty stupid name for a tea shop. Okay, there's the big god pillar. The pillar crossing. North. Where's this go? Oh, Earth. It looked funny. Here's a signpost. Okay. Okay, never mind. Giant woman. Okay, she is like a good 7 feet tall. Not as big as I thought, though. Lady Chamar, Mountain Lamb. The hooded woman's cape flutters as an icy wind rushes through the Tolstad Rise. Her eyes are locked with yours. What are you looking at? You, stranger. I am looking at you. Her voice is emotionless and spoken from deep in her chest. I am Chamar. I hail from the slopes of the mountain. She bows her head slowly.
A human from Divinitorum?
Divinitorum, one of the 8 bands along the coast. It's an askew plain, a slope growing into the sacred wasteland. Home of celestials, birdfolk, originally halflings, as well as the scars of divine warfare.
Alright. She's a celestial. Which mountain?
The mountain, stranger. I do not have time to talk much. I am in service of the ambassador. As you can imagine, I am not here to socialize.
Why are you looking at me then?
Is that a bad thing to do in this city?
I mean, without a good reason.
What reason?
Flirting or hatred?
Should I hit on her? Of course. If you're flirting.
Flirting.
She stops herself and looks away.
Thank you for informing me, stranger.
This kills you. The worst she can say is no. No, the worst she can say is your hit points have reached 0 and your life is over. What roll did I even fail? I thought I was supposed to have good charisma. What happened?
Great. Somehow this hurts your ego to an intense degree.
I will stop making eye contact in accordance with local norms. She speaks so mechanically. Strange woman. What do you know about the tea shop, though?
Nothing. I do not spend time on Tolstad. I am here on business today and will soon leave. But I am sorry for the destruction it wrought upon your city.
Okay. Damn. I thought armor was supposed to be a sex symbol, like the armor makes you hotter. Dwarven stone, broken in half, pure violence. Wait, the signpost. I need to use the signpost. It's so hard. Goblins. Shut up, intellect. Goblins. The painted letters on the plank do not reshape into a guided message. Oh, wait, that one's just painted. Fuck. If it had magical properties as well, it would say, downstairs, over grass, into tunnel, glory to Sageleaf. Probably. Down the stairs, over the grass, into the tunnel. Stairs, grass, tunnel.
How about sophisticated?
Stairs, grass, tunnel. What stairs? There's a lot of stairs. These stairs? No. There's no grass here, though. What a profoundly useless sign. What, these stairs? Surely that's upstairs. This road leads to the central toll stand. You have no business. Oh. Are these stairs? No. What? There are no funds nor focus needed to restore these structures. Maybe it is these stairs, but there's no grass again. I need grass to cross. Random home? Oh, it's here again. Fuck. The movement gets fucky sometimes. Anyone see any grass? Wait, here's stairs. I'm just gonna go down all the stairs. Wait, stairs, grass, tunnel. Wait, what's that? A trilobite? Garden monument. Wait, this is a garden, like goblins? Embedded in the earth, you find a weather-bitten stone in the shape of a spiral. Its edges are worn down, smooth almost, and behind you lies the head of what was once a snail statue. Whatever god of symbolism this once denoted, time has ground it down. It is a monument to nothing now. What's with the snail stuff? Norfolk is built upon layers and layers of ruins. One of those layers, one of the oldest, were snail folk. The Tulin's Kettle. Thus, you will surely find many of the snail symbols and spiral shapes around the city. Like Hollow Knight. Tell me your secrets. No response.
Tell me your secrets, damn it!
Your fist makes contact with the hard surface. A crack follows, along with a shooting pain up your arm, spreading through your fingers. Oh my god, that almost killed me. You're right, Rock. You're all right. It's not fair. The rock stares at you menacingly, but a piece of it fell off from your violent act. Pick up the shard. Okay, I got a thing for that, at least. How did you actually damage this rock with the strange material it is? Yeah. This is highly esoteric rock. You can find more of it around the city. Collect as much of it as you can. I could go to the merman and let him slap my wrist and I would die. Time to eat a bagel. I have so many bagels, I have effectively infinite HP though. It's like Skyrim. I can just chug potions, defeat Alduin. Look at that. Good as new. Apple for good luck. I haven't had any spells to cast yet. Satana. The goblin garden is ahead. You feel it. Oh. Goblins. Where is it? Are you a goblin? Snell. It's a goblin. Behold the goblin. Shitty roll. A goblin of the forest. A level 3 rogue. The goblin gets shit done, no matter the odds. Highly competent, but with craving of validation. Just look at the way he dresses himself.
True, a lot of chest hair.
Trifle with the goblin. Nah. You find the goblin standing at the tip of the toll stand.
His clothes are fit for a reed-stained trader, and his haircut is fit for an Ascani nobleman. A superficial fellow.
The goblin cares much about looks. You catch him immediately glancing at your outfit.
this guy? He's got theme music. Voice. Goblin. Voice. What is this song? This is Kim Kitsuragi? I'm just trying to picture this guy with Kim's voice. That would be kind of hideous. It is a comic theme. Then Kim Kitsuragi, let me guess, you are the cleric. I don't think that fits. That's bad. I feel like I'm getting prematurely tired this stream. I think talking to the fucking intellectual in the shed like siphoned part of my life force out. No, it can't be pizza pants. That's already the concept of dexterity. Why does he have waltz music? That is a good question. Sans. "2d6 psychic damage, spending an hour talking to a gnomish intellectual." He was a halfling. It's not a gnome. They're different. I don't know which one is ontologically dominant if they were to crossbreed. That's now something that I have to think about forever. Thank you. He really wants to be fucking a pizza pants, but I've already done that. I gave that to the concept of dexterity, so like, what's left?
So, let me guess, you're the cleric. Isn't that just the same thing again? It's the same thing again. For sure. Maybe if I don't make him Brooklyn, it's a different voice? Does that work? I don't know. I guess it's different if he doesn't have the same accent. So let me guess, you're the cleric.
Taking you for granted.
This goblin needs to learn humility.
No, I'm not. I'm a wizard now. Can I be both? Can I be both a cleric and a wizard? Could I be a wizard who's called the cleric? You know? No, just be aggressive at any cost. None of your business.
I think it might be entirely my business. If you're the cleric we're waiting for.
Yes, I am the cleric. He nods, looking tired and annoyed.
I'm Snell, runner and handler for the HWBT. Old lady's been waiting for you.
This old lady must be his chieftain, the matriarch of his tribe. You should greet him properly. Give a traditional goblin salute. If you tell me to put my thumb on my asshole, I swear to God. Squat down? Hello, goblin. What does that mean? That's so ominous. What is the traditional salute? It's a failed check. It's gonna be bad. I failed the check fair and square. Let's do it. Traditional goblin salute. The thumb is going in the rectum. The fuck is that? Oh no. Oh no, that's bad. That sounds real bad. I don't like that. I don't like that.
You raise your arms in the air, as one should when greeting an uncivilized tribal goblin.
Jesus, man. I need that wisdom stat. You really need that wisdom stat sometimes. What the fuck even is that pose? What is he doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
Cleric, what are you doing? I am respecting your culture. Try to sell it. Shake the hands a little. Shake him a little. The goblin does not respond, nor does he raise his own arms. He simply stares at you. Yes, he is surely enjoying it. Cleric, please stop. Oh no, half of my hit points drained out. Because my stomach ulcer fucking exploded from how fucking racist my Chinese cowboy impression is. Oh no, the stomach ulcer. It's okay, that's one bagel. That's one bagel worth of cringe. Gathering your mind, it becomes clear to you that goblins in fact do not have a cultural salute. What you do remember, however, is a salute from an Earthfolk play where goblins were played by green-painted humans who ran around with their arms in the air. Yeah, that's a failed wisdom check. Not a fan of that play. Salvage it? You're not cultured enough to get it. What play? It's an oldie, but never mind. The goblin looks around, clearly struggling to find the right words. It's okay, I didn't claim that I was trying to appeal to his culture, so he doesn't know that was racist. He only strongly suspects it, so we basically salvaged it. The goblin looks around, clearly struggling to find the right words.
Exasperated, more like.
Okay, right. Head down to the garden throne, but, he waves his claw toward you. What's all this? You look like human shit.
You've been floating around on the banks of the river. Your uniform shows it.
He is insulting you.
Gaw, you should teach him a lesson. Do the thing with your hands again.
I died and was reborn. Now that, he says, pointing at you, that's a good excuse. He laughs and motions down the stairs. Just dust yourself off. The dragon's waiting, and trust me, you don't want to disappoint her. Is she spooky? Yeah, real scary. Insult her and she'll bite your head off. Then she'll scorch your corpse to dust. And yes, I am sure. He laughs and crosses his arms. But seriously, she will fuck you up if you annoy her. I feel like this guy's voice is just my normal voice. That's what it's become. A slightly exasperated take on just my normal voice. Whatever. I'm not afraid of her. Famous last words. Tell me more about her, then. Sure. For starters, she's the most powerful woman in Norvik. And considering there was an explosion yesterday right in the middle of her territory, I think it's about time you do your damn job, cleric. Okay, lead me to her. Good. But just to make it perfectly clear, some ground rules. Don't say anything stupid. Don't climb the trees. Stay away from the edges, and, He grins, showing off his polished fangs. Enjoy the garden, cleric. And don't do the hand thing again. The goblin scurries down the stairs. He seems to be in a hurry.
This dragon sounds dangerous. Keep track of her fangs. She's just another warlord fighting over scraps. Don't let her get to you.
Tell her what she wants to hear, and you'll be fine.
You look out over the river. The cold Ascani wind seeps through the cracks of your helmet.
Earth be blessed. He's always with you.
Praying to every god I know before talking to a goblin. You do so with great stride. Go. What did that tip say? You may not de-equip the helmet, but you can exchange it for fashionable. I'm assuming I can just get different helmets. Is that a mushroom man? Mushroom woman? I don't even know. That guy looks crazy. Give me the mushroom. Can I lick your head? Touch it. No. Touch it. No. Behold. Neskvilk. Now that's another Finnish name. Okay. Nesvikala. Nesvikala. Nesson of the Green. Oh, it's a wisdom check. God damn it. I'm out. I'm out. Okay, not a bad roll. Unbothered, moisturized, happy, in her lane. What a fucking thing to quote. She is focused on her work, but she does not seek strife. She will help you if you do not pose a threat. A level 6 druid. Oh, an elf? Oh, she was just wearing a mushroom on her head. That's an elf. Bummer. Thought that was like a mushroom lady. Guess I could talk to her. Oh, okay, that's what you look like. That's a different vibe than I was expecting. At the top of the garden lookout, you see a strange creature hunched over.
He's making potions.
Underneath a large red hat, her drooping gaze slowly glides toward you. Cool hat! You should get one like that. Oh yeah. The elf drops a final piece of a mushroom into her bowl on the table and gives you a creepy grin. Nice corner. Slowly and in an appropriately dramatic fashion, she widens her eyes to reveal piercing red pupils. And her grin widens even more somehow. Is she doing the yandere face? What's happening?
Abort, run, leave.
Oh god, she's trouble. She's real trouble.
Just look at the side of her head. Look at those pointy ears, one on each side, and those eyes. An elf. Aren't they rare?
In your days, you've only seen a handful of these gangly freaks.
Damn. Damn. Right out the gate. We don't like the elves. Okay, I get it.
The city holds many folk, but elves are both few in numbers and seldom intermingle with lesser races. But look at her. She's no elf or Elysium. What the fuck is an Elysium? An ancient elven empire, now a shell of its former self, once ruled by Elysium the Mender. Oh, that one. The hot lady, a walking god who signed a treaty with Earth. Their great woodsland stands at the border between Asken and Reeds. This is an elf of Pimea.
Hello, elf. A dark elf, I guess? I mean, the gray skin was kind of a clue. You hear a guttural chuckle leave her lips. Guttural? Who cares? She's Gakfu.
A man delves into the garden, his sight set on the mysterious below. Are you that man?
The way her eyes dart back and forth like that. Is she on something? I think she is something. No, the mysterious can say... How did you know that? Am I that man?
She's just being dramatic.
You are a man, but which one cannot be said. Thanks, Wisdom. I'm somewhere between a yes and no. I'm a man?
Oh, a man's man. Exotic.
The elf stammers, or is that an idiolect?
Not a speech impediment, it is her undercoast accent seeping through. Undercoast. Did you just call me gay, by the way? Undercoast is a nickname for undersea coast. Okay. She turns around, her red eyes glimmering beyond a mist of spores.
Ness Wicala of the Green. Ness Wicala. Ness Wicala of the Green.
Okay.
Call me Nassan. I'm an underling to Hierophant, Ophidana. Who the fuck is that?
Hierophant Ephidana, a legendary archdruid of the Undercoast, known for keeping balance, which usually means stopping any proper seafaring civilization from taking hold of the Dark Archipelago. What is the Dark Archipelago? Dark Archipelago, the thousands of islets and the spelethems found across the Undercoast. Of course, a druid. Yeah, no fucking shit. There's something esoteric going on here. Thanks, Wisdom. You're a hag. You're a druid? Prove it. I don't know if I hate druids yet. She just gives you a goofy smile.
I don't see how you can prove my...
What? How do I... This is supposed to be an accent.
I don't see how I could prove as such my...
This is... I can't fucking read this.
I don't see how I could prove as such more than I currently do.
She points to her head mushroom. That's what I'm saying.
There are indeed not many folks sitting around pretending to be mushrooms in bushes. Otherwise the city would be even stranger.
I've spent my days handling primal forces, that which grows and decays. Do you know much of it?
Nature spirits like warlockism. Always try to seem smart. Always know what's happening.
Spirits do inhabit all living things, though compared to making a deal with some fiend, I can promise you the trees are much more austere.
She lowers her gaze for what you realize is the first time since she raised it.
I would like to hear your tale, human. There is much, much to be learned from your folk and your settlement in this band.
Maybe it's like just a reduplication, what do you call it?
I would like to hear your tale, human. There is much, much to be learned from your folk and your settlement in this band.
Maybe it's like that.
He speaks as though the Earthfolk's 60-something years of civilization building is nothing but a footnote in her history books.
Are elves immortal? Is that how it works?
How sustainable is your lifestyle?
Sustainable?
How do you replenish the resources you consume? And if you don't know, how many years until depletion?
I'm supposed to know that?
I do not mean an exact number of hours, or even years until you run out of natural resources, just an approximation. And perhaps a toll on the impact of others in your vicinity.
You mean me in particular, or my people?
Both, or either.
She presses down a mushroom in her bowl, sending a puff of spores into the air. Sending? Why is that inherited context?
Sending, a third-level evocation spell commonly used as direct communication between powerful individuals, city-states, or arcanists. The Nordican Sending Office employs many clerics for the express purpose of casting sending across the coast.
It's an email spell. But this is just a normal use of the word sending? Is this like there's a boxer called Contact Mike? Like, what's happening? You want an answer now?
If you have it.
I'll think about it.
If you focus on yourself, you can probably sustain yourself for a long-ass time. Who cares, really? If you run out of shit, you got another place, go to another place and take that shit instead. That's how it works.
Oh god, you're focusing too much on the question. Instead, focus on what she wants to hear.
What was the question again? Follow charisma. We live in balance here. I personally could live on an apple a day. That's pretty sustainable. I like that one too. An apple a day keeps the earth folk in play.
That's not good at all, human. Your kind requires much more sustenance.
Not this guy. I'll make up for it later. What does that mean? I love that. I'll make up for it later. I'm gonna devour the world like Fenrir at Ragnarok. Like, what?
Your legs tremble.
To be fair, you haven't had a decent meal in a long time. Just trash bagels.
She shows you a worried expression.
Care for yourself. Don't let the ideal...
This is really trips me up.
Care for yourself. Don't let the idealization of hunger hinder a healthy lifestyle.
She gives you some mushrooms from her bowl. I was so pathetic she fed me mushrooms. Thick, are we in? She's kinda hot. I don't know.
Please, eat. It's as the hedonists say.
The hedonists are an infamous group of activists and anarchists spawned toward the end of the Coast War. They stand for something, probably. Mostly they're known for inciting riots and playing with demonic forces.
Most coherent neoliberal ideology.
Listen to your empty stomach.
She has a high constitution stat, you could tell. Real Rakdos hours. Oh, I thought you were talking about, that's more Golgari. But yeah, the Rakdos is those other guys.
She's well read, even if it's anarchist rubbish. Handouts, don't mind if you do.
She places a palm against the rough floor. Okay, what is this? Oh, Fadana.
Fadana has helped you, has helped keep the Undersea from being overtaken by unbalancing powers. Demigods, friends, celestials. You're human, arcanists. Each creates a power that not only overtakes the primal, they do so with ease. The great warrior kind waged upon one another delayed it, but I do certainly believe it is inevitable.
She's talking about industrial revolution.
The primal is just another of those powers she mentions. It can be tamed, it should be.
Humans barely exist anymore. We're almost extinct. Is that true? Don't worry, nature always survives. The primal stuff should just get stronger then.
She laughs. Solution, I see. Trust me when I say, I do not wish to live in a realm where nature fights back. Really fights back.
She takes a deep and deliberate breath.
Now enough of complicated topics. Enough of complicated topics. Tell me, human, do you have a mate?
Oh, are we in? Stare at her.
Well?
No, not good.
Don't worry, she's not hitting on you. She means it more like, are you married?
What do you mean, don't worry, she's not hitting on me? Ah, fuck you, Charisma. Your mind races. Hostile? No, probably not. Elaborate? Sure. None of your business. There's no option for no. I can't admit that I don't. Simply lie. I lost health?
Really?
Ouch.
I've got loads.
Oh, no, I don't mean it like... I only mean most humans in the settlement group in pairs. I was wondering if your kind do the same, form such long-term committed partnerships.
Our kind meaning the clerics?
That's a slightly less inflammatory question.
No, I'm married to my work. Clear your throat. She lowers her mushroom cap and sighs.
I see. It's the same here, then. The path of an esoteric guardian is to be alone.
The elf starts adding some kind of oily liquid to her mushroom bowl. Dude. She add the oily liquid to my mushroom bowl till I esoterically ebb. A strange substance, golden, perhaps from some kind of undersea whale. You got that, I forgot the name. Shit. The stuff, the sperm whale stuff. Ambergris, there it is. Kept thinking ambrosia. No, ambergris. Oh, I can do that too. Yeah, cast grease. What a good idea. Am I allowed to? No, come on. That was my in. A failed wisdom check. Maybe from an undersea whale, so that's just not right. It's olive oil?
It's olive oil, a cheap brand.
I don't think there is a cheap brand of olive oil. That stuff's pricey. Primal kin updated. Is she just making like a risotto or something?
If this old elf can guide you in any way, make it so. If not, I'll return to my toil.
Show your primal attunement. You're not showing primal attunement. That's not gonna work. I get a bonus of 5 because she's sad for me because I'm so pathetic and hungry. What is my primal attunement? He's just gonna take off his pants and just be like, I didn't really think about what would happen next, and then he gets arrested or something. Hungry Riz is the principle on which all those Tumblr sexy men work, right? You just look malnourished and like pale enough and people on Tumblr like you. So it could work. She looks like she might use Tumblr.
Hey girl, you want to see my primal attunement?
You don't look like an elf. What the fuck does an elf look like? She's got pointy ears and is dressed like a mushroom. Okay, the tea shop though.
Only what the roots whisper to me.
The elf leans closer, twisting her head to the side.
You must delve deep, human. Something rotten happened that day. The green quakes. They fear what's to come. They whisper.
Oh, cool. That sounds sordid and dramatic. Do they whisper anything useful? She leans back and lets out a resigned sigh.
You do not speak with the trees often, do you?
Do I look like some kind of fucking Lorax? The fuck does Kena know what a tree says? Kena's not a fucking Lorax! I had to, sorry.
Insane behavior.
So were you here when it exploded?
Nah, I was much further below.
What did the goblins whisper about?
That the city is at fault, that Lady Sageleaf should take over. The usual.
What do you think happened?
I will not deliberate on things I have no knowledge about.
But where's the fun in that?
True. How would anyone talk about anything if they didn't talk about things they didn't know about? Thanks.
You're welcome.
Who are you voting for? Snell should be Kuno. What a great idea. I'm sure they would love that. Everyone watching this. I think I saw that guy in Keyard. He's probably your fucking buddy cop. He's probably literally Kim Kitsuragi. Give him the Kuno voice! Never stop shouting! To the whole fucking playthrough! Can't even get through the mic filter! Who's Kuno? The best character in fiction. They nerfed his voice acting, though, in the final cut. Ask the mystical druid what her vote in the election will be.
I'm not a citizen of Narvik.
Oh.
According to city law, universal suffrage includes any inhabitants of Norvican soil as of the 1st of Ingrami 26.
How long have you lived here?
About a year. How so?
That makes you a citizen.
Oh. Don't I get a say in that?
Nope. The elf shrugs.
Okay.
That's funny. What, you're gonna go campaign for your lack of a right to vote? Your right for the lack of a right to vote? What the fuck are you on about? I just noticed there's a cute snail on her hat. That's cute. You don't look like an elf. That's probably broadly offensive, but I'm curious where it leads.
What do elves look like? Even elves are monstrous. Elysium elves are tree-like. Temea elves are simply grey.
I suppose there are many kinds of elf. Maybe you do look like an elf. She nods.
We do not call ourselves that, but to your people, yeah, I'm an elf. Temea.
Elvish derogatory term for the nomadic elves who live on the undercoast. Wait, that's like a slur? I thought, wait a minute, how does this work? They haven't had a real civilization,
a real civilization for centuries, so it's rare to find them on the surface. Literally means dark.
Okay, dark elf, but that's derogatory, that's kinda okay. This seems thorny. She closes her eyes. You want me to read that?
Timea yo oli tena hatia.
Close enough, right?
We are the elves of the stars. She recited the first line of an ancient declaration of war between Elysium and Timea.
Wait, how many contexts does this have? Pimea, elven enclaves who live on the undercoast, also known as dark elves, though this is a bit on the nose. So it's both a derogatory term and what they just call themselves? That's just confusing.
It's the only known war between elven civilizations in recorded history. Any questions?
You speak Elvish. Impressive. Says to an elf. Okay. Great civilization. I don't like elves. I've got some other questions. Do you people have a great civilization? You speak Elvish. That's cool. She looks to the side, then back at you.
Your grasp on the human tongue is remarkable as well.
You confuse her in a semi-good way.
Am I fumbling so hard she's into it? That seems to be the case. I am wretched. You're from the Undercoast. How do I get there?
Halls and tunnels. There's more than enough even within viewing distance, though I'd recommend gaining Lady Sageleaf's approval first.
So I can go down there, it's just in the basement. This is like some of the fucking Project Eden's Garden romance shit that was going on. Just like the weirdest people you've ever seen, just wretched humans talking to each other. That's a bit on the nose. Is there a great civilization?
Nah. I believe your people would call us nomads.
Okay.
Great.
Show primal attunement. I didn't get any more pity points. I need to farm those somehow. Maybe if I eat a bagel really messily, like Jeremy eating that burger on stream, then I'll go up to like +6 or something. I do need to eat a bagel though after she asked me if I had a wife. I'm very insecure about that.
Om nom nom nom.
No ability, or no chance to use any spells yet, by the way. Maybe I could charm her? I guess I could charm anyone, probably. A save would... Oh yeah, I said it would save. How do I do that? I don't know what button that is. Oh, it's in the menu. Okay, it is auto-saving. That's good. Lovely. Can I loot your risotto? Can I have some? You already gave me a mushroom, never mind. Well, she seems cool. Probably smells kind of bad. But she's cool. Your stomach twists. Beware her illusion. Oh? Which one? Who's got the illusions? Oh, that's my guy.
He's waiting.
Oh, she just sits on a big root. Okay. Hey there. Lady Sageleaf. Wisdom check. God help me. Ooh, good roll, good roll. Level 18 Chieftain. Goblin from the forest. That fucking guy in the first room is level 17. Again, wasn't he 17? I didn't realize how crazy high that was. This is the most powerful woman in Norvik, right? Like, something is very wrong. Her eyes are striking your soul. Hold on to that feeling or you will be consumed. She wields power you could only dream of, yet her actions betray her nature. Evil, good? Is selfishness for her own tribe the defining trait? Illusions. Okay, gotta stand this far back. You approach the throne. The sprites flutter, the glow illuminating the trunk of this great tree, its roots stretching far below, its branches holding up the dirt ceiling above. Oh my god. What the fuck was that noise? There's no way that I can sufficiently voice this character. Look at her. She's literally a goblin. On the throne sits a tiny goblin. Her smirk is as bright as it is threatening.
So this is the dragon. Yeah, I can see it. Her glare is horrific.
She barked at me. Yeah, what the fuck? I feel like anything I tried to do would just end up back at the fucking
Opposite voice, the great attracting point.
cleric of Norvik, of earth and river.
Does that work? Is that even coming through the mic? It's a shrill voice. Oh no. I can't do this.
The cleric of Norvik. Maybe this is...
No, that's too whispery. What if I just make her release?
Cleric of Norvik, of earth and river.
Her shrill voice echoes throughout the chamber.
I was assured by your masters, the top brass of the palace itself.
His voice causes you to shiver.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Fucking scary.
They told me a cleric of the highest standing would arrive within the hour. So tell me, human,
She has control here.
why am I sitting here, waiting?
It's not late. It's only been like a day.
Tread lightly. You need her on your side. Make sure she knows you're on hers. Every word you say here could have a profound impact on the rest of this quest of yours.
Don't fuck it up. My masters are idiots, but I'm here now, so don't worry. There you go. Her frown quickly turns into a grin.
Since we're on the same page, then.
Hey, it worked.
Hers is a frightful presence.
Wait, that's like a proper noun.
Frightful presence. Some powerful creatures have auras that cause fear to those near. The veil means succumbing to mindless terror along with other annoying effects. You can't take this much longer. You need to get out of here.
Constitution check, DC 7. I need to roll like a 9. Easy. You brace her entire being as you meet her glare.
With trembling innards, you resist.
Such an incredible aura emanating from this creature. It must be esoteric in nature.
She lifts her chin.
You stand. Good.
The dragon leans on her armchair, letting out an exhausted groan.
It's vexing to watch my streets descend so far. Are you even aware, cleric? A local business caught up an inferno in the middle of day, right on Pillar Road. My road.
The way she says that causes you to tremble.
And yet the magistrate Darrow,
She spits at the name like a curse word.
he alone believes the Halfway Bridge tribe does not have jurisdiction over this particular location.
Her anger is pure and intense. She's trying to reel it in.
You're gonna need about 20 of me to, like, convincingly portray this character's voice. I'm sorry. The magistrate speaks for the city. Why does Darrow say that?
Because he is a fool born out of nepotism and alcohol.
Sick burn.
Horrific slander.
That sounds awesome.
Where is your usual jurisdiction? She leans back and pricks something from between her fangs.
I have an official recognition of law on Lower Tolstad.
The definition of that has always been vague. Some see it as anything below ground, some as below water level.
And where is this tea shop located? She glares at you.
It is, or was, rented out of a corner of a central fort, just above the holes next to the pillar.
The holes. A common slang for the central spire of apartments in Tolstad. The lower ones are less fancy. She snaps her fingers toward the goblin to her right. That means it's part of the core foundation of the Slat Island Fortress. Therefore, that property is legally an underground rental unit, he says, bowing his head. Lady.
My people have been handling that damn crow's contract for years. But no, suddenly when the entire unit goes up in flames, that's when my people no longer have the right to enter the premises, to deal with it, to clean it up even. No, suddenly it's city business, and we should keep our noses out of it.
I think at least does work, kind of.
Corruption, plain and simple.
That's one hell of an accusation. Sounds shady. I can be with her. I have no loyalty to my fucking government. I don't think so. Her sharp glare stabs you.
Normal business in Norvik. And don't get me started on the actual effect this has had on my people. Smell? I mean smell?
She says, and beckons toward the comely goblin. He approaches the roots and takes a bow. Lady Sageleaf. Then he turns to you. The magistrate says it was an accident involving a fireplace failure. They've yet to send anyone in to actually investigate the scene. How can you know that? What? Stop talking so fast. You're tripping over your words.
Just ignore it and move on.
Oh, I just said it wrong. How can know that? I said, how can you know that? How was I supposed to notice, man? No, you didn't.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I did. No, you really didn't. You said...
Smell?
The goblin scratches his neck.
He wants to point out your mistake so badly. Well, too bad.
He glances toward his lady. We've kept an eye on it. The explosion occurred on the 21st of March, just past noon. 3 minor injuries were reported in the area. Luckily, foot traffic was low at the time of the incident, so despite the massive kaboom, no dead folks. That's what the urchin told me. Who were injured? We only managed to get one name in the chaos. A certain Frank, son of Frank. Frank Frankson. Frankfurter Frank. Frank Fatnuts. Was said to have walked away with lesser burns.
That's a sort of prefix used by Earth folk. A human, most likely.
Ha! That ain't a real name.
He was apparently dressed in a fancy yellow outfit, whatever that means. Fancy yellow outfit. Who had a yellow outfit? Someone did. I remember seeing a yellow outfit. I forget who it was. Beyond that, we've got some conflicting accounts. One person said, quote, he looked like one of them dungeoneers, you hear? A real adventuring man, end quote. Another said he was looking to get out of trouble, heading right down the stairs to Waterlane. Dracula Flo wore yellow. Oh, yeah, he did. And also, wouldn't that be the guy who the urchin saw? The owner of the business? He was the only person who was out there.
Either he went down to the dungeon, or over to Waterlane. Got it. And remember, if he's wearing yellow, he's got style.
True. Frank, son of Frank.
Yeah. Ha, the goblin knows it's fake, but it's their only lead.
That's a fake name.
Uh-huh.
A dungeoneer?
If you believe it, that comment was from one of the militia members. Could be smart to check the city below, just in case, despite the dangers.
So there's a cottage industry of just exploring the Undercity. fancy yellow outfit. Down to Water Lane. Was he inside at the time? I doubt it, he says, considering the state of the building. Why was he there? We don't know. Where's he now? We don't know.
They have not located the man despite major efforts.
You just let him leave? No, the charisma's telling me major efforts. Do you know anything? The goblin does not respond. Although one of the militia members mentioned him just calmly walking away, down the stairs. Maybe down to the crossing or somewhere else. We don't know. And Water Lane? Yeah, seems like he was heading in that direction, though down could mean a number of things, Water Lane included. And yellow. I'm assuming some type of Reedsian fashion.
You can tell on his voice that he's leaving out "but who fucking knows" at the end.
Anything else? Snell gives a nervous look to his master before answering you. We have theories, but we need proof. The lady raises her claw.
The unveiling has begun, cleric.
So dramatic. Love her.
Corruption, madness,
She claws at her wooden throne.
politics.
Rambling fools.
This is clearly the work of a rogue spellcaster, someone who cannot go unpunished.
A spell would indeed be the only logical answer for such distraction.
I will bring justice to Norvik.
Isn't there an anti-magic task force we can call for? Can't he deal with it? No, ego. Bring the ego.
I will bring justice.
I certainly hope so.
The lady clears her throat.
Everyone holds their breath when she speaks.
I formally declare a joint venture. The Halfway Brits tribe and the Earthguard city cleric shall intervene, shall investigate the tea shop on Pillar Road, and bring justice to those who seek those who seek to harm the peace. No creature, foul or fair, shall escape my rage.
The words seep out from her maw, burning the air. Every goblin in the chamber looks upon her in awe. She is theirs to serve.
The dragon has spoken.
Damn. Okay. She's got a high charisma stat. She's got Conqueror's Haki. I have to put up a front of it being my investigation, though. And that's required, right? Before I inevitably get overruled. She scoffs.
Sure, why not? Just bring me my justice, cleric, and any glory you seek will be yours. Snell?
She says, waving toward him. Yes, Lady Sageleaf, he says, bowing his head.
You're the handler of this case. You've worked on it since the explosion. You know more than anyone.
You catch the goblin trying to stop a grin from spreading across his face.
Ooh la la, complimented by his queen.
I want you to represent the tribe in this venture.
His face lights up.
A goblin and a cleric. Together you will have access to both Upper and Lower Tolstad.
The classic cross-jurisdictional caper. A staple of many a detective story. Yeah, he's Kim. He's literally Kim.
You're going to have the pretty boy around. Damn, I thought this was going to be fun.
Do not disappoint me, Snell.
Can you bark again? That was cool. I liked that. You should bark. I've always wanted a goblin of my own. I'm not touching that one. A new member to the party. There's limits to these things. Do I have a say in this?
No.
Her eyes burrow into your soul.
You are not strong enough to stand against her.
It's worth a try.
A new member to the party. No, I don't like this. You gotta be tsundere. That's the rule. I don't care what you think. The goblin takes a deep bow.
Yes, Lady Sageleaf, your will be done.
The mystery of the tea shop shall be uncovered. At your service, Lady Sageleaf. No, that's too supplicant. Evil work shall be vanquished. No, evil forces vanquished. That's too jarhead. Damn goblins. That's too suicidal. Although, this guy, I've already sort of tipped his hand as like a fucking overtly racist. Fine, mutter about the goblins. Damn goblins. Just kill yourself. Just kill yourself. Why don't? See what happens. She glares at you.
First priority is the tea shop. We need to gain access. Your new goblin companion gives you a quick wave, and this was narrated by his voice too. I'm your narrator now, by the way. Let's go, cleric.
Snell has joined you as a companion. You can speak with him if you need help finding your way across Tolstad.
For as much as she's told you, there's danger you're missing here.
I visited the tea shop entrance, but it was shut.
Yeah, by esoteric decree. So you gotta ask your coin lord for the passphrase, unfortunately.
And we should look for that witness.
Yeah, our Frank, dressed in yellow.
That's funny.
Either over on Water Lane or down in the city below.
Yep, the port of the dungeon. I suggest the port since it's slightly less life-threatening, generally speaking.
And how do we gain access? Where is the tea shop? Okay, no, I've seen this shit. I have to talk to the magistrate about that. Alright, let's go. The dragon. The beast who is called the dragon. I feel like you need a cooler throne room here. It just kind of looks like a pile of plants. Maybe that's your vibe? What's that? Viscon's Lich House must be located within these walls, just a bit further up. Wait, is there like a Dark Souls shortcut? Can I go in here? I can talk to Kim Kitsuragi, I mean Snell. I wonder if I can reevaluate once I upgrade my dexterity. You approach your companion. What's your position in all of this?
What do you mean by that, cleric?
Why are you helping me in this rough world of ours? No, what's your angle?
I'm here on behalf of Lady Sageleaf. Her will is for the streets of Tolstad to not suddenly burst into flames in the middle of the day. Her will be done, so to say.
What if it burst into flames in the middle of the night instead? The fucking Monty Python dialogue. But why are you really here?
My motives are not of interest, cleric.
False. Motive is imperative in reaching into the heart of someone.
Got any family?
I'm a goblin. What do you think?
Why would you care about goblin family structures? Well, I don't know. He sighs.
Yeah, I got lots of siblings. Duh. Ain't got no offspring, though. Thank gods for that.
I see. You are infertile. I see. You are an impotent cuck. The goblin suddenly looks very tired. He stutters at a response.
No, cleric, I am not infertile.
Prove it! That's underlined. That is scary. That's so fucking scary. That's a transition into the porn parody. Whoa. I kind of want to click what's going to happen. We make it one room outside of the Queen's throne, and then we're fucking like buddy cop yowie noises propagating down the cave. Jesus Christ. Quick save before that option. How did it even bring up the menu? Okay. Oh, I can't save now. I need to for the content, right?
Prove it.
Stop hitting on the goblin.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Actually, I'm not sure how I even would do that in a reasonable time frame. He looks away and says to himself, why am I entertaining this?
Okay, keep pressing it. You're a eunuch. You must be a eunuch.
Nope, wrong again.
The tenacity of this goblin, he's got the patience of an earth elemental. Almost like he's some sort of Kim Kitsuragi.
I see you are uncomfortable. I will stop asking.
Thank you, cleric.
I have other questions. Just kidding. I just wanted to know if you fucked. Let's go. Wait, there's my famous broken sword from the key art. A slightly broken standard issue Uthgard blade.
Take it.
Broken sword. Strength minus wisdom. I don't have any wisdom to lose. Equip the fucking broken sword. It looks kind of cool. Wait, I didn't take it again. I keep fucking this up. You do that, and then you do that. Hell yeah, it's visibly broken too. Awesome. These apples are just seeping through the fucking ductwork. Wait a minute. Oh, this is the same room. I see now. Wait, the Queen of the Goblins lives as a fucking tenant in this guy's basement? What? I can finally loot this box. An almost empty box, except for a stale treat and a pouch. Ooh, that's not empty. The zombie's gone. Fucking delicious. Imported goods. The receiver is marked as HWBT. Oh, this item's stealing from the goblins. Oops. Oopsie. I'm sure that's fine. I can talk to this box. You approach a crate full of sand.
They've imported sand to Norvik. For what, glass blowing?
There's probably drugs inside that, like Breaking Bad. Five wisdom is getting into like Musk Bro territories. We're at dangerous levels of lack of wisdom. Inspect the crate. Alright, what's up with the crate of sand? Huh? The goblin glances over at what you're doing. Let's see, that's... His eyes shoot open very, very wide. Nope, back off right now. He pushes you away from it. You're scared of a little sand?
I'm trying to keep you alive, dumbass.
Prove how much of a man you are by touching the sand. That bad? No, I'm not gonna touch it.
Yep, do not touch that shit.
As the two of you take a few steps away from the crate, he takes a breath.
That, cleric, is a crate of mosquito sand.
Without explaining further, the goblin sneaks up behind the crate and grabs the lid. Moving more carefully than you've ever seen him move before, he gently places the lid on top of the crate once more.
Something must have startled it to make it push open the lid like that.
He wipes some sweat away from his brow. What the fuck does that mean? There's no good interpretation. What would it have done to me if...
from what I understand, it would have choked you, drained you of blood, and slowly mushed your insides into that crate.
Ah.
Sounds like a good weekend.
Now leave it the fuck alone.
Okay. Why do you have that? So many delicious apples. Oop. Let's talk to that guy again. Because I now know how fucking spooky he is. It's him. It's Frank Frankson. Frederick Fatnuts. Trifle with him. What is that? No, I don't like that. He's gonna kill me. The way I started walking behind him ominously. Don't trifle with me, or get turned into an example. I got like a crazy high roll on this. He's neutrally evil. Level 17 is crazy. I think he's a lich or something. He must be, right? Do I have any... My wisdom's only getting worse. Figure out what's weird. What's... Okay, I'll fail the check. I think I can retake it if I upgrade the stat, right? Natural 20. No. You glare at the pale man who keeps working on his documents for approximately 2 minutes. Eventually you feel stuck in your thoughts. I don't mean to imply I know more than an honorable Uthgard member, my good cleric. However, you must certainly have more important things to do on a day like this. He is correct. Maybe you can get back to this later. Yeah, I need to level up or something. These checks are unlocked on a long or short rest or by spending shards of Jor. Oh, that's how it works. But a roll with a very high DC should probably be lowered before attempting it again. I wish you luck on your endeavors. Hey, what can you tell me about this guy? The goblin sneakily leans in and whispers back. Yeah, you want a rundown right in front of him? Glance back. I don't think he can hear us. That's not the point, cleric. Call out to Viskin. Hey, can you hear us? No, cleric, nor am I listening. Go ahead. See? The goblin sighs. Give me the rundown. Viskin's a local mortician, unaffiliated, works on contract within the city. The HWBT has a deal with him, partially because he's a neighbor and partially because he's not, you know,
a normal person.
Mortal. The goblin clears his throat and throws a glance back at the mortician. He's not the type you want to make enemies with, but hey, he seems to like you, so good job on that. But just my suggestion, keep your distance, just to be safe. A scary vampire. What do you know about the tea shop, Mr. Definitely Not an Immortal Lich? You are wearing yellow. Is your name Frank? Viskin? Vriska? This game should have a feature where it detects mic input but doesn't do anything with it unless it detects you calling this man Vriska, and then he kills you instantly with a lightning bolt. What is there to say? I know about as much as your average Norvican. He does a humble shrug. How much does your average Norvican know? Very little, I'm afraid.
The pale man is toying with you.
And now you can tell me what you know about it. Of course. I heard the explosion. I went out to investigate only to find the tea shop caught up in a raging inferno. The Tolstad militia were already heading into action, so I went back inside, as to not be in the way. There's a militia, okay.
He is describing it with wonderful rhythm. Either he is a great storyteller, or his speech has been rehearsed.
And that's that.
What were you doing when the explosion occurred?
Working?
He mentions toward the stack of papers.
The explosion occurred at noon, but the day it happened was the official city holiday. Why would he be working on Poe's leaving?
Thank you. Helpful stats. You were working on a stat?
Yep.
You
see his eyes fixating on you for just a bit too long. He's searching for an answer, just for a split second. I was behind. You know how it is.
Nope. I'm never behind.
Didn't mean to imply that either.
Did you hear anything peculiar?
A loud bang, some shouting afterward.
Who was shouting? The urchin didn't report anyone shouting. Oh, the militia.
From the militia. They were rushing to the scene. The Fire Prevention Declaration has truly done wonders for this city.
The Fire Prevention Declaration, signed into action a few years ago, the Fire Prevention Declaration is a governmental attempt to curb the spreading of fires by employing always ready folk in every district. The response times have been pushed down to less than 10 minutes.
That's nice. How loud?
It shook the Lich House. And mind you, this is not some ordinary basement. This is a remnant tower going hundreds of feet deep into the earth. I'd be surprised if anyone on Tolstad missed it.
Nothing else?
As the entire district almost turned into an inferno, yes, there was quite a lot of commotion. Nothing that stands out, however.
Like, actually nothing else? Do I know something that he doesn't? What else would he have heard? The man running away? He wouldn't have heard that.
Not that I recall.
Are you sure? The pale man stares at you for a while.
How thick are you?
Pretty sure.
That's enough. That was just pointless. That was for no reason. Weep in inadequacy at my interrogative technique, Thamel. I'm done asking questions now. Are you sure you're done asking questions? Yes. Are you sure you're sure? Personal questions.
What kind of flowers do you think would make her feel like she did back then?
Ah. Stop. You've already wasted enough time. Just leave.
The pale man shifts in his seat.
Very well.
Come up with a ton of random questions. Where there's nothing.
Oh, gods, get out of here.
The pale man produces a sound close to a cough. Oh, it's just the usual shit. Who are you voting for? Tell me more about this place. A lich house? Are you the lich?
That is my establishment. We handle dead bodies for the city these days. Not terribly lucrative, but it is good work.
Is it profitable?
Enough.
It must be quite a bit more than just a decent life to afford such a location.
How did you afford such a prime piece of real estate?
This old thing must be quite the investment. Yes, it did not come cheap, but I have my connections with the city officials, you see, having ordered my services for a low rate in exchange for a healthy lease agreement.
In exchange of favors, perhaps the pale man will do the same for you.
Was this... Will you hire me? Was this always a morgue-related business?
Actually, no. I used to dabble in dentistry and surgery a while back. I've scaled down that production to focus on my private life more.
Oh.
Private life? That's something you say when you don't want to talk about it.
Ask about his private life? The pale man smiles at you as you prepare for another set of prying questions. Wife, kids, hobbies, where do you sleep?
I'm sorry.
Where do you sleep at night?
I have a cozy apartment in the holes. It's a short commute.
Got it.
No problem, cleric. I am happy to help.
Surname?
None, I'm afraid. No hereditary connections here.
He puts down his pencil and points to a thumb toward himself.
Self-made man.
In a literal sense, like you summoned yourself from the ether, like a nascent god, a boltzmann brain type of deal, a self-fulfilling closed time loop where you resurrect yourself from non-existence. No way for kids.
The gods have not shown me that path, no.
Me neither, brother. Fist bump. Keeping a smile, the pale man politely bumps your fist.
You don't have to do that. I know.
This is so fucking stupid. This game is even more of a shitpost than Disco Elysium. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it'd be dialed back. It's just like they've cranked the saturation knob. It's stupider. You have hobbies.
I like taking long walks. I also enjoy theater.
Sounds like something you'd say as a joke when you don't want to talk about your perverted pastimes.
But I'm mostly focused on running this lich house.
Sounds peaceful. And the rest of the time?
Late reading.
This guy's just... He just will answer any question, I guess. Okay.
Late reading, perhaps? I should try getting more hobbies, honestly. Thank you for reminding me, cleric.
Is that passive aggressiveness? It should be.
So no family at all.
None that I'm afraid. I'm a war orphan.
Of the Coast War?
Wait, how old is this guy?
What a war, huh?
You hear your companion groaning at your comment? Snell is gonna die of cringe like a... It's like when you get a mercenary in Diablo, but you don't give them good enough gear, and so while you're fighting the boss, they just die off screen or something. This is Snell here. I've been neglecting his stats, and he's just been dying with cringe the whole time, and will soon lose consciousness.
It was.
I have some other less invasive questions too.
Go ahead.
Actually, I don't. Goodbye. The Converser. Everyone loves answering prying questions. Is he gonna shoot me in the face? Let's find out. No, it's free. He's actually asleep right now, huh? There's a quick save button? Oh. I fumbled my chance to ask how old he was? Yeah, I guess I did. I didn't think the "what a war" comment would terminate the dialogue branch. He wouldn't have answered, though. Okay, the communists are here. What are you doing with that sign? Is that legal?
Mr. City Man, what do you want this time?
It's a rude way to greet an old friend.
Not a friend, not even an acquaintance. You are just some Earthguard guy on the street.
So this will piss him off. Boy setting up a play?
A play?
He spits on the ground.
We're holding a rally for the cause. This evening, workers across Tolstad will gather here to hear the word of Asgul.
He turns toward the orc.
And no one's gonna stop it.
You hear laughing coming from across the theater. Oh. She was...
Papers, Alphas.
He grumbles something and turns back to you.
So, what do you want?
That orc lady sure is annoying.
That's putting it mildly. So, it is forenoon. I get the lads together. When we arrive, that accursed woman is standing there.
The dwarf shudders.
She starts complaining. He reaches for something.
No, he reaches for something in his pocket and takes out some documents.
We show her the papers.
This one was...
And the papers are no good, she says. Bah! Real convenient, I say. No, there's nothing wrong with these papers. We are in our rights to speak against the tyrants and burghers.
That's some communist word.
Burghers, the Bulgari, the craftsmen, merchant, and notably higher standing citizens in comparison to those of rural roots. That bourgeoisie type of word.
They sure are playing a game they can't win.
Check the papers. Surely the dwarves have screwed up somewhere.
So what's wrong with the documents?
Of course she is. She's a liar, that one. A filthy liar.
Alphaz nods and grunts. Wait. Oh, she's wrong about the documents.
A terrible liar can't even get the words out.
Can I see them?
May I see them?
He gives his companions a glance.
Why?
Construct an argument as to why you should get the papers. Fuck. But I get bailed out.
Just tell him you're an expert and that you're on their side.
I'm an expert.
Are you now?
Yes, I'm also on your side. He repeats louder.
Are you now?
Now hit him with.
No, now hit him with. I'm your best shot at getting out of this. The dwarf grumbles. His eyes go from you to the orc behind you.
Fine.
The dwarf sighs and grabs something in his pocket. Gained item, PPG documents. He hands over the scroll.
I trust you with these documents, city man.
Oh boy, if you hand those to the orc, this could be all over right now.
Tell us we're in the wrong, I dare you. Because we're not.
The older dwarf joins in.
Take a step back and check it out. Let's see what's actually going on here.
Please, papers, please, minigame. Just give me a fucking, like, data analysis task. Let's examine items. This thing. A formal permission of public gathering. It contains a lot of legal nonsense, making it difficult to parse. It decreases intelligence and wisdom. What is the point of this?
It's quite light, some kind of magazine paper. Unrolling it reveals a short statement about a political rally at the central circle square.
Oh, that's this thing.
Permission of public gathering accepted, it says in big letters at the bottom, followed by a signature. Tolstad Magistrate Nicholas Darrow. The actual text uses an archaic and typically bureaucratic writing style.
Use your super brain. Easy. I could read the Magna Carta with this shit. You scan the text again, checking for spelling, phrasing, and terminology. It's perfect, not a single error. Except the date. It says the rally is supposed to be held on the 16th. The document is perfectly legal, but it's expired. I don't like it. Have I seen this kind of document before?
Yes, often. In your scribing duty, you've signed these a number of times.
Yeah, it's expired. Cool document.
It's not.
I don't like it.
Oh, how come?
Because it's a legal document? Duh. Too many words, bad vibes. General tomfoolery. It stinks of tomfoolery.
Fascinating.
So much of this game's dialogue is just like rambling nonsense. I kind of like it. I wonder if I'll get exhausted though. So it's busted. Do I want the favor of this pack of dwarves or the large orc? Let's just climb up there. Come on. Why not both?
Mr. Cityman.
Every time, wisdom. About the rally. Oh, I have to give it back. Okay. I could be a communist wizard god king? Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, Frodo. That does sound kind of good. Communist wizard god king. Is that like what you are in Dwarf Fortress, where the dwarves are all communist, but you're still their god king, implicitly? Everyone is equal except for me, who is better and makes decisions. Ah! I'm kind of liking this, actually. Alright, you can have the papers back. Chat passed a dice roll to convince me to give them the papers. These papers expired, like, last week. He takes the papers and shakes his head. With a groan, he mutters,
I know. The date's just a mistake, you see. I personally had this signed by the magistrate 2 days ago, after this supposed expiry date.
They must have done it on purpose.
Exactly, that's what I've been saying, Alphas.
I hate the government so much. I don't even know, like, what... Parsing the political inclination of these statements is, ambiguous sometimes. I hate the government because it's not me. I hate the government so much.
Yeah, fuck those burger fucks. Bah,
the dwarf shouts into the amphitheater.
It doesn't matter whether Darrow fucked us or not. We're here and that can't make us leave.
He gives you a menacing glare.
And I hope you, for your sake, you're not the sorry lad she's hired to do the deed.
I am the dispenser of justice. I'm just here to observe. He spits on the ground.
Franz Cap.
Dwarven word meaning something along the lines of devilry. Alright. I think I gotta stop soon. My voice is getting too beat up. This is a lot of reading. I mean, clearly, but it feels like even more reading than the fucking visual novel that I was previously reading somehow. I think it sometimes feels like there's more text when you have, like, a choice in what order to read it somehow. Don't ask me how that works. Might call it here, though. It's been 8 hours. 8 hours of reading. And doing the voices.
Voices like this.
I know what this game is. It's Disco Elysium. but different. That's kind of what it said on the tin. So great. I'm curious where this goes. I'm curious. I'm kind of liking it so far. I'm also not completely sold on it. It doesn't have the immediate pathos of Disco Elysium. I think that's what it's missing, which kind of is to be expected. I understand Discworld, right, as like an inspiration. Discworld is mostly a comedic shitpost for like, 80% of the time, but then gradually over the course of the narrative, it seeps in something genuine. And becomes actually very emotionally resonant, usually by the end. This isn't necessarily a one-to-one as to what this game will do, but it is very much coming off as a shitpost for now. But I'm still mostly engaged. It's cool. And we've only really just started progressing the main plot. It's just been fucking around talking to, like, Gilles Deleuze and, like, a hole in the wall. Okay, let's see if there's any art. Will there be art? Has anything funny enough happened to generate art? Oh yeah, that's something. I like that, okay. Do. Okay, and then we bring up Firefox. Hopefully the correct Firefox. Yeah, alright. So Proxy has drawn the our vocal cast here, which is actually quite funny when you list it out like this. That's pretty good. And Constitution was Enoch, actually. A real oldie from back in the off days. So you could also add him too, but... Someone said it in chat, like, Little Goody Two Shoes has done irreparable damage to the voice economy. It kind of has. I feel like the more I stream, the more attracting points there become in the terms of, like, the voices, where... Like, early on, I was just kind of ad-libbing bullshit for every character, like the Earthbound streams. But now, like, there's enough, like, predefined voices that I just kind of try to figure out which one is the closest. Which, to be fair, like, it's not always possible just to come up with ones on the fly. Like, in Earthbound, it worked because every character in that game had, like, 2 lines of dialogue and they were fucking insane. But if this game's pointing a gun at your head and it's like, this character has 60,000 words of dialogue, by the way, choose wisely, it kind of, you get a bit bullish. I mean, bearish, the other one, about getting too wacky. It's the Rolodex, yeah. Your art was before this? Oh, really? Oh, this is a... Wait a minute, I scrolled up and I saw a Looks to the Moon fan art that I saw earlier. Is it a repost? Okay, that was confusing. I thought that was the end. Okay, no, there's Lilacs has drawn the strength guy, which I agree, definitely the most charismatic of the icons. Looks fucking crazy. I wish I was actually spec'd into the stat. Oh well. Did I say that Proxy made the, this one here? Proxy made that. Is this the fucking Inside Out place? Was that the name of the movie? I forget. 36-hour Stonig 5. I've never seen that username before. First time tuning in live and drawing stream art. You got multiple clerics. Excellent. Yeah, the easily distracted streamer. That's my archetype. Esoteric expert, smoking the herb, hotboxing the helmet, mashing apples through the vents, and the, of course, that Harry Dubois face underneath. Yeah, don't take that shit off. Sunry Drew. The Esoteric Ebb Shuffle. Excellent. Not quite the Jamrock one. There we go. Oh, I see. It's just the characters wearing the outfits from Disco Elysium. Good shit. I didn't even notice the difference with Snell at first. Both him and Kim are so fashionable. You're the freak who did the 8-paragraph post-livestream comment about missing the arbitrary BS that let you get into real Little Goody Two-Shoes endings. Oh, I think I remember that. I don't remember what it said, but I remember the existence of a very, very long comment. Yeah, the nose and the glasses, that is kind of spammed in a little bit. It's true. Nose and glasses type character, am I right? Oh well, it's too bad we fumbled the Mushroom Lady. But there's always next time. This game, it's giving me the impression that it's going to be approximately infinitely many streams long. It just feels like endless. It feels like I have barely dented the game. It feels like I have made no progress in the game. It is terrifying. Anyway, I really need to eat some more. That was fun, though. I'm optimistic about the game. I expressed maybe more trepidation than I should have. I think I just had very, very high expectations that this was going to be like an immediate laugh riot. And it's the what do you call it? The litmus test is always just like how much energy I expend during a stream usually. That's kind of a litmus test of how much I'm into a game, and like I did find that kind of tiring. So maybe it'll just pick up a bit more. I think it just needs to pick up a bit more. We're still in the very early parts of it. But all right, until next week. Hopefully I'll be back to Sunday next week, barring further unforeseen fucking circumstances. And yeah. See ya, everyone. Good night.